That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeeper, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. Blammo. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. That is the HasanAbi Exa. HasanAbi.exa. Created by your very own Boomer, OK Boomer, also known as Blammo on YouTube. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a fan-freaking-tastic day. It's a special day. And I think you already know why it's a special day. It's because it's a fucking Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and fucking gents. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday News Day, right? It's freaking Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday News Day. And you already know what that fucking entails, yeah? You already know what that entails. That means that it's Tuesday, and that means we're going to be fucking gaming a little bit later. Yeah, that's right, chatter. You're not wrong. We're going to be gaming a little bit later in the fucking day, though. Right? You fucking what, man? What you got? You got a fucking problem, yeah? I'll solve it for you. Potentially, right? Fucking hell. It's like it is what it is, yeah? Anyway, ladies and gents, it's Tuesday. And there's another thing we're going to be fucking doing on this beautiful Tuesday, as we do every fucking Tuesday. That's right. What we're going to be doing is a fucking robbery. That's right. We're doing a fucking robbery, ladies and gents. We're doing it ice. We're doing a fucking ice. We're going down to the fucking border, yeah? And we're stealing Greg Abbott, the governor's fucking wheelchair, lads. That's right, it's a golden wheelchair. It goes for a pretty penny on a fucking black market. And we're doing it. We're doing a fucking thing. We're gonna be stealing it, and then we're gonna be funding. We're gonna put it up on the fucking Sotheby's, right? And then with the fucking money, we're gonna be funding additional crime, illegal border crossings. That's right. Anyway, fucking hell. What's up, folks? I'm live. I'm alive. 10 days since gaming. Okay, I was in Texas. Okay. Some might say that I was playing Animal Crossing in real life. Okay. That's it. You know? Wait, what is this? Is Pokimane quitting Twitch? What the hell? This is just what? Is this a debate? I don't understand. What if HasanAbi got a low taper fade? Absolutely not. It's not happening. Yeah, she's going to kick. Have you seen the Vision Pro reviews? What's that? What is the Vision Pro? Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal. Oh, the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, it's. Oh, okay. I was like, the Apple thing. Yeah, it's so far removed from my brain because like it's so silly. It's such a silly thing. I will be doing the Streamer Award nominations today. No one cares. I think a lot of people care. I don't know why. Man, every time you mention Pokimane, there's gonna be a guy in here that's like, actually, she sucks. Oh, the I've Had It pod came out with the I've Had It ladies, by the way, for the record. The podcast came out, titled Fear and Humiliation. No old people, no toddlers.
Correct.
So that's right. I need you to get one and review it. I mean, it's just so dumb. Man, what's preventing you from dressing like this? I'm a big boy, so a lot of stuff that I wear does fit me like that, unfortunately. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Someone said I'm not gay. No, neither are those guys. Those guys are just British. Like, actually. Representative Brian Mass introducing a new bill to disband UNRWA. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. Love that. Seems great. To be fair, chat, I don't think it would fit in his head. It would be too big for his dome. So would love. How dare you? Travis Kelce's a TYT fan. This is true. Don't care. Still voting for Jank, he said. But personal news wise, yeah. I'm finally done with season 5 of Better Call Saul. The season ending, the finale was incredible. Lalo defenders rise up. Right. And other than that, this morning, yeah, Kaya is okay. This morning I took Kaya out to the dog park and I did some training. I actually filmed this time so I can show you guys the structured stuff that we do. Maybe so that you guys can also get a better understanding of what's going on when I talk about like structured walks and whatnot. But I enjoyed my time with BCS more than Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul. Yeah. No, I have not finished Whole Cake Island yet. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I took Kai out to the dog park, did a structured walk. It was great. Is Kaya feeling better? Yeah, she was just like zooted yesterday. She's perfectly fine now. I don't think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. Ermintrot gang. I do love Ermintrot. Yeah, she was just a little drowsy from the drugs, little girl. Wait, this is already liked? Bro, Ostenox, the devil works hard, but Ostenox using my Twitter to like all the thirst traps works extra harder. Okay? Look at this. This is like, I haven't even seen this thirst trap yet. It's at 58K likes, which is incredible. Okay? Ostenox has liked it already. What is this music? Why does it sound look like a guy with 10 security monitors and he just sits there and watches them while smoking a cig? Because I do have 10 security monitors. I mean, I don't have 10, but just took a, is he problematic or no? I saw that he was in Texas and he thought of breeding the same air gave me goosebumps. Nice, 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 nice. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. We have an amazing new right-wing personality to follow. This is a crazy man. I think I'm in love. Oh yeah, she's phenomenal. I was just watching this. Oh my God, I saw this clip. I saw that clip. It's so good. They're so real. Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, what was I gonna say? What was I going to say? Finally, the Haas twit is moving to Haas talk. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. Did you hear about the Kick hunting drama? No. I did not. I don't know anything that goes on Kick. I try to stay away from it, especially because like all of the defenders of Kick, like everything I learn about Kick is just usually really bad. Does that make sense? Like everything I find out about Kick just makes me sad. Anyway, whatever. Motaz did an interview on Al Jazeera. Nice. Okay, that's cool. We're gonna have a bad time. Okay, is true. That is exactly what happens. All right, let's blast off. Let's go. Did a structure walk. She was being a good girl, all that good stuff. I was able to reorder my I purchased some new clothes like a while ago before I left for Texas, and I've been waiting for it. And like yesterday while I was on stream, I was trying to figure out how to do like a reorder, because like when it comes from Canada, right? When the clothes are coming from Canada, no, not Gucci shirt, no. Unfortunately, it just like substitutes over to USPS, and then USPS sometimes is not the best, I guess, at like, or it Canadian Express is sometimes not the best at like communicating what is like, you know, the updates that you need to get from them. So like, you know, I had some issues, but I was fixing those issues, and I was able to fix that. This is so irrelevant. Why am I talking about this? Who gives a shit? Anyway, whatever. Pokimane quit Twitch potentially. Like, I don't know what's happening. No USPS lander. No, I agree. USPS is best. Let me text her real quick. Be like, what the fuck's happening? Pokey going to kick? When you get a first text from Hasan, Monka W, yeah, you know shit is serious. It's just a Pokey picture on the app. They changed it. Oh, they took her photo off the application. That's it. USPS sucks dick where I live. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, except there is no alternative probably where you live. Why is the operation conducted on a hospital to kill a Hamas terrorist a war crime? Special forces, no matter what country, are trained in unconventional warfare. If that means being disguised as a doctor or a nun or whatever to reach and execute a target, then it is what it is. Two things. One, once a Hamas combatant is in a hospital getting treated, they are no longer a combatant. What is it like? There's a term for it that I'm not going to say correctly now. It's like hors d'oeuvre. It's not hors d'oeuvre, but what is it, like hors de combat or something? I don't fucking know. It just means that they're not in combat. Okay. So that's number one. You can't amuse bouche. No, there's a term for it, man. There's a fucking hors de combat. Yeah. Which is so funny. Anyway, yeah. Hors d'oeuvres in combat. Okay, that's what it means. Hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres. No, it's just fuck. We'll just do this. Well, I'll just blast off and we'll talk about it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the other part of the war crime thing is that you can't dress up as a medical professional to assassinate someone. I can't believe I have to say this. Like, I think a lot of people who watch like Mission Impossible and all these movies and stuff, so they think like, oh no, what do you mean? Like, hello? The good guy always dresses up as like a doctor to go assassinate someone. And it's like, no, dude, that's like super illegal. What do you mean? That's just so stupid. You can't like the real life and rules of engagement in the real world are not like Jack Bauer, dude. Anyway, but is Pokimane quitting Twitch? Yeah, my this is why I'm a variety guy, okay? Is Pokimane quitting Twitch? Israel war crimes. They weren't not confirmed Hamas and part of the Jenin Brigade. Weren't they not confirmed Hamas? No, it doesn't matter if they're Hamas or not. Like, there is no magical like, oh well, these guys are Hamas, so like we can just kill them when they're like in a hospital bed. Like it doesn't. It like there's no situation where you're just like, oh, we're gonna go fucking kill these guys in the hospital when they're like, as far as I understand, they were, at least according to the BBC reporting on it, Israel has claimed that these guys were like active terrorists who were interested in blowing shit up or whatever, and then but BBC's own reporting said that they were, one of them had like a spinal injury. Like one of the dudes they killed in the bed, which you can see in the videos, is like straight up executed. Like there's blood on the pillow. Why do you think you know so much about Hamas and Israel? I don't think I know that much. I think I know more than like the average American, especially the average American that claims to know. But Yeah, there's like fucking chunks of his skull inside of the pillow. It's like pretty wild.
The question is,
why the FBI wants this TikToker? Ooh, what is this? Okay, I'll watch it. What? Damn, the crazies are out early. Prove that Hamas aren't using civilians as meat shields. Yeah. Okay, let's let me just blast off and then we'll get into it. We'll duke it out. Is Pokimane quitting Twitch? Brandon says he'll retaliate for troop deaths. And more. Variety later. Any comment on the Kmart chairs? What's the Kmart chair? God, I love being such a dumb Twitch streamer, especially like one that covers the news, I guess. So I'm in this like unique predicament where people will just be like, "Can you give me a comment on this?" And it's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, why am I? Maybe I shouldn't give comments on things like that. The Kmart chairs is about you, little bro. What? Okay. I already put two and two together. It's the I've had it ladies probably talking shit about the chairs, which they're valid. They're so valid. They're so valid for that. They're so real for that. The right thinks Travis Kelce is a psyop. All right. How about Elon chipping humans now? Yeah, I saw that. And honestly, fuck it. YOLO. Like zombie apocalypse. You know what I mean? Great. We look at how awful X, formerly known as Twitter, is run. And then we're like, yeah, this guy should definitely chip people's brains. You know what I mean? Masterful Gambit, sir. Thank you for defending my freedom, my lord. Keep corrupting my mind, Hasan. Fuck it. Zombie apocalypse. YOLO. The end is near, chat. Says Violent Waves. Resubbing for 37 months. And is correct. You know, the end times are upon us. The end times are upon us. Okay? I'll tell you this much. Okay? First of all, oh yeah, UPS is cutting 12,000 jobs. Great. That's another awful thing that you know, we got to talk about as well. But did I see Kai lose 300k to 21 Savage in a challenge? Yes, I did. That's insane. I don't understand how people operate like that. 300,000, like everybody was like betting on it apparently. Pulling him into my leg.
Yeah, like, everything you're doing in your
this hurts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ow.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I almost hit him with my.
Why are you doing this?
I wish you would treat me like that.
Why would they do that? I thought this was a guy for the people. And now I see video evidence of him hurting this poor innocent old man. Like some zero-sum capitalistic piggy.
Dude, he's a business owner. What do you mean? I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm defeating business owners in combat. Like, what are you talking about? Isn't that like the whole point? Isn't that what we should be doing? practicing what I preach, baby. Just kidding. I know people will take this seriously. I did not know that it was going to be like that.
Less than 3.
Taking out the competition. Oh, I have a lot of thoughts on Avatar too. I have a lot of thoughts on Avatar with Sokka being woke. I'm actually kind of mad about this fucking pronouns style shit. Okay, I got some fucking pronouns style takes here. Okay, so I will be going fucking pronouns mode, gender ambiguity mode in a brief moment. Where do I begin? What should I start off with? I guess let's start off with the most important news story of the day. The most important news story of the day is Pokimane quitting Twitch. What's happening? What's happening there? Why is that a thing? Well, it turns out of nowhere, Pokimane, here, blast it off, by the way. Let the people know. Your skiing QRT ruined my lunch break. That shit got me so mad. Oh yeah, I forgot. We'll talk about the racist stuff too. Talk about the hospital, please. Out of nowhere, she's been doing 20 hours a month tops for like 8 months. I mean, okay, but there's a difference, I feel like, of just like greatly lowering the hours that you are putting into one form of content creation and just like full-blown divesting from the process. You know what I mean? Please talk about the ICJ. Guys, I will talk about all of it. I talked about the ICJ. Oh my God. Every morning I start and I'm like, we're going to do a run of show and I'm going to go through like content in the way that I want to go through it. And every morning we got hella people in the chat going, no, you have to, you must. It's 35 minutes in. You just blast it off. Like normally in the run of show, we got 10 minutes of intro screen. Then I give you a little bit of updates on my life about my personal news for the parasocialists. Then I oftentimes, start talking about the news after I blast off. Okay. I'm going to talk about all these things, right? I'm going to talk about all these things that you want me to talk about. I promise. Just, chill out. We're going to get to it. You need to start going full dictator mode? No. Will you watch your latest vlog? Yeah, we'll watch it. Please do a meta commentary about the state of showcasing content in a Twitch stream. Yeah, no. News frogs are the worst of all. News frogs are my major source of income, okay? And also, let's be real. Beyond that, I myself am a news frog. I spend every waking moment thinking about the news. One thing I will tell you before we get to the Pokimane stuff, or maybe it's actually kind of related to the Pokimane stuff of her quitting Twitch. One thing I will say is this, okay? This morning is a beautiful morning. It's 71 degrees out, okay? It's sunny. I go to the dog park. I go to the park, okay? I walk around with Kaya. I touch grass, right? Okay? I touch the grass on the dog park. I play a little bit of basketball, right? I get a little bit of cardio in. Everything feels good. But there's this like lingering feeling of like anxiety and I wouldn't say anger, but it's just like I have this like feeling that it just something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel all right. Something feels bad. And then I realized it's because I tweeted this. And usually I'm like pretty good at not getting upset at like the insanity. Okay. But I guess it just like still impacts me in some ways. I will admit it still impacts me in some ways. Matt Walsh tweeted about Ilhan Omar. Okay. Ilhan Omar said, for your information, Somali people are called Somalis, not Somalians. If you're going to talk about us, at least try to get our ethnicity right. Thank you. To which Matt Walsh said, cool, go back to Somalia and you'll never have to worry about the people using the wrong term again. 45,000 likes. And I was like, that's crazy. This is just pure unadulterated racism against the U.S. Congresswoman sitting at 34K likes at the time. Now it's at 45K likes. Okay. Which, you know, Twitter is a cesspool of just absolutely the worst kind of racism, especially when it comes to like Muslim people. Ilhan Omar is like a target, right? No matter what. She has consistently been attacked. People constantly like, they'll mistranslate what she's saying. They'll attack her. They'll say like she's she's a I got scared. No, I don't want her to like bite herself or lick herself. Anyway, yeah. Kaya. Good girl. I got worried. I thought she was licking her teat, but she wasn't. I thought she was licking her teat, but she was not doing that. I was worried though for a brief moment because she's not supposed to. Is she on any meds? No. She's fine. She's perfectly fine. She is she's like fake pregnant. She's not actually pregnant, but she's not supposed to lick her nipples. So people have like often lied about Ilhan Omar, as I was saying. They've said that she's like married her brother, blah blah blah, like all this stuff, and it's really worrisome. It's really shitty, and it's really shitty for two reasons. One, because like this level of pure unadulterated racism is completely permissible in like mainstream discourse. From the Republican side, and even the liberals, like, in my opinion, don't engage with it enough to defend Ilhan Omar because they themselves are also ridiculously aggro against her too. And it is deeply frustrating to me, especially. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay. I remember people did the go home racism when I was a kid. The more tragic than you think. It just goes to show nothing has moved on, nothing has changed. Yeah, I get the go home shit all the time. It's really, really stupid. Like nonstop. I get it nonstop, right? And even when you think, and I've been getting it from liberals like nonstop recently, but even when you think that that it's not going to impact you or upset you, it still, I guess it still like lingers on in the back of your mind, whereas like there's like a otherization that is accompanying this, where it's just like, fuck you, you're like, you don't belong here, you're like lesser, you know what I mean? And obviously I'm not, and neither is Ilhan Omar. The other problem here is that people will like go to these lengths to defend even the likes of Matt Walsh. The problem is that she was being an irredentist Somali nationalist in that video. Okay, call her the N-word. Okay, call her the N-word. I'm a Somalilander. I don't give a shit what you are. That, in the eyes of Matt Walsh, being a Somalilander or being Somali is not, is not any different. Okay, there is no world in which like you can't comprehend this. A lot of people, weirdly enough, don't recognize it. Okay? Like, what do you mean? That is not the argument to Ilhan Omar's sentiments about Somaliland. Okay? Do you understand? The argument, the counter is not to go, well, I'm going to call you the N-word now, or I'm going to tell you should go back to Africa. Okay? This is not a response to whatever Ilhan Omar said. Do you understand? No, Fossabot clapped. Fossabot clapped the Somalilander. Okay. No, for the chatters that don't understand what's going on, the reason why Mahad Hurst is saying this about Ilhan Omar is because of the original clip. Okay, the original clip that came out. Somaliland and Somalia are different. Okay, there is a ongoing conflict. I'm not even going to get into the major details here. The point is that a clip came out of Ilhan Omar talking about Somalia and Somaliland, I believe, right? And yes, it is a breakaway state. But that's not the point. I'm not even talking about that. Okay? I'm not talking about what Ilhan Omar's statements are. Okay? What I'm talking about specifically is the retaliation to that should not be to claim that you are not a real American. Okay? Like, the retaliation to that is not, you're not a real American, go back to Africa. A person that says that, okay, a person that says that to Ilhan Omar does not give a fuck about the distinction, okay, on whether or not Somalia is engaging in irredentist actions or not. Does that make sense? Do you understand? That person does not give a fuck. Sometimes liberals will act like they care about these distinctions and justify racism. This is racist no matter what she said. Okay? Feel me? It would be like you saying it to Candace Owens because she's a white supremacist. Yeah. Like, there is no reason not to, like, you can always argue with your congresspersons. You can have difference in opinion with your congresspersons. Okay? This is perfectly valid. There is, however, a difference between that and Matt Walsh turning around and just being like, go back to Somalia. Okay? That's just pure unadulterated racism. This is not, there is no thing that, like, Ilhan Omar can say. There is nothing that Ilhan Omar can say that thinks that this is like, this makes it permissible or appropriate. A U.S. Congresswoman who has publicly proclaimed that she is Somali first and her main priority is to protect the interests of Somalians. If you can't see a problem with that, then you're dumber than I thought. She deserves to be arrested, expelled from Congress at a minimum. Wait, what? Anyway, I think there was here's the point I was going to make. It wasn't even about Ilhan Omar. It's about the same fucking energy and the same vibes, okay? Here it is. It's not appropriate. That's not what I was saying. No. I know what you were saying. You were saying Ilhan Omar is being a piece of shit for her sentiment about Somaliland, is what you were saying, okay? I understand that. But we're not talking about that currently. We're talking about a irrelevant reaction that has nothing to do with Ilhan Omar's statements and everything to do with Matt Walsh being a racist piece of shit and trying to elevate more racist sentiment. Okay? More trying to just do racism as commentary and the ways in which a lot of people try to engage in post hoc rationalizations for why their racism is actually a substitute for good critique. Okay? He's actually right, though. She said it first. It's so, I see no lie in what he said. My entire quote retweets is literally filled to the brim with people being like, yeah, you're going to get fucking, we're going to cook you too. You're next. Like, you're next. You're getting deported next. Like, this is Shaniqua posting delusions, which is a straight up white supremacist account. No, you can't tell Somali nationalists to go back to Somalia. 9,000 likes. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? That's just a straight up Klansman, brother. Now, my point was this. I'm not even talking about like what she said or criticisms of what she said. I'm talking about America, okay? I'm talking about the United States of America and the way that like one of the major social media platforms on the United States of America is so unimaginably openly fucking racist. Holy moly. Okay? Holy moly. There are varying degrees. There are varying degrees of like pervertry. You are also the poster child of needing to leave Turk. I refuse to be lectured about racism by someone who hates white people. Okay? It's just like all this shit. It's crazy. We're sending you back with her. Time to brush up on your Somali. This is where we're at. The loud, ignorant minority. It is, I don't know, like if you scroll down, it's like this. Twitch star is not banned for alleged racist slur live on stream. The racist slur is cracker, by the way. Like, bro, you can't even report racist people on the site. That's what I mean. Like, it's this is not a substitute. Like, there's no world in which, for example, let's say I'm debating Candace Owens. Okay? Candace Owens is a white supremacist. I would never call her the N-word, okay? And then turn around and be like, well, guess what? I was actually making an argument about her white supremacy. Like, that's an insane thing to say. It doesn't work like that. You know? Hasan, coping hard with no actual arguments. It's crazy isn't an argument. You're not arguing with anything of substance. You're coping so hard. Brother, there is no argument to someone telling a black Somali Muslim refugee, now American congressperson to go back to Africa. What is the argument there? If you don't consider that to be racist, you are racist as well. There is no reason to like try and debate you and challenge your position, because what is the source? There is no, like, what is the premise? The premise is you think that someone, okay, you think that someone is personally more invested, okay, in what? Somalia and Somali people than American people, okay? Which, by the way, a lot of our constituents also are from Somalia. So what the fuck are we talking about there? There is no, she's putting Africa above her American constituents, okay? You're not like, you're trying to personally make an argument that then justifies your racist narrative in this situation. Okay? Africa. Yeah, she's putting Africa above America, brother. Do you think you would get less hate if you weren't of Turkish descent? I'm assuming you still have the exact same values now. Probably not. Calling me racist isn't going to debunk my argument, which is my point towards you. Your argument is ridiculous. She is a U.S. congressperson. A U.S. congressperson represents their constituents. Some of their constituents that have family members in Somalia, even if they are themselves Somali or not, doesn't fucking matter, are going to make certain statements. I'm not even arguing with the statement that she made. I don't even know what she exactly said. But if she is talking about like, you know, the entire region where Somalis live is once again going to be greater Somalia, including like parts of Ethiopia or whatever, that is an argument that you can deal with on its own virtue. You can say that's irredentist. I don't agree with that. That is actually unacceptable. But to say that like this person is not a real American, not a real U.S. congressperson, has dual loyalty, this sort of stuff, that is racist. And let me further elevate the conversation and maybe take it to a different place, okay? That perhaps other people will be able to understand, okay? People that defend Israel are not engaging in dual loyalty. I do not make this argument. I don't say, oh, well, why do you care more about Israel? You must be, in the pocket of Israel in the sense that, like, you are literally like, you have dual loyalty. You care more about Israel than you care about America. Putting Israel's interests above the interests of Americans, okay, is done at the behest of American foreign policy. It's not done because someone is like secretly an agent for Israel. Does that make sense? The new alt-right playbook video dropped today, relevant to this discussion. Anyway, so you're arguing with emotions and no prep of what the topic is? What are you talking about? Calling me racist is not going to debunk my argument. Brother, her sentiment is totally separate from this point of from this conversation, okay? Her takes are entirely irrelevant to this conversation. You want to know why? Because people that say go back to Africa, or people that say go back to Somali, fuck you, you're not a real American. When they say that to someone like Ilhan Omar, they're not just talking about Ilhan Omar. They're talking about every black person, which Matt Walsh has absolutely said to other black people as well. So this is something that you need to recognize. There is no way to like debate around this issue. Okay? Like, she can have bad opinions. She can have opinions that you disagree with. But to say, well, her loyalty lies only with Somalis and no one else, not her constituents, not America, you're just a racist piece of shit. She's a U.S. congresswoman, okay? You might not agree with her, but the notion that she does not care about her constituents is wrong. She has time and time again won her re-election campaigns, okay? She's time and time again won her re-elections. And on top of that, her constituents seem to like her. Okay? She is pushed for lunch programs, school lunch programs. She's pushed to defend trans people. And as a part of her duty as a congressperson, she has also done a lot as far as criticizing American foreign policy. She not only defends her constituents, she also defends other people that are outside of her immediate district by being one of the very few people that actually does legitimately criticize U.S. foreign policy. Okay? There is no argument you can make in this situation. Like, we jokingly talk, for the record, when we talk about Ted Cruz, for example, okay? And we say, go back to Canada to Ted Cruz. Or when we talk about, like, why don't you, that's a better argument that you could try to make. If you wanted to, like, actually catch me with a gotcha, I could explain to you the differences between someone who's a refugee from Somalia versus someone who voluntarily came to the United States of America after, an immigration process or whatever from another first world nation that is directly aligned and has, like, is a part of the OECD structure and is an American ally, and how that is like a joke that you can make, like the differences between white people versus non-white people, for example, one being the dominant in-group that has the power versus the out-group that does not. But I don't think you care about all that stuff. I think you just specifically wanted to be racist and now want to argue on why that racism is somehow permissible. and should be permissible. This is not a good substitute. So Nancy Pelosi gets a pass telling Asians to go back to China. First of all, Nancy Pelosi didn't tell Asians to go to China. She told, it's even funnier, a Jewish lady from San Francisco to go back to China. And I literally criticized her yesterday. Okay? Yes, Nancy Pelosi is a piece of shit. I do not agree with Nancy Pelosi, and I think she's fucking insane. You are not making a good argument. Okay? Why do you think I am pro Nancy Pelosi? I missed that stream. Good on you for criticizing her. Yes, it's because you've been following since yesterday. The day that you followed is the day that I criticized Nancy Pelosi, but also I criticized her on Twitter as well. The notion that I'm like this petulant lib who, no matter what, defends the Democratic Party is silly. Okay? You followed on the stream that I shit on Nancy Pelosi for saying that, by the way. Anyway. Defending trans law, such a soft group of people that need defending. That's great. Nice, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, trans people definitely don't need defending. They're not marginalized in this country. Okay. You are Nancy's strongest soldier? Yes. Nancy Pelosi wants you to watch the ads at the top of the hour. I don't. That's why I'm telling you, you should subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. We are so back. What a Stunlock. This is one of the worst aspects, in my opinion. This is one of the worst aspects of like talking about these issues. I wanted to briefly just like touch on the Matt Walsh take and how people try to justify that kind of commentary, which is just pure unadulterated racist bullshit with like, well, actually, it's kind of valid because I don't agree with what Ilhan Omar was saying. And Ilhan Omar was like, you know, saying something bad and wrong, which is why we can just be, you know, racist towards her. That conversation is ridiculous. Okay. And not only is that conversation ridiculous, thank you, 34MKD50 for the 50 get the subs. Not only is that conversation ridiculous, but it also takes a shit ton of, like, it takes an emotional toll on, I think, not just myself, but I assume many other fresh off the boat immigrants in this community. Not saying that I'm a fob immigrant myself. I'm an anchor baby, right? But ultimately, like the notion that, you know, you should just go back to your own country no matter what is a ridiculously racist principle that does not seriously apply to like any white people. No one is telling Trump to go back to his own country. An example I use with great frequency is the notion that like Donald Trump, for example, is more of an American than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, when AOC's family has been American citizens for significantly longer than Donald Trump has. Donald Trump's family lineage spans back to his grandfather. His grandfather is the one who came to the United States of America. Okay? AOC's been in the country for much longer. Okay? AOC's family has been American citizens for many more generations than Donald Trump. But in the eyes of Americans, AOC is less of an American than Donald Trump is, because they're fucking racist. That's the whole point. That's the point. That's the entire point, is that like, oh, if you're brown, doesn't matter how long you've been here, you know, you're not a real American. Okay? It's gross. MAGA doesn't care about generations. Yeah, well, my point is that the underlying assumption that you are not a real American, even if you're an American citizen, okay? The underlying assumption that you are not a real American, even if you are an American citizen, even if your family members have been American citizens for many, many generations, is racist. That's it. You can try to square that circle as hard as you want with additional post hoc rationalizations as to why, like, this commentary is actually totally permissible, totally valid. But ultimately, what you're doing is, you know, alienating a lot more people that recognize that this is what you're doing is racist. You probably don't give a shit about it, but it's not really an argument that you can make, and you shouldn't make it. Okay? Anyway, moving on from that. The girl that broke down job hunting for later. Okay. Being a member of diaspora is such a mindfuck, especially Somali diaspora. People left not because they wanted better opportunities, but because they wanted to survive. Somalis are very proud and always speak about going back and helping rebuild, but they don't. Most second-gen diaspora stay in the countries they sought asylum in. My name is Hasan. My family has been in America since like the 40s. What you think people think when I tell them my name? I mean, I know what people think when you tell them your name. They think the same shit when I tell them my name. So, you've been shitting on Nancy for years?
No, send me fucking emails like Nancy Pelosi. Stop sending me emails, man. You fucking dumbass. I'm never going to give you money. I hate you, okay? You're such a piece of shit. You're literally making me not want to ever fucking vote Democrat ever again. Jesus Christ, bro. Every time something happens, dude, I swear to God, every Democratic staffer is just like rock hard. Oh my God, did they fucking take away abortion rights from women? I am so fucking hard right now. I could cut a diamond, okay? My nipples are rock hard right now. Holy fuck. Time to do a mass blast of emails. Hey, I know times are tough right now. I know inflation is fucking sky high. But guess what? You should probably give us more money. You should give me, Nancy Pelosi, like 100 millionaire who has the most prolific, best fucking analyst on the entire planet, best stock trader on the entire planet, Paul Pelosi, right at her fucking heel, and you want more money from everybody, dude. No, send me fucking...
There is no I want to end it with this, okay? There is no justification to tell someone to go back to their own country if they're in the United States of America. Okay? If you had a white name, people would definitely be more charitable to you. James and Joseph Monroe, brothers from Dallas, Texas, white Republicans of Texas Coalition. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, that's me. My point is, there is no justification for saying go back to your own country, okay? That's just not how it works. Yeah, it kind of feels like when people say Jewish people are secretly backstabbing / have dual loyalty on the principle of being Jewish and having nothing to do with the state of Israel, even before Israel's founding, it's othering the person perceived to be different. Yeah. Also, it's not Jewish people that have loyalty to Israel, okay? It's most Americans. And it's not loyalty to Israel on the sake of Israel. It's loyalty to American imperialism. So, ridiculous. Anyway. They always keep rerunning their lies. Obama's birth certificate or Hillary Clinton having epilepsy. Yeah. It's like seeing those videos of people telling Native Americans to go back to their country. Yeah, it's beyond that. It's like telling someone to go back to their country isn't just like wrong if that person is a Native American or, you know, a black person that was like brought here, or his parents, great grandparents were brought here with the slave trade. Okay. America is built on the foundational principle of immigration. Okay. Unlimited immigration. The notion that like some immigrants get told to go back to their own country as a substitute for like a more racist opinion is just the truth. That's how it's ridiculous. The part of the problem isn't that well, Ilhan Omar's a refugee, right? Versus like someone else that is an African descendant of slaves is like has been here for generations. Like it's not about like how long you've been here. If you're here, you're an American. That's it. Okay? You chose to be here. The fuck are we talking about? You chose to be here. What do you mean? You worked harder to be here than the dumb fuck that was just born here and took it for granted his whole life. I'm sorry. It's a ridiculous notion. Ilhan Omar's worked infinitely harder than this disgusting little cretin to be in the United States of America. Okay? As a refugee from Somalia, she has worked infinitely harder to be in America. The notion that she is un-American or hates America or hates her own constituents and should go back to her own country is just simply racist. It's just purely racist nonsense. So anyone that tries to act like Matt Walsh gives a single shit about Ethiopia or Somaliland is ridiculous, okay? I guess for me, it's just like something that I hear so much from liberals and conservatives alike, especially conservatives, but even liberals recently, as I've like talked about American foreign policy more and more frequently with respect to Israel. It's gross. It's disgusting. And it does end up, I guess, impacting me in ways that I wish it didn't. That was my moment of honesty, and it took an hour because I had to like deviate and have to like defend the position that saying go back to Africa is actually racist to a chatter that wanted to be like, actually this is a real valid argument. Like it fucking sucks. Anyway, holy shit, dude. Jesus Christ. All right. Immigrants put up with imperial units after coming to America from their civilized countries. That's enough effort in my book. I was watching the CNN 1982 interview of a KKK imperial wizard this morning, and guess what his idea for Africans who were complaining about segregation? You got it. Yep. No, it's just, yeah, they got one trick, dude. They got one note, and that is just racism. And it's so funny because it always is the same, and it always devolves into the same thing. It's like, go back to your own country, or talking about diversity. That's the new one, by the way. That's the new fun one. It's just straight up, it turns out the new substitute for the N-word is diversity, okay? Lauren Witzke is a white nationalist, and she posted this on January 27th. Okay, she said diversity hit the slopes. Okay, which is really great because when she just put this pure unadulterated white supremacist nonsense out there, what happened? Well, Twitter happened. Immediately, they found out, and I didn't know this either. We all found out that she literally got arrested for like possession of heroin and methamphetamines. Okay? Like everyone was eating her ass alive, being like, "Oh wow, that's great. So what's up with your your charges of being a fucking Nazi meth head?" Okay?
But that didn't stop her. 2 days later, she's back talking about diversity on said slopes. And then she posts like a wipeout of a dude attempting a sick ass trick too, which is so funny. Like, anyway, I said to that, white supremacy has to be some kind of brain issue because she's still posting about black people skiing after the entire timeline found out she was arrested for meth and heroin possession. Yeah, it's such a lovely photo too. Where is it? Where the fuck did it go? Where was the original tweet that I was at? Oh, yeah. White supremacy has to be some kind of brain issue because the entire timeline found out that she was arrested for meth and heroin possession on the first tweet's QRTs. I said, like, take a day off, lady. She has no refractory period for being racist. Okay? You shouldn't be worried about them slopes. Possession of heroin, possession of methamphetamine. In Bradley County, Tennessee, baby. And it's just it's so weird. Like, you're such a fucking weirdo. And honestly, here's the thing. This is how racism operates, okay? You're a pathetic. You are a pathetic fucking worm, right? Your life is a sequence of L's. L after L after L after L that you have taken. But there is an underlying mythology that your dumbass, racist, inbred, hick parents have force-fed to you. And that mythology is alluring. Because in the real world, you're like, my shit sucks. I got arrested driving under the influence and was found to be possessing methamphetamine and heroin, right? Like, that shit sucks. My life is dog shit. But if I close my eyes and believe the notion that, like, white people are superior to all other races, and if I consistently reinforce this racist mythology, then I'll feel better. It's pure copium. Okay? That's how it works. White supremacy works in this way. It is just a way for you to shift responsibilities and instead of like engaging in some level of self-reflection and self-improvement, it causes you to go, no, but I'm just like still better than like non-whites, right? Like I'm still better than black people, right? That's how white supremacy works. That's how racism works. Okay? That's it. It's pure copium for fucking losers. Aptal herif, Türkçe konuşsana. Oğlum sen Türk değil misin? Allah Allah, küfür etme, saçma sapan sallıyorsun milleti. Nasıl bir insansın sen? Aptal herif, sen ırkçısın. Bro, you're racist. Yeah. Bir hafta bir kendine gelirsin artık. 7 gün sonra görüşürüz. Öpüyorum. Fuck. So, like I said, it's just you only engage in this kind of behavior. You only engage in this kind of behavior if you're just like perfectly fucked up, okay? Like and this is yet another perfect demonstration of this, because the fact that she is trying to say like this guy sucks at skiing and posting footage of the guy demonstrating expert level skiing is a perfect depiction of how fucking stupid racists are. Okay? Like, you can't, this is objectively higher level skiing. Like he's literally attempting a trick. I can't ski like that. But because he's black and skiing is supposed to be like white people activities, she thinks that she can get away with being like, look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking diversity on the slopes. Okay? Do you understand? Like, that's the funniest part. Racist people look at this and forget that, like, this is already, you know, this is like a high level action. This is not an easy thing to do because they just hyper focus on the fact that he's black. Okay? And go, yeah, black people, they're not supposed to be there. They're not supposed to be doing that. That's why they're bad, right? Ha ha. Many such examples. Another example. Oh, first they call black folks lazy and on welfare. Now they throw a fit every time we get a job. Yeah. Hotep Jesus. Retweet to scare a conservative grifter. Is Hotep Jesus switching lanes? What's happening? Oh yeah, I mean he is a Hotep, so I guess he's like Hotep Jesus is like Ben Shapiro, like how Ben Shapiro rides for Israel and aligns with like Nazis on everything except for obviously anti-Semitic conspiracies that are not real, obviously, but still. Like Ben Shapiro is like 99% Hitler except for tying everything back to like Jewish people. And Hotep Jesus is like Ben Shapiro, but I guess he just like disagrees with conservatives when it comes down to like disagrees with conservatives when it comes down to like DEI. That's funny. For those of you who don't know, Hotep Jesus is like a staple on the Laura Ingraham show. If you want to get a better understanding of like what his perspective is like. Okay. He is a conservative grifter. Like Tariq Nasheed would not do no. Dr. Umar or Tariq Nasheed would never engage in the shit that Hotep Jesus does. This is like there are varying degrees of like there are genuine major differences in black conservatism and you guys are totally oblivious if you think that like I thought Hotep Jesus, given the limited interactions I've had, like the content that I've seen from him, I thought Hotep Jesus was like a Jason Whitlock or a Jesse Lee Peterson type of black conservative. Turns out it's not. He is like, he believes in all of the weird nonsensical bullshit that conservatives believe in, except he still rides for black people, I think, which I did not know. But like, for example, Tariq Nasheed or Dr. Umar, I don't think would ever align with conservatives at all. As far as like white supremacists, like they would not, I don't think they would go on like a white supremacist show. They would not do that. Important distinctions. Dr. Umar would never be around white people on purpose, except for if you're at a New Jersey mall and you're getting a phone number. You're right. From a cutie. I'd 100% start subscribing if you had Dr. Umar on the stream. I would love to have Dr. Umar on the stream. I love him. He is the GOAT. Yeah, unless you're at Cherry Hill Mall,
Dr. Umar already addressed those false allegations, brother. Stay woke. Yeah, false allegations. Yeah, listen, you don't understand. He was just getting her number to you know, tell her like, stay away from me. Be gone, white devil. Would you give Dr. Umar? Would I give Dr. Umar my phone number? Yes. Falling for a CIA false flag operation meant to slander the good doctor. I thought you were better than this. As you guys know, Turks have actually played a significant role in Yakubian mythology. I believe Turks and Turkey was where the first, like, Yakub brought the first whites, right? I think, right? Didn't the Turks like? Didn't the Turks literally like? I think they were like the original people that were keeping the whites contained. What was it? Fuck. She chose a video with only him, by the way. Oh, that's right. I don't know if this is plain racism or baiting for views, but it's actually crazy how we got a whole group of white friends doing this with him, but she made sure to choose the single video with only him in it. Oh, dude. I mean, yeah. See, this is the funniest part about like debating racists. It's just like, we already know she's racist, but it's pretty funny. Like, that it's pretty funny to see the mentality behind like her trying to desperately find a clip that like only shows the black dude on the slopes. But yeah. What was this? I think General Monk ushered white people across the Bosphorus and forbade them returning across it. Yeah, and then General Monk I think like told the Turks at the time, or whoever the fuck was there at the time, in like the Anatolian region, to like keep the white people contained. This feels made up. Excuse me, it's the real history of the world. Hello? Island of Patmos in Aegean. Yakub used selective breeding called grafting to create the white race while in his island fortress. Yeah. No, his army stayed and became Turkish. What is this, brother? What on earth are you talking about? How white people were invented by the evil Dr. Yakub? That's what I'm... And were enslaved for thousands of years. But then the white demons, the white devils came out. Oh, here it is, General Monk. I think this is it. Oh, this is it, yeah.
Dares to go next. Like General Monk orders to chop 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 next.
This is good shit. This is really
It took Yakub 600 years to manufacture his tribe, pale evil albinoids on the Isle of Palon. And every
pale evil albinoids. By the way, you know, we got Turkey representation right there. This is where the albinoids are coming from, the Caucasians, my people.
Who is this strong-chinned brown brother right here?
Handsome Squidward?
Yeah, with the nutsack head, with the afro drawn on the head.
I'm not entirely certain on. This is Yakub. This is Dr. Yakub. Bro, you need to get some black folk on for February. Yeah. The song got 1 degree of separation with Kanye West. I forgot about that, Lamau. I have 1 degree of separation with Elon Musk as well. Kind of weird to talk about, but Kind of weird to think about. But yeah, anyway, God, I'm so ADHD and have like shifted the conversation to like 11 different degrees. Now, part of the reason why I talked about the racism and stuff was because, I mean, I don't know why Pokimane is quitting Twitch, but it seems like she's quitting. The end of an era. Twitch has been my home for a decade, but it's time to say thank you for all the memories and love during my League, Fortnite, and Among Us days. Okay. Don't know what this means. I texted her. She did not respond. And it's not like she's fucking streaming on Twitch right now. So she probably has spare time to reply, but she's choosing not to. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But I suspect they should probably... Pokey seems like she's quitting streaming altogether. Yeah. I feel like she's probably not going to go to a different platform to stream. I think she's probably not streaming anymore. And it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because a lot of people don't really understand this, especially if you're just like kind of watching from afar. People think like Twitch streaming is glitz and glamour and like an endless sea of like $100 million contracts that people are giving you and showering you with praises as you just like sit there and watch other people's like hard worked YouTube content and offer zero commentary over it. And while the second part is true, I think what a lot of people don't recognize is that Twitch streaming has all of those components. That much is true, okay? But then it's also a sequence of just like having to withstand endless amounts of cyber stalking and cyber harassment. So, if you ask any other content creator that has like dipped their toes into streaming of any sort, okay, they will most likely tell you, I'm sure that you are being directly, literally harassed by people all day. Yes. So I suspect that that might play a role in this decision. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for her. I'm sure she will explain it herself. But it's not just that Twitch is the most parasocial site. Hasan, life is hard. No, I'm a very fortunate person, but let's be for real for a brief moment. Behind the scenes, everyone is completely aware of how, at least other content creators are completely aware of like how ridiculous my haters are. Pokey has a lot of them as well. Oh, gee, guys, I'm getting millions a year, but chat is toxic. No, it's not just about like toxicity. And also, this is not a comparison between like a Twitch streamer and a person trapped in an Amazon distribution facility. I think like everybody understands that the person in the Amazon distribution facility is getting paid for backbreaking labor and is getting like meager wages for that backbreaking labor, and it sucks. When people talk about Twitch streaming in comparison to other forms of entertainment, we're just simply talking about other avenues of entertainment, like being a YouTuber, being a podcaster. If you want to talk about like online, being a TikToker, comparisons between different kinds of different facets of entertainment, online entertainment, being an e-celebrity, or even being a real celebrity. Okay, making her decision all about you. Bet you spam texted her. Her decision isn't about you, but like this is actually a perfect demonstration of what I mean. I think like I think that this kind of behavior, like making your 700th sock account, right, to come in here and do this kind of thing and like write this kind of shit in the chat and be so oblivious to the reality that like you're the one who is actually obsessed. This kind of behavior is literally like people in this community know that this is that one specific stalker. You know what I mean? Like this guy is so unimaginably obsessed Okay? That like people in this community are aware of like this specific schizophrenic stalker, right? Like that's how regular this kind of interaction is. That while I was in the point of describing like how shitty Twitch streaming or just live streaming in general is in comparison to other forms of content creation online, a dude immediately demonstrated that. What are the fucking odds, right? If it wasn't so, if this wasn't like an endless sea of like cyber stalking, harassment, and a pattern of like incredibly obsessive, incredibly unhealthy behavior, okay? And then a defense of that kind of incredibly unhealthy, incredibly obsessive behavior, right? That's the other part of this process. That this is something that other people don't have to, like other content creators don't have to experience to the same degree. Does that make sense? Like, that's just how it works. It is a Twitch especially and like live streaming especially lends itself to a lot of like parasocial behavior. Twitch in particular, but live streaming in particular is in comparison to like all other forms of content creation online, gets a shit ton more of this kind of behavior. Obviously, there are definitely upsides to Twitch streaming. Okay. But the reality is, like, you put out a YouTube video, it's very different than speaking for 10 hours a day. Okay. It's like you can craft your narrative perfectly, make it airtight. There's no like misspeaking. There's no like replying to someone in a way that comes across differently than your intentions, right? And that's it. Would you be willing to share a few incidents on how chat or online negativity affected you on a personal level? If it makes you depressed or something, I think it would make us all understand at a personal, relatable level. No, I am not willing to share any incidents of that sort. So, I mean, I've talked about it before. There's a lot of like actionable death threats. There's a lot of doxing, a lot of swatting, going around and like trying to make your life miserable, trying to make your friends' lives miserable, stalking your friends, right? Like stalking any collaboration that you do. Like I did this Alveus collab, right? And immediately in the YouTube uploads of the Alveus collab, you got people being like, this guy's a terrorist. He loves terrorism. Why are you working with this guy? Like that level of behavior, unfortunately, is in the eyes of many online now, as we almost completely exist in the internet, is seen as like not the actions of a unhinged hater engaging in cyber stalking to that degree, but simply accountability. There is no real accountability there. It's just a deeply unhealthy person, right? It's not valid criticism. It's just a person shit stirring and smearing. Okay? In some ways, it's kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier with Matt Walsh, right? Like Matt Walsh does not give a shit about Somaliland or Ilhan Omar's perspective. He just sees Ilhan Omar as a black hijabi woman, a Somali refugee that is a U.S. congressperson, and he doesn't like that. And he says, go back to Africa, go back to your country. That's not a valid criticism. That's just pure unadulterated racism. But overall, I guess I will add the positive point here. Yeah. Accountability in this space of the internet is just a word people use to justify harassment. Exactly. Dog, stop engaging with these idiots or forget the Pokimane stuff. They're losers looking to get you off track. No, this is a good conversation to have that's like about a broader point. Okay? I'll end the conversation on a positive note though. Regardless of this kind of behavior, when people say, why don't you just like stop streaming and do YouTube videos or whatever? Okay. And that's because I love this community. Okay. I love the community that I've cultivated. I believe that there are plenty of people that have changed their attitudes over the course of the many years that I've been streaming. And I will continue to grow this community with the hopes that I can reach out to an even broader audience and change their minds as well, get them to see a different framework. And moments like the Alveus collab, where off the cuff, this community raises almost $30,000 for the Alveus Animal Sanctuary, is exactly why I continue doing the things I do. Okay? That's it. That's why I do it. Also because I'm brain broken. You know what I mean? That's definitely part of it. It's because I'm completely brain broken. But yeah, that's it. That is the major reason. We raise a lot of money for a lot of fucking causes. We change a lot of lives, and I think that there is a reason why, despite the cyber stalking, the psychotic haters, and all this nonsense, which every content creator is aware of, by the way, which I think, in my opinion, makes it worse when a content creator eggs that on, especially because they're aware of it. XQC, Destiny, Trainwreck, Mizkiff, Asmongold, Charlie, everyone is aware of it. Not saying that like all of these people are egging it on. Ludwig, Ethan. I'm not using these these content creators' names as a placeholder for like someone who eggs it on. I'm simply stating that every single content creator knows exactly what this looks like behind the scenes. Okay, they see it. They're aware of it. This wasn't to name and shame. That's why I added like Ludwig, Cutie, people who are my friends as well into this list of names. Okay? Opening up to a large audience just brings hate, right? Don't you just ignore it though? Yeah. But of course, given Twitch streaming, given live streaming, okay? And the way that live streaming is done, with the constant back and forth interaction being a fundamental part of this process, it is impossible. It is impossible to just like avoid it, because there are many different mechanisms of like continuing that harassment and cyber stalking, for example. So that's something to consider always when we're talking about this sort of thing. It is virtually impossible to ignore it. Unlike the top of the hour ad break. Yes, that's right. Everybody woke up when I said avoid. The same goes for all the assets on Twitter on the Fear and post with Steak and Eggs. I was excited to see you and Will collaborate and awesome with the OTK crew, as I'm a fan of all of you. Comments full of negativity is dumb. Yeah. I think that I think that it's probably a little bit easier to avoid the negativity if you are not a live streamer. That's my point. And most content creators that are YouTubers, TikTokers, whatever, that have at least like dipped their toes in the live streaming space are completely aware of this as well. They will openly and readily admit it, both off camera and also on camera as well. By the way, here's the 3-minute ad break now. So I think that it just takes a toll. That's it. It takes a toll on a lot of people. You know? It takes a mental toll. That mental toll can turn into a physical toll. It weighs on your consciousness. Right? So that's the reason why I think a lot of people have a... Yeah, Brace Belden said it was wild. You tortured yourself through all this on TrueAnon. That's what I mean. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50. Get the subs. Yeah, that's why when you see like podcasters or whatever interact with me, they go, "What the fuck? This is the most maddening thing I've ever seen in my life." Right? The degree of separation that you can have with your audience when you don't have real-time feedback is actually phenomenal. Adam said the exact same thing too. Grimes, of all people, thought I was crazy. Yeah. Like, these are also in the world of entertainment, and they recognize that this is fucking crazy. So, make no mistake, I'm not saying, oh man, my life is so hard. I'm not saying that at all, right? I have a wonderful community. I am incredibly fortunate. Okay, incredibly fortunate. Something that I reiterate all the time. So much so that people will always say, "Oh, he's not demonstrating humility. He's flexing." It's like, no, I'm recognizing my conditions. Okay, but that, of course, is not a justification for like an endless sequence of harassment. But if you're wondering why a lot of streamers end up leaving, it's not because like they got the bag and now they're done. I'm sure they love content creation. That's why a lot of people start doing it. Okay, like, most people don't start content creation because they're like, I'm going to get the bag doing this, okay? Unless they're one of those, like, weird right-wing podcasters who's like, I'm going to create a Discord server, right? There are, even if you think that you will inevitably make money, you oftentimes have, like, a much more important reason for wanting to do this. Important as in, like, a much more powerful reason for wanting to do this, let's say, okay? It can be wanting to entertain people, wanting to... all I'm hearing is Hasan wants to play more games with the boys. That is true. It can be more to entertain people, make people laugh, make people educate people. It can even be something as stupid as, and I've talked about this already before, wanting to get better at like live broadcasting or communicating your ideas in front of a live audience, uninterrupted, when all you've done, for example, is green screen videos that you pre-wrote, that you're reading off of a teleprompter. That was one of my major motivations as to why I started this, right? Ludwig's new video goes over the numbers and also the more existential purposes
I made a
of
video
streaming.
3 years.
Existential purposes of what? Streaming? Were you one of the guys he asked? Yeah, I did answer these questions, and I said he can put my name on it if he wants to. So that's it. And put your name last, Law. That's nice. Honestly, the most disappointing part of Pokey's tweet and this idea about leaving Twitch is how we didn't run the top of the hour ad break. Nandre Ari just ran it. So, yeah, you missed it.
So yeah, that's it. That's my point. And I understand why a lot of people end up quitting or feeling burnt out. Pokey's been at this game for a very, very long time, right? She's been doing this for years. She's a industry giant, a powerhouse. She has been a lightning rod for the worst kinds of harassment and stalking and like ritualistic abuse that especially women receive. You know what I mean? And there's definitely like a double standard. Pokey might be going to YouTube. What? I doubt it. Do you think the cookies was the last straw? Probably not. You're being absolutely unintelligible, thinking that people like Pokey, a person that has literally been cyberstalked, threatened, constantly hated for being a woman and famous on Twitch, has it rough just because of the simple reason of being a woman. Impossible, shaking my head, especially with the fact that incels constantly attack her. Yeah, I don't think so, shaking my head. What? Oh, I can't. I think you're being sarcastic, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what her situation is, but I can think about it from that perspective. But yeah, no, it definitely is you know, all of the things that I just mentioned. I have often, like, everyone in this space knows how fucking diabolically unhinged my stalkers and haters are and how ride or die they are, right? Like, they'll go to lengths that you would normally think is just like insane. Like in any other circumstance, in any other normal circumstance where I'm not a Twitch streamer, I guess, you would be like, this is the most insane thing that you've ever done. Or even a large Twitch streamer. If I was like a 300 Andy and like this level of operations was going on, which of course it was when I was a person with only 300 followers, but it's been going since like the TYT days. In every other circumstance, you would recognize it as like, this is unhinged. Okay? This is completely unhinged. Within the normie sphere, it is also completely unhinged. Right? And there's not really too much you can do about it because it's new. Don't you think it's part of the game, though? That doesn't excuse it. I think that it definitely... Do you think that content about content is boring? Chat be nuanced, challenge, impossible. I do think that content about content can be boring. You know, but this is a, I guess, pivotal moment. That's why I brought this up. I saw that really old Chad video the other day, and it's like you're an entirely different person. It's wild. What do you mean? I'm not an entirely different person, I don't think. I guess if you just got burnt out on streaming, I guess you just hanging out. Seems like you'd likely just end up working back something like TYT or Majority Report. Then again, a sabbatical would probably feel great from time to time. I've never really seriously contemplated quitting live streaming until this past year, I would say. And the only thing I've thought about if I were to quit live streaming in general would most likely be like going back to college. You know? And just like getting a PhD or something. It's probably what I would do. But most likely not going to happen. Because I still enjoy it, and I still think that there is a lot of impact, a lot of positive impact here. And that's it. That's my take.
Anyway. Got any thoughts on the recent content creators quitting? Is it just because of the hate? I think that for Twitch, for everyone really, I think that it has become like a business. When I first started on Twitch, I feel like the environment was less business focused. Nowadays, it's like all business focused, right? Ads, sponsorships, all this stuff, collaborations, like every aspect of this process is no longer as organic and as friendly. I think that plays a role in it for Twitch at least. And I assume that like you know, for YouTubers it's similar as well. And beyond that, I don't know. It probably gets boring. Like for MatPat, think about it. This dude is like almost 40, right? Like he probably doesn't want to make content about like children things into his 40s with like a child, right? Like he can't fake it. So that's probably a part of it. You know? So I think that's where it comes from. Here, let's look at...
A couple of months ago, I made the decision to quit.
Retire.
I'm taking a break.
It's not clickbait.
Things are changing.
I am bringing them to an end.
If I'm honest with you guys, don't want to do this anymore.
Now it's time to take a breather.
I'll be handing off the channels.
Full-time filmmaker has been acquired.
This era of polyphonic is over.
It is the correct decision.
And it's time to move on.
I mean, I think what PewDiePie did is kind of the peak, right? He was dominant. He was at the top. He fucked off to Japan, had a kid, and just like chills, makes videos casually and just chills. That's it. That is the perfect way. You know what I mean? Isn't it a good thing that a lot of these creators are able to retire? Certainly, but I think that there is like a lot of the reasons as to why people are retiring is because they're like burned out.
In the last few months, and especially since the new year, each of these channels has posted some form of goodbye video. It's been really interesting to see, and I just want to take a few minutes to talk about it. I'll be using clips from some of them throughout the episode, so make sure to show your support by watching on their channels as well. I've left links in the description. What I and a lot of others have noticed about these goodbyes is they all have a lot in common. There are a handful of factors that each of these creators mention. Work-life balance, loss of joy and creativity, and though they might not use the word, each of them mentioned some aspect of alienation. I'm not going to say, ooh, it's all capitalism, because there is more to it than that, but it does make a lot of these problems worse, as you'll see in a bit. Anyway, I think let's start with work-life balance. Take a listen.
For as much as I love you, and I love overthinking things, and I love theorizing, I don't love late nights. I don't love the fact that Steph and I have been work first for over a decade, where I'm sitting down at dinner with my best friend, and we're talking about business logistics.
If I get that feeling, you ever had that feeling?
Let me tell you something. For me, what I do in particular, I am able to add variety into everything that I'm doing, right? If I get bored of like constantly talking about politics and the monotony of like the day in, day out of just like not being able to experience any kind of fucking real world change from all of this commentary, I could just fuck off and go to Austin like I did, right? I can do IRL streams. I can play video games. Like the obviously when you compare this to the average person does not have that opportunity. Okay? The average person does not have that opportunity.
Okay? They don't. The average person is cooked. Significantly higher levels of alienation from their labor, no control over their own lives or their own destiny in any meaningful capacity, constantly doing route tasks on a daily basis that someone else is assigned to them. Okay? So make no mistake, obviously, there is a tremendous amount of privilege here for content creators in general. So when I talk about content creators, I think like I'm just simply giving you an insider's perspective on what it looks like. Do you even need to work anymore? You could just chill and open a business or something? That's what I mean. If I wanted to, technically, I could just like dump every fucking dollar I've ever made into the stock market and most likely make my capital accumulate on its own. Okay? Yeah, I could just like quit and do that. The system literally is designed for me to do that. Okay? The system is straight up designed for me to do this. Okay? And that's what many of these content creators have done as well. They've like created a nest egg for themselves, figured out a way to like, streamline this process or potentially still generate revenue while they, I guess, quote unquote, kind of retire. Okay. And I don't know. I like this. These people typing poor millionaires can't compartmentalize that you can feel empathetic towards their struggles without mitigating the struggles of other people who don't have these opportunities. Yeah. People think you need to suffer for your job to be considered a job. Yeah. It is sad. Anyway, let's continue.
When you're like, I'm with family right now, but I need to get back to the office, or I should take, lunch to work, or whatever it is. I want to stop that. I want to completely eliminate that.
I can't keep this up. This is my dream job, and I have a lot of fun doing it. I know I'm incredibly lucky, but a dream job is still a job, and it's a job that keeps getting bigger and more complicated, and I am so tired. There's nothing in my life right now except work.
But in reality, it just put me in a constant state of stress and work, and now I'm always at work. My home is work. A vacation should become a vlog. Every TV show I watch and song I hear should be turned into some sort of content. Like, I shouldn't be relaxing right now, I should be making content, and it just isn't possible for me to turn that mindset off. And I realized this is not how I want to live any longer.
I don't get any satisfaction from the type of work that I do here anymore. And if you work 7 days a week...
Damn, this is like brutal. When placed back to back to back, this shit is like actually unironically brutal. Holy moly. I didn't even realize it was I didn't realize it was like that. Can't these people just cut back on the amount of content they make? I mean, they have the opportunity not to, okay? They like, think about it this way. A lot of these guys are sitting on a fucking mountain of gold. Okay, like the proverbial dragon. And even then, there's like constantly more gold is being showered upon them. And even then, they're like, yeah, fuck this, dude. I'm done. I can't do this shit. And it feels like there's something there. That's not true. No, dude. In comparison to like the average person, are you kidding me? It's unimaginable. It's unimaginable, dude. I'll tell it to you like this. Even with, like, my first big merch drop, I made more money than like every fucking year prior in like the real professional space. Okay? And that's with insanely small margins in comparison to like how much money people make off of merchandising in general. Think about that. Like,
And that's with hundreds of thousands of dollars that I raised funds for donations on top of that too. Okay? What I'm saying is, it's not like they're giving up everything. That's, yeah, okay. I thought you said that's not true, that they don't make a lot of money. They do. A lot of people make a lot of money in comparison to the fucking, in comparison to the average Joe. That's my point.
Week, that becomes very heavy mentally. For the past 10 years of my life, there has not been a single vacation where I was not working. There has even been times where I was working on Christmas Day. And don't
By
even...
the way, that was a testament to not just how much money like one merch drop makes, but more so a testament to how little money you make when you're working in the professional world. You know what I mean? Like my first year working for the Young Turks, I made $21,000. Okay. By the time I was out of the Young Turks, I was making 60 grand a year in fucking Los Angeles, chat. Okay. That's like 4 years of working at TYT, which was a startup at the time, a tiny startup at the time for a fucking YouTube network. Okay. Living in, yeah, pre-tax. But when you're making 21K pre-tax, doesn't matter. You get money from the government at the end of the year, okay? So that doesn't mean shit. My point is like that salary is especially impossible to fucking live with in a place like Los Angeles. All right? Also, when you've reached a certain point of stability, you can allow yourself to question if what you do is making you happy. Their situation isn't necessarily unique to them being content creators, but they have the ability to examine their situation and publicly discuss it. Do you ever feel the same way about having to turn everything into content? Every vacation, every trip, does that take a toll? No, because I like it. I enjoy it. That's the point. Like my favorite trips were Japan because I had like such a streamlined approach to creating content and had incredibly unique experiences that I was able to share with other people. That for me is peak. That's the best possible experience I can have on vacation. I don't actually enjoy it when I'm I don't actually enjoy it as much when I'm like, I guess, on vacation with my family and I'm not doing anything with it. I feel like it's just not great.
Even get me started on New Year's Eve because I hated it when it was getting too late because I wanted to be fit the next day to work again.
Work-life balance, the pinnacle of achievement throughout history. Since the very first caveman enslaved his neighbor, we've been fighting to secure a decent balance between the time we spend at work and the time we have for leisure.
Oh, the only thing I'm saying is this, okay? If they truly weren't fucking burning out, if they truly... What? How did you afford a place? I literally lived in the kitchen of a frat house. So no, I did not afford a place at $21,000 a year, chatter, to answer your question. That's not even a joke. Also, after that, I had a shit ton of roommates. You know what I mean? Once you're rich, isn't burning out pretty much voluntary? Yeah, I think so. I get what you're trying to say. I understand what you're saying. I think there's like some truth to that. But my point is this. These guys make so much money and have basically like an endless supply of making even more money with the content that they're creating. So their burnout must be real. It's the only difference is that because they are privileged enough. What? Black people, Africa, Nigeria. Nigeria is a good country to visit. Nigeria. What do you think about black people? Okay, take 30 minutes off, chat.
Why are we assuming Pokimane is burnt out and quitting? I'm not saying Pokimane is burnt out and quitting. I'm just simply talking about a broader subject. I'm sure she will reveal why she's quitting. Okay? Or even if she is quitting or not. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. She didn't respond to me, so. All right, let's
Friends,
continue.
family, recovering to go back to work. You've probably seen that old image from when people were fighting for an 8-hour workday. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what we will.
That's because you're a workaholic. I think these YouTube types are never that kind of person. That's why they started making YouTube videos instead of normal career paths. Not to say that JC's analysis is wrong. Or you mean JT's analysis. I am definitely a workaholic. For sure. That part is true. I love having a structure. I love having something to do. That is, it definitely keeps me very much, it keeps me very much, you know, alive, I guess. That's it. There's a reason why I am one of the very few Twitch streamers who's like so consistent. Because Twitch streaming is not supposed to be consistent. You just kind of do it for fun. And you don't have to have like any kind of like professional approach to it for the most part. And that's not how Twitch streamers start. And that's not how YouTubers start either. Whereas like I have had the same approach since day one that as soon as I went full-time on Twitch streaming, I was like, every day I'm going to be doing this 7 days a week. I'm going to be live. I'm going to be live at the same time, and I'm going to be doing like the same structure, right? I need that. I need that to function. I need to be able to do that.
That sounds pretty nice.
Cannot say that Matt Pat isn't a workaholic though. Bro was working all the time. No, I think so. I think he was too, I'm sure. Some of these YouTubers are, some of them are not, but let's continue.
These days, 8 hours of work just doesn't really cut it for most people. And believe it or not, that goes for YouTubers too. And we'll get to that in a sec. A growing number of Americans work more than one job, and some 400,000 work 2 full-time jobs, just to make ends meet. Everything from housing to groceries to utilities is getting more expensive, and the only thing that's not going up is wages. You've heard it before, but if the minimum wage had just kept up with inflation and productivity gains since the Reagan years, it'd be over $24 an hour today. But here in the richest country on earth, the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. It's hard to have a decent work-life balance when the hours you work don't earn you enough money, so you have to take on more work. YouTube is similar, but there's an added layer of complexity. Caleb makes a point in his video that I think a lot of people don't realize about YouTube as a career. Your input doesn't necessarily equal your output. You can put a ton of work into a video and make way less money than you did with a half-assed video. That's very different from other jobs. Exploitation aside, yes, obviously everyone should be making more money. But in general, with traditional work, if you put in more hours, you're financially rewarded for that. If you're in sales and you put in an extra 10 hours a week, you sell a couple more cars, you make more money. If you do hourly work, add a few hours to your schedule, you make more money. If you work freelance and you take on another gig, you make more money. On YouTube, you could add 30 hours a week and not see a cent in extra income. In fact, you could see the complete opposite and have your revenue tank for what seems like no reason at all. So, it's not surprising that just about every YouTuber says they have a bad work-life balance. You're constantly worried that if you don't feed the algorithm, you won't be able to pay the bills. This is one of the core features of capitalism. You work or you starve. And on YouTube, sometimes you work and you still starve. That uncertainty is draining in a way that is difficult for a lot of people to understand. But the money aspect is only part of the work-life balance thing. When you're a YouTuber, you have work at your fingertips 24/7. Much like Ken's job is just beach, my job is just phone. YouTube is right here, all the time, in my pocket. I'll just have a quick peek, just one little peek. I swear, one more peek, just one look. It becomes all-consuming. You can't escape. It gets so bad sometimes that I'll be running errands and I'll check YouTube Studio when I'm stopped at a red light. You also have to stick to a schedule religiously, or people forget you in a month. I upload here every other Friday at 9 a.m. Central Time. The program is every Friday. First Thought News episodes are every Monday and Wednesday. Analysis episodes are every other Friday. And my new channel is every other Friday, staggered with Second Thought. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy a lot of this. Yeah, it's a job, and sometimes I just want to throw my computer out the window. But YouTube is still a dream job for me. I like sharing things with people and being creative. But that's where we run into another problem.
My whole life just turned to this business, and it's all fun when you get to make videos, but not when you're managing a business and constantly doing tasks that you just don't.
Yes, dude, this is exactly why whenever people are like, Hasan, why don't you do this? Why don't you expand? Why don't you hire more people? Blah, blah, blah. You think I don't know how like I can grow this business in a sustainable fashion? I do. But that's the part of the reason why I have this like insane workload is because I don't want to be a manager. I am not a good manager. I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to manage people. It sucks. Okay? I think a lot of people don't realize, like, yeah, sure, these guys are really fortunate, but they're also, they're business owners, but they're also doing tasks that you don't want. Try a real job. Yeah, I know. No one is saying that what these guys are doing is harder than being a fucking dock worker or working at an Amazon distribution facility. I hope you understand that. Okay? The only difference, however, in this circumstance is that for them, they're also not only just owners of a business, but they're worker owners. Okay? So in a way, I kind of see it as like a small business owner who's like, all right, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I'm not going to pack up shop, but I'm going to get other people to work for me. It's kind of like that. Does that make sense? I feel like that is what's going on here. Like the way that they're approaching this is like that a little bit.
Like to do. I miss to be creative. I really miss that so much.
One thing I use as an analogy is kind of like a contractor building houses. When you first start, you know, you're loving it, you're building houses, you're making money, you're doing your thing. But after a certain point, you kind of develop things you enjoy and things you don't enjoy about something. And when it comes to making a video, if that's a house, you look at your next video that you need to do because it's your job and you don't want to pour
I like people that say get a real job that are also the same people who talk about how if AI can replace you, you didn't have a job worth having. Yeah. Well, you know, it's not very consistent.
Another foundation. You don't want to frame out the whole house. You can see all of the work ahead of you and you just don't want to do it. Throw in all that other fun stuff we already talked about and you have kind of this mess. And so that
is your hesitation around being a manager while the producer role is a stretch goal. Keeping overhead low is so important. Makes sense to me. It's I don't want to manage someone. And I also don't want to be like, I don't want someone's entire life to be me. You know what I mean? I feel like that's so much. I already have like people that I work with that rely on me. And every time I add another person, it's like a tremendous amount of pressure. Because it's such an important responsibility, and I don't ever want to get to a point like I care about sustainability. That's what I mean. You guys remember that that clip that goes around all the time of me being like, oh, I live on bare necessities or something, or whatever the fuck it is. It's been bastardized so many times. What I was actually trying to make a point there was about why I don't like engage in capital accumulation or grow. Because I care about sustainability, okay? I care about sustainability, not like permanent growth. Because I feel like permanent growth and permanent revenue strategies, okay? Permanent growth and permanent revenue strategies, in my opinion, and shifting your focus to that, in my opinion, creates this like incredibly unsustainable environment around your business. You know? It's just a cancerous dynamic, is a cancerous attitude. Like, do you think I could not collaborate with all of these other content creators, whether it be YouTube, whether it be other, you know, content creators that I collaborate with, or Marsh? Like, Marsh's a great example, right? Like, in another circumstance, in another in like how this normally works,
how this normally works would be like I would just give him a salary. Okay, be a salaried employee, and it wouldn't be it would not be, you know, tied to the amount of revenue that we're generating, all this kind of stuff, right? Like, and that way I could make a shit ton more money for myself. I could have just taken a shit ton more of the revenue that we're creating. If my goal was to just like generate revenue, that's what I would do. I would just like hire someone, pay them above market rates. Okay. And just keep growing and keep growing and keep growing and grow and grow and grow. But I don't want to do that. I think it's not the right way to do it. As someone that takes lots of small companies end up failing and getting worse because they all grow, or the point it becomes a mess. Yeah. I like when you talk about socialism in real life context as opposed to doing only politics. Yeah, that's my point. This is what I'm trying to do. This is what I am explaining. Like, for example, okay. Twitch, massively successful company, gets bought out by Amazon for $1 billion. Major company, grows. And during COVID, during the peak of COVID, people go crazy because like growth projections are off the charts. Amazon says, here's a wad of cash, grow. And then now look at them. They had to fire a shit ton of employees, right? Because now Amazon's like, never mind, you grew too much. And it's becoming unsustainable for us. Like, those are real people that lost their jobs. I don't want to be in that situation. Right? Patreon would have been better if they didn't aim for extraordinary growth. Now they're crumbling. Exactly. I don't know how you can convince people, though, to separate persona from your IRL life. Like, you're not an insane person committed to socialism, just an ideology. No, but like, the other part of this is that, like, I think I run a very ethical, in my own moral framework. I think I am, yes, I think I abide by the standards that I apply to others 100%. And I think that the world would be better if more people were like this. But ultimately, I guess, the reason why I'm mentioning all this is because why Patreon would have been better. The reason why I'm mentioning all this is because like it just ruins that permanent growth model, ruins people. Like, for all of his I guess political associations that I very publicly have disagreed with, I think what PewDiePie did was great. Right? Like, not the politics side, but as a pure content creator, what he did was right. What he did was the good thing. Right? He just has like one editor or two editors or whatever the fuck, and he just did his own goddamn thing. He just kept doing his own thing and consistently still does his own thing, and was able to retire and just like, you know, keeps making his own content from afar, right? Does that make sense? Anyway, from a business perspective, if you wanted to expand sustainably without creating dependency, you can create new pods or channels with others helming that you could break off if you get burnt out on it. If you're trying to explain the position of CEOs, sure. Admit it, you like PewDiePie because he's ripped and hot. I think PewDiePie being ripped and hot plays a role in my assessment. I will admit this. It's hard for me to, you know, sit here and lie to you and act like that does not play a role. It certainly does play a role, okay? Fuck. Anyway,
That's where I'm kind of at, or have been at.
I feel like everything online is slowly converging towards a boring, bland, gray middle point where everyone just tries to maximize retention, views, and this metric and that statistic, which just leads everyone to like the same end product, and it's become beyond saturated. For me and my own creativity, I just don't enjoy where this is going.
So, creativity and homogenization. This is another challenge under capitalism. We are all unwilling subjects of the profit motive. YouTube is an inherently creative job. You're producing art or content or entertainment or whatever you want to call it, but your base consideration has to be financial stability. There's a reason most YouTubers don't do it full time, and those that do have to supplement their income with Patreon, link below, please, love of God, link below, or sponsorships, or sell.
What you were describing by talking about sustainability is actually what some old small business owner right wing actually want, but are too dumb to understand it. Yeah, I think so.
Selling LUT packs or
like it makes me doing this makes me happy. Okay, you know what wouldn't make me happy if I was doing other shit. Growth would require me to do other shit, specifically managing others, managing their behavior, managing like my expectations from them. I don't want to do that. That's a totally different thing that I'm not good at. That's why I would always laugh at people when they were like, hey, Hasan, why don't you build a cooperative? Which I, of course, ironically ended up building, by the way. And those guys didn't shut the fuck up about it. They're like, oh, you claim to be a socialist, but here you are not building a cooperative. I did. And now they're still fucking chirping. Turns out, guys, their commentary did not revolve around like holding me to account to maintain an ethical business. Okay?
Online classes. When you're doing YouTube as a side project, you can afford to make the videos you want. But when this is your full-time gig, like it is for people making these goodbye videos, your art has to take a back seat to putting food on the table. That's a tough pill to swallow for people who are genuinely invested in creating artistic or thoughtful things for their audience to enjoy. No one starts out making money on YouTube. It is always first a labor of love. But as soon as your channel gets verified, the calculus changes. Now you have to figure out, okay, do I want to keep this as a side project, or do I want to build this into something that can pay the bills? And even if you decide on the former, sometimes your channel will grow and become financially stable anyway. And then it's really hard to turn down leaving your dead-end job to focus more on the work you enjoy, which then becomes a job, which then requires you to play by the rules of the YouTube game to continue growing, staying relevant, and making a living. It's the trap pretty much every successful channel falls into. But there's another aspect of creativity under capitalism that's worth exploring. There's this concept called enshittification, sometimes called platform decay, coined by writer Cory Doctorow in November of 2020.
Good faith question. Why can't these YouTubers hire more staff to help them? Money, complexity. I think they already have. I low-key, or I guess not low-key, but high-key think that the reason why they're quitting is because they have hired more staff. And the dynamic of their content creation has shifted away from being a pure content creator and doing it for fun to a manager, a business owner, a CEO, if you will. And that shit's boring as hell. Okay? Now, of course, that's me. That's my assessment on it. I might be totally off base here, okay? I might be completely wrong. Well, they're getting paid for it. No, I know. The difference, by the way, the difference is like these guys have the opportunity to be able to like publicly quit. Do you see what I'm saying? Like quit and still make money. They're just informing their audience that like they're going to take a back seat and they don't want to like keep being the face of the product. You know what I mean? Are you not afraid of not growing in some ways that will make your project fizzle out? Not really. I don't know. I have the capacity to adapt to my circumstances. I think that like, you know, the numbers that I'm at right now, 21,000, are actually around 10K lower than where I was for the past couple of years at this point. My average was around 30K. Now my average is around 20K. Back in the day, this would have like absolutely wrecked me, destroyed my brain. I would have been so sad. And at first I was actually upset about it. but I adapted. You know what I mean? That's it. It's like, it's my mentality. Your numbers increase a lot during election time? No. And people say, "Oh, it's election time. It'll be better, buddy. I promise." Like blah blah blah. It's like it doesn't even matter. It don't even matter. Right? It's just like the election season is very boring, and it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be the way that people think it is. How does 30K versus 20K factor in total unique viewers, not just concurrence? People are growing older and getting into more demanding jobs. Yes, I think like part of the reason why my numbers have gotten smaller this past year is because one, election cycle, boring, nobody cares. Two, people don't really watch as much. Like people don't watch streamers as much as they used to, obviously. And last but not least, one of the more important factors is that people get older, they cycle out. A lot of people do stay because of the nature of the content that I make. But if you don't have a steady supply of newcomers to the fold that you're bringing in through collaborations and other things, your audience is going to inevitably burn out as well. This is like burnout is not just on the Twitch streaming side. Even the Twitch watchers burn out usually. Sometimes they go to other content creators, or sometimes they just leave the platform altogether inevitably, right? And I think that one way to obviously get ahead of that would be by making more content on other avenues like YouTube and TikTok and whatnot, which is why you see a lot of the growth on this platform. The new content creators on this platform are those who have popped off big time on YouTube Shorts, like that pirate guy, or those who have popped off big time on TikTok, like Handsome Fella, Jynxzi, KCO, these guys, Kai even. Like these are people that have a steady flow of like constantly reminding people like, I'm here, I'm live, this is what I'm doing. Isn't that crazy? And I think that's what it is. The pirate software guy, yeah. I think that's where it comes from.
Enshittification refers to the tendency of online platforms like Amazon, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube to act as a predatory, two-sided market. Here's how Dr. O describes the process. Here is how platforms die. First, they are good to their users. Then, they abuse their users to make things better for their business customers. Finally, they abuse those business customers to claw back all the value for.
So you're saying you turn from a political streamer to a variety streamer as it doesn't matter? What? No, I was always a variety streamer. What I'm saying is when I get burned out of like the consistent politics, when it like starts impacting me, I can always like tune my content to, I can always tune my content back to like more fun shit.
For themselves. Then they die. I call this enshittification, and it's a seemingly inevitable consequence arising from the combination of the ease of changing how a platform allocates value, combined with the nature.
Think about it this way. I started the process today, and there were dudes immediately coming in and going, dude, you have to talk about Israel. Israel went into a hospital in Jenin. Israel went into a hospital in Jenin. You have to talk about it. I said, no. I put my foot down, and I said, this is what I want to do first, and then I'll eventually get to it. Right? Which I will. But I think this like that's something to understand. Like this shit is boring as hell. All right. Well, sorry, Vinny Kitty. I know you're a 21-month subscriber. Of course, your brain is permanently broken. You want content, you want politics, and you want it now. I get it. But you know, I will get to it.
Of a two-sided market, where a platform sits between buyers and sellers, hold each hostage to the other, raking off an ever larger share of the value that passes between them. The internet is full of examples of this form of decay. Google search used to simply return results to the best of its ability based on the parameters you gave it. Now the whole first page of results is ads and websites full of articles that are 90% SEO phrases. Amazon.
Yeah, this part is really bad. This is like the dead. This is, I think, the most prescient part of the dead internet theory is that it's just like we have found out ways of manipulating parts of the internet that simply used to work, and now not so much, right? Like, kind of doesn't work. And it has made everything just worse overall.
Amazon shows you a dozen sponsored items before you get to the real results. TikTok and Instagram are specifically tailored to keep you scrolling and consuming. YouTube is a prime example of this form of decay. First, it was a place for normal people to publish silly videos. Then it attracted investment and advertisers. Then it changed how the platform works to maximize revenue generation and encourage content that plays by those rules. And now it's running an ad blocker to really crack down on any lost revenue and force people to pay for YouTube Premium to stop the incessant advertising. And none of this is evil. It's just the logical conclusion of a neoliberal capitalist system. Every platform is a market, everything must have a dollar value attached, and consumption is a lifestyle. So it's no surprise that big channels that have grown with the platform are noticing this trend and are disgusted by it. There's no room for creativity when everything has
I feel like a lot of libs showed their ass and stopped watching you because of the Palestine genocide. Yeah, sure.
to be scripted, edited, and presented for retention above all else. That's how we ended up with Mr. Beast. He plays the game perfectly, and his videos are disgusting and devoid of any actual value beyond being used as slop for the content trough. And hey, look, no hate for people who just want to watch Mr. Beast run some deranged game show. That's your prerogative. But for the people who started out making beautiful things for the sake of making beautiful things, this trend of enshittification is really disheartening. And kind of along those lines is the alienation aspect of all this. At the end of the day, it's you against the all-consuming maw of the internet. YouTube is still such a niche career that there are so incredibly few people who actually understand what it's like to do this. It's lonely, it's stressful, it's scary. Strip away all the frills, and at its core, YouTube is an altar on which you lay yourself at the mercy of a billion people. You play for the crowd. You make a spectacle.
How does Mr. Beast not get burned out? Dude, I think he's a freak too. Like, you know how I'm a freak and I find a lot of emotional fulfillment from what I do? I think he's a freak in the way that he finds a lot of emotional fulfillment from what he does as well. Because it makes no goddamn sense. But he's also very young too. You're right. You're right. M-Hud's right. He is very young. Something we forget about Mr. Beast is that he's literally like 24 or something. Like, he's crazy young.
Of yourself. You know there are buzzards out there waiting to turn your next video into drama content. You know who you are. You are at the center.
Damn.
To do this. It's lonely. It's stressful. It's scary. Strip away all the frills, and at its core, YouTube is an altar on which you lay yourself at the mercy of a billion people. You play for the crowd. You make a spectacle of yourself. You know there are buzzards out there waiting to turn your next video into drama content. You know who
he's right.
You are. You are at the center of hundreds, thousands, millions of views, and yet you're completely alone. None of these people know you. None of them see the work that goes on behind the scenes. It's you and your camera and your laptop. That's not how humans were meant to function.
Yeah, Mr. Beast is like one of the unique people that, like, I think genuinely enjoys the growth and the business aspect of what he does. That's what I meant when I said he gets emotional fulfillment out of what he's doing. Does that make sense? You guys understand? Not a lot of motherfuckers are like that, okay? Especially in the YouTube space. He does. I get a lot of emotional. He is like pure distillation of like capitalism for the sake of capitalism. Like, he just likes it. He enjoys it. Look, for me, number go up is good. Okay, getting showered with praise, great. Of course, that feels good. But overall, the major component here that offers me emotional fulfillment, that I derive a lot of emotional fulfillment out of, is the fact that I feel like I'm doing something that is worth a damn. Okay, I feel like if I change one person's mind, if I can get one more person to be charitable to like trans people, even though they were originally transphobic, like, that's my goal. That's what I do. And that's what I do well. If I can get one person that is like super rad lippy, for example, that turns around and is like no longer as aggressive. Okay, no longer as like aggro. and uncharitable in the way that they analyze other people, okay, then that's the good thing. That's what I want to do. I want to like soften people's edges a little bit on that front. And there are versions of the types of people that I've mentioned in this community. There are people who were like probably major rad libs originally, and they have grown to become more charitable over time to others who are on their own unique and personal journey. And there are certainly a shit ton of people who used to be very edgy and very ignorant and bigoted and oblivious to the realities of the world, and have grown to empathize with plenty of marginalized communities and now defend them. That is my goal. Okay? That gives me a shit ton of emotional fulfillment. When I went to Austin, and that dude that showed up with the DSA badge, he's in the chat somewhere, I assume. The dude was like, "Look, he's a union worker. He joined a union. He joined the DSA. Like, that's huge." Okay? And there are plenty of people like that in this community. Okay? That's why I do what I do. And that's what reminds me of when I meet people like that in the meat space. That's what reminds me of the fact that like what I do kind of matters a little bit. I was Albanian and you made me realize I was Turkish. Yes. Good.
These large channels face alienation to some extent. They often grow beyond the capabilities of one person, and that person then relinquishes creative control of the content in order to run the business side of things, separated from their own art for the sake of playing the profit-driven YouTube game. Speaking of profit and big channels, there's one more thing we need to consider.
I should have just done this as a live stream and uploaded it to Captain Sparkles too, which, speaking of, no changes planned for live streaming and the VOD uploads on the second channel. That's business as usual.
I have like another channel called Papa Meat that's doing really well. And if you haven't heard of that, feel free to check it out. We post like every 3 days, but that's becoming more of like my money maker, actual job thing now. This probably isn't goodbye, like not forever. The podcast I host, Lateral, is still going out weekly. My newsletter's still going out. The Plus channel will probably return at some point. There'll likely be new technical difficulties episodes.
I'm still going to be here. I'm still going to be alongside the creative directors talking about programming, brainstorming ideas for upcoming episodes. That's awesome. I love that. I don't want to give that up. But the other cool thing about this is that it opens up the door for me to turn the script. For the last 13 years, I've been commenting on other people's IP, but now that I'm stepping out of those roles, I get to create the IP.
Here's the part that no one that I've seen has really talked about. The one big thing to realize is that most of these people aren't quitting being creative. Just about all of them have other outlets for that, whether it's a second channel or a podcast or some other avenue. They're just stepping away from the horrible grind that full-time YouTube has become. And this isn't me saying, aha, you're not really quitting. That couldn't be further from the truth. I'm genuinely really happy for these people because I recognize that in the near future, I'm going to be in the same boat.
It's pretty funny though that like, you know, like YouTubers, I'm just comparing it to like what I do. And it's like YouTubers are like, yeah, we used to make like 1 video a month or we used to make like 4 videos a month. And now I'm going to only make 1 video a month. I'm like, damn dog. Like, it's like maybe like I'm retiring. I mean, if I was making 1 video a month, that would be my retirement, I think. Or 4 videos a month, that would be my retirement. Like, genuinely.
I've been running Second Thought for 8 years. It's gone through a couple different iterations, but I've never missed an upload in that time. And I'm tired too. If you think about it, what's the point of YouTube? What's the bottom line in 2024? More views.
I no longer respect Second Thought after this video. Totally hypocritical and disingenuous to his message. Wait, what? Yeah, you're right. I think you should write him off. Dude's been making like banger pro-socialist content for like 8 years, but I think you should absolutely drop him. I'm dropping him too. Okay, I'm dropping him. It's over, dude. I bet you he's not even subscribed to Avoid the Top of the Hour ad break. Okay, I bet you. It's over. It's done. Okay, it's done. It's over. That's right. If you come at me like that with some fucking bullshit, try to debate me to get me to look at what you are saying so that you can try and fucking sneak in a little ad break there, I will steal that from you. Just like you should steal your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account so you can get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gifted Lily Chaos God. Thank you for the 5 gifted Emma. I think if most big YouTubers who don't stream had to sit in front of 20K people for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, and reply to mostly just the mean ones, they would genuinely kill themselves after a little while, or at least want to. I think most people would do that. Not just like YouTubers in general. How often do you stare into the retirement abyss? No, man, I hate this. The thing is, guys, I just described it to you. If I hold up my trips that I've taken over this past couple of years, right? My favorite trips were Japan. Why? Because I got to experience Japan. I got to do a shit ton of cool stuff, and I got to actually film a lot of it, okay? I went with my friends who also are content creators as well, and we went and we made fucking awesome content. It was sick, okay? It was incredible. As opposed to like a situation where I had no obligations whatsoever, technically, when I went to Italy with my family, okay? That I did not enjoy at all. To me, work doesn't feel like work. To me, work makes me feel good.
Views, more money, more recognition. The information you're trying to get across, the message you want to send, that takes a back seat. I know a whole lot of channels in the education niche that have transitioned from making videos they think are interesting to making videos they think will perform well. And when that works, you scale up. You hire a couple people, then some more. And then suddenly your line is tech tips with an army of employees, and now you're just running a business.
Okay, bud. Anyone here can sit in front of a bunch of jabronis and run ad breaks at the top of the hour all day. Come on, true.
Okay, so why not stop? It's one thing to step back from gaming content or infotainment or gear reviews, but it's a bit more challenging when you're making ideological content. Yes, obviously everything is ideological, but you know what I mean. I make content designed to get people interested in socialist ideas. My main objective is to get people over that initial hurdle of socialism bad and funnel them into organizations to help build class consciousness and dual power. Not to pat myself on the back, but I think I do a pretty good job of that. I've gotten a bunch of really nice messages over the last few years from people who have gotten involved in organizing because of my videos.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to justify stepping away from that. I'm not under any illusion that my channel is the only thing driving Western viewers to get organized. There are so many fantastic channels that do excellent work. But for better or for worse, Second Thought is the largest channel in this niche, which means I have at least...
Excuse me. Hello? That's... Dude, excuse me? Sorry, what? I guess he just means like in the YouTube. I guess he means YouTube, right? And not live streaming, I assume, you know.
Somewhat of an obligation to keep doing this work. And don't worry, if all this sounds like I'm quitting, I'm not going anywhere, I'm just thinking out loud. Most of these YouTubers retiring are from massive personality channels. They've made their money, they can ride off into the sunset, and more power to them. That's great. But I think it's also important to remember that YouTube is home to literally tens of millions of channels, and the majority of them over the course of their YouTube career will throw in the towel for all the same reasons as any of the big names, but without the financial security or enough fame to segue to something else. YouTube, like anything else, is not really voluntary. Under capitalism, you work or you starve. If YouTube is your full-time job, you better make the right sacrifices to the algorithm because you need the money and you have no idea if you're going to get it. And that's before we even consider demonetization or age restriction. You could put 100 hours into a beautiful documentary and end up way in the red.
To piggyback off of what JT just said, I wouldn't have even considered joining a union before watching you, and now I'm helping organize my workplace at the moment. Hell yeah, shy nipple, let's go.
Because you showed current events that YouTube thinks are not advertiser friendly.
What is this?
But that's a topic for another video. And there's a whole other aspect to this that we didn't get into, which is people looking at YouTube and seeing a platform by and for amateurs. And that's just not really the case anymore. Yeah, anyone can upload to YouTube, and that's great. But most people don't realize that YouTube and the film industry have kind of merged into this one big content blob. I mean, heck, our team has worked all across the media landscape, from, documentaries, TV, you name it. And if you followed the news about the labor situation in Hollywood, you know that everything is on fire. A couple of years ago, there were horrible stories coming out about working conditions for VFX artists. Same thing for animation. Last year you had the screen actors and the writers striking, and they haven't both gone on strike at the same time since 1960. IATSE, the labor union that represents a lot of technicians and craftspeople, they're talking about going on strike sometime this year. And all of this is connected to the same kinds of things that YouTubers are talking about. Crappy residuals, insane overwork, unreliable income, and now these stupid AI content farms. This is all connected. And YouTubers retiring is just one tiny aspect of a larger narrative about work, art, and life in the 21st century. Anyway, this was not the script I was expecting to write this week. I came into the office and I watched a couple of those goodbye videos, and I felt compelled to give my...
Because you and my wife joined a teachers union, and now they're striking in Newton, MA. It's been 10 days and the school committee refused to budge on contracts. Striking is illegal in MA, but we're pushing forward anyways. Congratulations, and good luck. Anyway. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good that happens, and that is precisely the reason why I do what I do. At the end of it all, I wanted to end that conversation on a positive note, and I think JT did the exact same thing, which is that, like, I get a shit ton of emotional fulfillment off of what I do, and I feel as though, what? I started watching to see who was the guy making more in subs than Pay Money Wubby, and now I'm going to be the chair of my DSA chapter and running a local unionizing hotline. Hell yeah. Anyway, that's what I mean. There's like people in here that are community organizers, people that have run for local office and won. It's good. Sometimes, like I mentioned, when I see the insanity of people just being like, go back to your own country, literally, and then substitute that for like real politics or something, and try to act like they're making a legitimate argument about policy or whatever, policy disagreements, that's a little different. That does genuinely take up a mental toll. Fucks me up a little bit. I don't like it. But it's just a good reminder that this shit is positive overall.
With a very serious story, because it's a dangerous moment in the Middle East as President Biden weighs a response to the deaths of those 3 U.S. service members at a U.S. outpost in Jordan. Now, they were killed in a drone strike. It's blamed on a militia linked to Iran. This morning, we're learning new details about those 3 Americans whose home base was in Georgia. Ed O'Keefe is following all of this at the White House. Ed, I keep thinking about those families who are in deep, deep pain this morning. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. As we await a decision from the president, we know he's balancing several different factors. One of them, the concern about giving prominence to these militias that have been targeting U.S. military forces since the Israel-Hamas war began in October. But the other factor to consider, how any kind of military response would play here at home. 23-year-old specialist Brianna Moffett, 24-year-old specialist Kennedy Sanders, and 46-year-old Sergeant William Rivers. The 3 Americans killed in Sunday's attack were all decorated Army reservists assigned to the 926th Engineer Brigade out of Fort Moore, Georgia. A U.S. official says the one-way drone used in the attack was Iranian-made, the same kind Iran has provided to Russia to aid in its invasion of Ukraine and to the militias it supports.
Iran continues to arm and equip these groups to launch these attacks.
Pentagon officials tell CBS News the explosive drone came in low and slow several minutes after a U.S. drone was returning from a mission in Syria. The base's air defense system had been temporarily taken offline to allow the American drone to land safely. there was little to no warning for the troops still in their sleeping quarters.
We will respond. And that response could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time.
President Biden huddled with top advisors Monday while it's still unclear whether the U.S. will directly target Iran.
We are not looking for a war with Iran. We are not seeking a conflict with the regime in a military way.
On Capitol.
Aren't you though? Is that true? Is that true? Is that? Doing quite a bad job with that. It seems to me, at least. It just seems like it's like, nah, dog. Let me tell you, we are not escalating, and our goal is not to escalate. For sure. Our goal is definitely not to have like straight up additional war in an election cycle. That would be crazy. Like, anyway, this stuff has been going on for a while. The back and forth, the pot shots, right? Troop presence in the region obviously decreased, but the ones that remained, specifically like protecting oil fields and whatnot, do definitely regularly get pot shots from, I guess, Iranian-backed militias in the region, in Syria and also in Iraq. Anyway,
Capitol Hill, some Republicans say the militias responsible should be hit with force.
These are the tentacles of Iran, and we need to hit the tentacles hard to send a message to Iran that the United States will not tolerate attacks on our troops.
While some Democrats are urging caution.
We are increasingly getting pulled into a wider and wider war in the Middle East, and I think we have to be extremely careful about what our next steps are.
Now, there have been some notable comments from the Secretary of State, who said yesterday that in his view, the Middle East hasn't been in such a dangerous situation in at least 50 years. Those are comments resonating this morning around the world. As for the president, he hasn't said much more yet about the attacks since briefly commenting on them on Sunday. Today, he's keeping it decidedly.
What are the chances Trump de-escalates this? Trump is not capable of de-escalation. What are we talking about? Donald Trump has never de-escalated anything, okay? As I reiterated many, many times over, the only reason why the Iranian situation did not become worse when Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani was restraint from the Iranian side. That's it. Okay? For one reason or another. But things could have gotten significantly worse. I guess COVID kind of was a factor. But the idea that, like, Donald Trump would be de-escalatory in the Middle East is a silly one. My criticisms of Joseph Robinette Brandon revolve around his continuation of Trump's foreign policy. Okay? I guess with the one exception, yes, DPRK relations, Donald Trump was actually decent with that. That's true. Something that I readily admit.
Political schedule with fundraisers scheduled in Florida.
Yeah, he is also, Brandon has also said he has decided how to respond to the attack in
Start
Jordan.
with the breaking news. Here's President Biden speaking to reporters at the White House just moments ago.
Yes. I do hold response.
I don't understand why they always have to do this next to the goddamn helicopter, man. Why?
I genuinely don't know why they all, like, is there a reason? Is there an actual fucking reason? This is one thing in all my years of political commentary and coverage. I have never understood why we always do this. No, this is not a Joe Biden specific thing. Chat. This is not only exclusive to Joseph Robinette Brandon. Donald Trump did this as well. I think it's just like, it's very weird. It's very weird that they just like basically do these kinds of impromptu press briefings right next to the goddamn helicopter, and it's impossible to fucking hear this dying old fool, okay? Shit. Because he never does a press conference, so this is the only time press can ask him a question. Trump did more press than Biden does. His staff doesn't let him. Trump did more press than Biden did, but he also still did the helicopter thing. I just think that it should be not allowed. It is my least favorite thing that is commonplace. I just despise it.
Responsible in the sense that they're supplying the weapons to the people who did it. We'll have that discussion.
This could be one of the most consequential decisions of Joe Biden's presidency so far. I want to go straight to Arlette Saenz at the White House. Arlette, you were one of the reporters there talking to the president.
I'm curious at what point you would say some sort of military response is warranted. I don't know. I am a firm believer in de-escalation and diplomacy. So there are very few. No. I understand that. I think your question is valid. I think that there are very few instances where like military escalation is not warranted. I think military action is fine as long as it is a defensive posture. That's an understandable thing, right? You're not supposed to fucking sit back and expect the larger superpower to come and destroy you, or even the smaller power to come and attack you. But I think that, like, we have I think that that's it. It's like the offensive capabilities, in my opinion, are oftentimes just completely unacceptable. Does that make sense? Now, having said that, there are obvious exceptions to this rule, but that would be like state-on-state violence, or that would be like a Hitler-style situation. You know what I mean? Now, if we're making a comparison in modern day to a Hitler-style situation or a state engaging in this sort of thing, I don't know. I just Israel comes to mind, or Saudi Arabia comes to mind with its actions in Yemen, or UAE comes to mind with its actions in Yemen. But I don't believe in like physically and forcibly bringing them to heel in that situation either. You know what I mean? Russia is another example as well. But like Ukraine's defensive posturing is totally valid. You know what I mean? Like, I've said this since day one, that yes, Ukraine, of course, has a right, a duty, and a moral responsibility to defend itself. Okay? Like, yeah, no shit. But that is a defensive posture. So I don't know. There are instances where like military action is understandable, but in many of the cases where America is involved, because it is the global hegemonic superpower that dominates the entire planet, that has its fingers in everything that's going on, I feel like you gave up on Ukraine aid.
So I think you would give up on aiding other countries? No. I said that Ukrainian aid should be conditional. I think that part of the reason why Ukraine continues to fight is because the United States of America does not tell them, like, okay, we have to make sure that we avoid further conflict that will end up killing a shit ton more people. And by that, it's not even conditional. It's more so saying, like, I think that the United States of America controls what level, like what bandwidth Ukraine has. This is true. It doesn't matter if you disagree with me or not. It doesn't matter what you say about like Ukrainians and their own autonomy and their own personal beliefs and their own personal expectations. If Ukrainian needs were actually the emphasis in this conversation, then there would be a no-fly zone over Ukraine that is implemented and controlled by NATO forces, right? But no such thing exists. It doesn't exist because obviously there are limitations to what kind of help we will offer Ukraine. And our motivations has been quite clear. As far as Ukraine goes, our motivations here in the United States of America have been quite clear since the beginning. It is to just, tell Ukraine, oh, we're going to do everything. We're going to do everything for you. We're going to do everything for you. Trust me. Just keep going. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. And then not really doing, not really offering Ukraine the help it wanted. And basically writing it off as though this is a phenomenal, this was a phenomenal return on investment. We pulled, and I said this back then as well, we pulled the same shit that we did with the Kurds. America does this all the time. Okay? The United States of America does this all the time. If you were to think that the United States of America actually has a consistent moral position and isn't just simply using sometimes righteous causes for their own ends, okay, because Ukraine defending itself is a righteous cause, is a just cause, is the moral one, okay, but America's involvement and America's interest in Ukraine is not a righteous cause, no matter how hard they try to present it that way. But America consistently claiming, like, we got your back, don't worry about it, do your thing, okay, do your thing was genuinely devastating for Ukraine. It just like it heated up the conflict further, and Russia took over even more territory as a consequence. In that they were able to like successfully push into eastern territories and plant themselves there. Are you saying it is not righteous because it's not enough? Wait, what? No. Ukrainians and their emancipatory needs are just. America's interest in the continuation of funneling weapons or funding Ukrainian defense is not for just reasons. Okay, what do I mean by this? If their goal was truly to avoid as many, if their goal was to genuinely stop the bleeding, okay, stop the harm, stop Ukrainians from dying en masse, then they would do everything they can to immediately come to the table and try to pressure the parties that they can to specifically put forward a ceasefire and contemplate how a peaceful cessation of hostilities can happen. But in every single circumstance, everyone was like, well, you can't trust Russia. They would never do that. Yes, let's appease the Russians. Okay, well, if that's if the opposite of appeasement is awarment, then you're just, going to continue pushing Ukrainians into the fucking meat grinder. I don't see you going out there to fight. Okay? That's it. Americans personally say openly, American representatives personally say openly, guess what, dude? Ukraine was phenomenal for us. For 5% of our military budget, we were able to cripple a foreign adversary's entire military. We were able to erode 50% of their fucking military without a single active U.S. service member dying in the process. I'd say that's a phenomenal investment. That is something that Elizabeth Warren has alluded to. That is something that Lindsey Graham has talked about. Okay? This is over. It's not like they're hiding it. They're openly saying it. They're openly flexing it. And the conversation is also ridiculous because guess what, dude? Here's the other side of the story, okay? You say backing off didn't work in 2014. Well, it worked in favor of not as many Ukrainians dying in that sense. Okay? If your goal is to hopefully to like stop the bleeding, and if your goal is to see what happens, giving peace a shot is always the best thing to do. People always go, oh, this is appeasement. This is appeasement. Russia is a Hitlerite nation. Okay, they're behaving like Adolf Hitler. They're behaving like Adolf Hitler. They're behaving like Adolf Hitler, and they must be met. Okay, go fight then. Then what you're supposed to do is like go full blown. If it's Adolf Hitler, then you should be America, right? The fuck are we doing? What's happening? Go full force. Why half measures? Or maybe in a post-nuclear Holocaust world that we live in, there are no more Adolf Hitlers in the same vein, and you can't really fucking fight against it in the same way. Like, do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? What about statements by Ukrainian officials about an attack on Russia 4 months before the start of hostilities, threats of atomic weapons? NATO promises to set up combat posts on the borders with Russia, and NATO representatives ignoring an official letter from Russia to not make Ukraine a springboard for NATO. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about all of this stuff, okay? I've talked about all of this leading up to Russia's invasion. Russia's invasion of Ukraine completely fucking eviscerated that. Russia already maintained Crimea, okay? There was already LPR and DPR and the ongoing conflict there. This all rendered Ukraine's involvement with NATO to be an impossibility. So it was already like a Georgia-style situation. Okay? It doesn't matter. Like, none of this shit matters. Once they invaded, it was done. It was over. I'm Russian with Ukrainian relatives. The whole circus is just an incredible meat grinder of innocent people. Yeah, you can't join NATO with border disputes anyway. Like, I've talked about the Western world dangling NATO involvement with Ukraine. I've talked about the Western world and Western powers dangling NATO involvement with respect to Ukraine as a carrot in front of the Ukrainian government in a way to like put pressure on Russia, for example, and how fucked up that is. But once Russia actually ate the bait and legitimately invaded Ukraine, it's over. It's done. You have now legitimized NATO in 2024. It is the dumbest thing you can possibly fucking do. Like, it's always odd to me that a lot of people who love China also sometimes love Russia and Russian actions. They push Z, if you will. And what I never understand about those people is that, like, dude, even if you're like pro-Russian dominance, so you like love Russia's irredentist actions or anything like that, like, this is a major misstep. Okay? This is a fucking, like, insane flub. It's not only super bloody and super violent, okay? But it's also just completely unimaginably a bad idea. It was so bad it emboldened NATO's existence. It showed the other countries that Russia previously had like a handshake agreement on neutrality, like Finland and Sweden, that they could now join NATO. It was just, it was awful. It's so dumb. There is no way to try and justify this as an objective good. Okay? I think Russia knew all that, but Ukraine is much more important than Finland and Sweden because of Black Sea access. Yes, but there's a difference between Crimea and Eastern Ukrainian territories is what I mean. Okay? That's why I make this distinction all the time. Just like one that people get very, very mad at me about, but yeah, Ukraine's democracy in darkness. Oh God, they're back. Oh, here we go. They're gonna write the same fucking articles they wrote about how Zelensky is corrupt. And once again, now that like Ukraine is on the back burner. Okay. I think Russia had legitimate security concerns vis-a-vis NATO, but now no one's going to listen because they fucking invaded Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, it was over at that point, dude. There's nothing you can do. There's no rhyme or reason. It's not smart. It's not good. People can cope and try to be like, no, actually, like, Putin is a fucking chess master. Look at how much more territory it conquered. Oh, sick, dude. It's awesome. Yeah. It's a pretty insightful article. Yeah, I've read that article all the way from 2014 to 2018, exactly, as this chatter mentioned. I've read that exact same article so many fucking times over. Anyway. This whole meat grinder is a simple struggle between capitals for primacy in the Western European region. A huge amount of Ukraine's resources are exported by Western corporations worth hundreds of billions of dollars. There was a valid argument against NATO after what they did in Serbia against the wish of the UN. Now they gave NATO a valid boogeyman. Like, NATO has never really been a protective institution, okay? It had one purpose. And after the dissolution of the USSR, its purpose was supposed to be done, but the obvious purpose wasn't just to destroy communism globally, but it was also to maintain American capitalism as the dominant force. And we have done that, and we will continue doing that. The worst possible thing you can do is basically give credence to the idea that like it must exist as a defensive force. You know what I mean? How many NATO countries has Russia invaded? Would say it works out pretty good. Yeah, dude. That's why I always keep my elephant mace right next to me. After all, how many elephants are attacking me on a daily basis? 0. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, NATO is so good. I love it. That's why, like, think about current Libya. What an awesome place. Thank God for NATO. Anyway. Libya is not in NATO. Don't be daft. Wait, what? That's so funny that you said Libya is not in NATO. I know. Yeah, Libya is not in NATO. There you go. No fly zone for Libya. Look how well that panned out. Anyway, as far as like talking about Ukraine and all this stuff, I don't know how the fuck I got here. I don't know how I got here. I don't know what I was talking about. The brain rottedness of defending NATO and they're actively perpetuating a genocide. I mean, hey, dude, tell them why Crimean independence was thwarted in 1992, 1994, and after by Ukraine and why it was legitimate. Debate lords derailed you. They want to avoid talking about Jover. Yeah. Well, Ukraine is also a bit, the responsibility of Jover too. Obviously, the major responsible party here is definitely. Oh, is there a time when military action is justified? Is how we got here. Thank you for keeping me on message and on point, Elant News. As far as Ukraine goes, I am an advocate for cessation of hostilities, just like the same principle holds for Palestine. Okay. We're not going to fully dive into all the things that are wrong historically with NATO, but beyond the couple different examples that I just mentioned here, as far as like military action goes, or as far as like what America could have done in Ukraine, we could have been a little bit more realistic with like what our genuine goals are. Okay. And pressured Ukrainian authorities to be like, listen, we have to very quickly nip this in the fucking bud. Bring together multiple countries from the European allegiance, from NATO countries, to the table alongside Ukraine as a representative of Ukraine. Bring China and Russia on the other side, and create terms and conditions for a manageable ceasefire. This was kind of initiated in Antalya, as I've talked about before, a couple months into the invasion. It fell apart. And since then, thousands more have died. And the meat grinder, obviously Ukrainian civilians, but also certainly Russian conscripts and Ukrainian soldiers as well. And now that meat grinder is getting to a point where, there is not enough human beings to throw into that meat grinder on the Ukrainian side. Okay? Still, people in Ukraine are fighting against the Russian dictatorship. Why should they have to live under a dictator that has been killing them? Wait, what? I don't think they should. I don't know what you mean by this. I don't believe that at all. My point always has been, okay, if Russia doesn't abide by the standards of a ceasefire, you put forward conditions that are that have to be met. Okay? You continue with the fucking war. You continue backing Ukraine. That's what we've been doing since day one anyway. Why not see if there is a way to engage with Russia and implement a ceasefire? It makes no sense. Ukraine was not exactly in a good situation before the Russian invasion, and it's only gotten significantly worse. Okay? Thank you, Sean the Black, for your raid. Hope you had a good stream. And congratulations on getting nominated. Doubtful. Think Russia really wants to annex it, even though that is impossible? Okay, but if that's the case, then you just go back to step one that we're at already. Does that make sense? An international council has already been collected in 2014 in Minsk regarding Ukraine. Germany and France legitimized the agreement. Only then In 2021, Merkel admitted that it was going to give the Ukrainians time to prepare for war with Russia. Okay, but what I have mentioned as far as the Minsk agreement is that there will come a day when we look back, okay, from the future. I don't know what Ukraine will look like at that point. I don't know what Russia will look like at that point. But we will look back at that and go, holy fuck. Imagine if we were able to force Ukraine and Russia to abide by the Minsk agreements. 1 or 2, doesn't matter. Think about the unimaginable death toll and the destruction that one of Eastern Europe's poorest countries has withstood. That's it. And it's also odd that we have this conversation still. It's odd that we have these conversations still. By the way, Russia also did not abide by the agreements. Yes, I know. But you know who else didn't abide by the agreements? Fucking Ukraine. Like, that's what I'm saying. As long as Ukrainians are willing to fight, we should support them as much as we can. Okay, well, here's what's going to happen. It's already happening. What's going to happen is already happening. You're going to see less and less interest in Ukraine and less support for Ukraine. And Ukraine is going to go the way of the areas that are still controlled by the Western sphere of influence-backed Ukrainian government are going to be picked apart piecemeal for Western capitalists. Okay? And sure, there will be some money opportunities there, but a tremendous amount of exploitation. And then the rest of it will be annexed by Russia in a permanent fucking war situation. That's what's going on right now. Do you think this is good? Like, it doesn't matter what we say and what we think in this situation. America's going to do what America does anyway. But if you want to hear what my perspective is on this matter, that's what I think. That's what I believe. I think that it's much better to have been as realistic with Ukraine right now as we are right now many fucking months ago. At which point, every single person that died in that time frame would not have fucking died. Okay? I agree with you, but if Ukrainians don't want that, what can we do? You have debated these folks. They will not move an inch. I know that. I understand that. So good luck to everybody, okay? That's it. If you ask my perspective, that's my perspective. If you are like, no, you don't understand, like, we have to abide by their interests because this is the moral position. Well, if it was about morality and if it was genuinely about killing Hitler, okay, if Putler is Hitler, then there would have been a fucking no-fly zone over Ukraine and nukes would be flying all over the place, okay? We're in a holding pattern as things get worse and worse every fucking day for Ukrainians as people basically forget about Ukraine altogether, partially because we are too busy funding a fucking genocide in Israel. One of the main issues on the other side in achieving a lasting ceasefire is also Russia and its objectives not being met, such as the full annexation of 4 oblasts, which is not currently achieved and which will mean they are not interested in a ceasefire anytime soon, as highlighted by Russian officials in the last few weeks. But I understand the logic. It's sad people brand you as a pro-Russia when you suggest such things. Yeah, it's just... ultimately, I think that... ultimately, no matter what our framework is here with Ukraine, Ukraine is going to go whichever way it's going, and America is going to offer less and less support as the posturing whittles away, and all of those pro-Ukrainian Andes, basically, all those pro-Ukrainian Andes will slowly but surely take the Ukrainian flag out of their bios. It's already happened. 90% of fucking OSINT Twitter just like moved away from Ukraine almost entirely and moved into fucking Israel, Palestine, or fucking Venezuela for a little bit because they thought like Venezuela was going to invade Guyana or something. You know, they're just moving away. They're moving away from Ukraine. It's no longer the sexy thing to cover. It happened literally very publicly, okay? It happened in the most like in the wildest way possible. My point is almost every single thing that I've said with respect to Ukraine and Russia, with the exception of Russia will never invade Ukraine, that's a fucking insanely foolish choice, has been correct. And America is responding in the most predictable ways possible. This is how it always works. I was talking about the same thing in the beginning, how Ukraine was going to be bought up for pennies on the dollar, and domestic and foreign policy being dictated and trade policy dictated by America to Ukraine. The response, like I call the tanky and Votnik, whatever the F that means law, and basically Zelensky was going to be used as a rag to wipe the blood out of the new goodies. Sorry to put it that way, shaking my head. Don't you think we needed to weaken Russia and strengthen NATO as well as weaken Iran in preparation for our future looking at East as per new American military directives? What do you mean we? No, I don't think we need to weaken Russia and strengthen NATO and weaken Iran in preparation for our war with China. Okay? No, I don't think that at all. Everything you have said about Israel and Palestine has been correct? Yes. Everything, including J-dams. Everything. As an on-the-ground reporter, everything I've said has been true. I'm in Gaza right now. Anyway, is gooning the new meta? Gooning has been the old meta. Remember when they said you were lying and a misinformation agent for daring to say Israel bombed a single hospital that it had bombed 2 days prior? Yeah. Gooning is out, yapping is in, mewing is in. Putin has also said that they have no interest in a ceasefire now and that the war will be decided on the battlefield. Yeah. Sure. I don't know. I can't speak for Putin's aspirations, okay? But that shouldn't stop people from, or shouldn't stop governments from trying to manage the conflict in a way that is more positive, in a way that will avoid further deaths. That's my point. If that makes sense to you, I hope it does. Let's get back to Biden maxing. Did you start looks maxing? Absolutely not. Okay, let's do it. Biden is doing what is called conflict maxing. Okay, where in an election year, you choose to do as much damage as you possibly can to your own polls and to use like the resources that the American military has in opening up new avenues of conflict, hopefully to defend your important ally doing a genocide.
President asking him questions. What else did he say?
Well, Dana, President Biden and his national security team have really spent the past 2 days drilling down on the options available to him to respond to this attack, which left 3 U.S. service members dead. And he told me just a short while ago that he has, in fact, made that decision. Of course, officials say that the president really has been balancing 2 things when trying to find a way to respond. And that includes crafting a forceful response that would deter future attacks, but also preventing a wider regional conflict from erupting. That is something that the president has made clear in his conversations as he is trying to figure out the way to respond. Now, the White House has yet to telegraph how and when the president and the United States will respond to these attacks. You have heard Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that he expects it could be multi-leveled. It could go through phases and take quite a period of time to have these responses. But one thing that officials have made clear is that they do believe that any response would be more powerful than the retaliatory strikes the U.S. has been taking in the past against those Iranian-backed groups in Syria and Iraq. So far, the actions that the U.S. has taken have not deterred these attacks from being conducted. That is something I asked the president whether this time will be different, and he said we'll see. Now, some of the options available to the president is potentially striking those groups again in Iraq and Syria, trying to target leadership, also potentially launching an offensive cyber attack. But one thing that officials have suggested is that it's unlikely the president will strike directly in Iran, which is something some of his Republican lawmakers up on Capitol Hill have been calling for. But it's clear that the president is facing a very fraught and challenging decision as he's trying to have this U.S. show of force while also preventing a wider conflict from erupting in the region.
Arlette, such important reporting and really the key question and the answer you got from the president that he has decided how he's going to respond. Thank you so much for that. Now let's go to CNN's Nick Robertson, who is in the region. He's in Tel Aviv. Nick, you have covered the Middle East for many years. Can you just put in context what is happening, what is about to happen? Of course, we're not just talking about where you are, well, Israel versus Hamas, but this broader situation and the potential for it to get even broader if and when the U.S. responds.
Well, Iran is backing so many different proxies in the region, and depending on how the United States strikes, and definitely there is pressure from many places in this region for the United States and President Biden to understand that the language that Iran will really understand best is a strong, robust military response. Iran's proxies are in Lebanon, they are in Syria, they are in Iraq, they are in Yemen, and they've all been militarily active, and they've all been militarily active against the United States and its allies, Israel included, in the region. And I think the stakes are incredibly high. Whatever option the president goes for, absolutely there will be a response, whether it comes direct back from the military in Iran, the IRGC, who just a couple of weeks ago we saw fire ballistic missiles into Syria, into Iraq, and a day later into Pakistan as well. They've shown that they're willing to flex their muscles, or whether the response comes from those proxies that are even more powerful in Iraq at the moment, those Iran-backed proxies in Iraq that are very powerful inside Iraq, are pressuring the government in Iraq to throw U.S. forces out of there. This is, I would say, whatever the president does, it is the beginning, it won't be the end, and it is, in essence, an escalation of a sequence of tit for tat. This will likely be big, however.
Yeah, I want you to listen, and our viewers to listen to how the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken assessed the situation.
This is an incredibly volatile time in the Middle East. I would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since at least 1973, and arguably even before that.
As any Secretary of State does, he really chooses his words quite carefully. He wanted to not only send a message to people in the region, maybe even people back home. What is your assessment of that very, very strong, direct statement from Antony Blinken?
Again, it's something that's shared in this region here as well, that everything is slowly escalating. The anger in the region about what people see happening in Gaza has escalated tensions there. The effort for a ceasefire is underway, but the northern border here in Israel, Hezbollah and the IDF on that border have increasing strikes at each other. The tension is there. Israel has unannounced and unclaimed strikes into Syria. The potential for a very big escalation, it really exists, and it would come down to a misinterpretation or an overstep by any one of Iran's proxies.
Nick, thank you so much. It's so important to have you there to give us your reporting, but also your historical context. Thank you, Nick. I want to bring in my great panel to talk about all of these challenges that President Biden is facing in the Middle East and elsewhere. CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Sungmin Kim from the Associated Press, and Aaron Blake from the Washington Post. I've been saying this morning, I've been sort of tweaking the famous Donald Rumsfeld line that you go to an election with the world that you have when you're president, not the world that you want.
Right.
And this is not the world that any president wants, but particularly one in the middle of an election year.
Without question. And look, I think, as you said, this is going to be a decision that is remembered without a doubt. I mean, look, if you look at the sort of the arc of Joe Biden's policy view, I mean, he has long been very skeptical about the U.S. involvement in Iraq and the Middle East, much more so than a few of his predecessors, actually. But look, now this is what he has dealt. So he said, I don't think we need a wider war in the Middle East. That's not what I'm looking for. It's not what he's looking for, but he also...
Yeah. He just can't control it, though. Okay. I mean, we constantly talk about Iranian proxies. Israel is America's proxy. What do you mean you can't control it? You can. You absolutely can. It's just, oh God. It is completely ridiculous. Is Biden LBJ maxing? A little bit. He's just war maxing. That's what he's doing.
Can't control what is about to happen. And someone asked a question in the briefing yesterday.
Have you seen the blast crater of a 500-pound JDAM? If not, you should compare that to the hospital blast. Brother, I was joking.
Really...
I think you're stuck. I like, before we saw the impact crater, I said it was, and then as soon as we saw the impact crater, I was like, yeah, I was wrong. Are you mobile? Are you still back in like the El Ahly hospital era? What's going on? Are you good? Do you know how many fucking missiles Israel has dumped on top of Gaza since then? They've shut down almost every hospital with the exception of 2 who only have operational capacity, but just like incredibly limited. Okay. Israel is a sovereign nation. It may have similarities to proxies, but America does not have outright control. It's more like North Korea and China than Hamas and Iran. Wait, what? No, it's not. No, Israel, when you are America, entire nations are your proxies in the same exact way that Iran has control over Hamas. Saying Israel's not a proxy is so funny. Israel's not a proxy because Israel is a state. Okay? Not a sovereign state. America's state. It's another state in the United States of America.
Touched off John Kirby, who said he's not doing this because of polling. I think that's likely true because the political fallout of this is very dangerous for President Biden among his Democratic coalition, which is really fraying in some regards to what's happened in the Middle East. So,
like every day there's another article about, where it's like, what? Literally mentioned the JDAM in order to deny the other chatter's assertion that you only had good takes on Israel. Yeah, I still have good takes on Israel. Okay? 100%. And the hilarious part about this process is that, like, because they have no interest in the conflict whatsoever, because they have no interest in the genocide or want to, like, desperately defend their position in it, they just turn around and they're like, oh, well, remember when you thought before seeing the impact crater that one was a JDAM from the audio signature? And turns out it was like not. Okay, fine. Sure. Your takes on Israel are bad, actually. Thank you. I agree. My takes on the top of the hour ad break are good, though. Okay? Right? Stop trying to debate me with this. Okay? Stop trying to get me on this and then try to fucking sneak in a top of the hour ad break debate. Don't do it. It's the reverse Gish Gallop. New innuendo talks about it. Sure, we'll watch it. You spent like 8 whole seconds thinking it was a JDAM and immediately followed up with, I could be wrong. I know, but it doesn't matter because the 8 seconds is what's important. Okay? As a Palestinian embroiled in this since I was a child, I agree with 99.9% of your takes. You have good takes. Yeah, except as a Palestinian who's embroiled in this since you were a child, your opinion is completely unimportant in this process when we're talking about a group of individuals having a back and forth over Israel that are just like white boys who are quirked up from Iowa, okay? That's the issue. You know? The real issue, though, is that those quirked up Iowa boys are going to absolutely see the top of the hour ad break right now, unless they subscribe for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the streaming ad break now. Yes, we're going to talk about Israel dressing up as medics. Okay, don't worry. I'm from Illinois. Get it right. That's what I mean. It's like these guys don't actually care about any of the stuff. They just think like Hasan bad, and this is a good opportunity to fucking go and annoy him in his chat. And I think at a more emotional time when I was like genuinely losing my mind over it, I would respond a lot more to it, and I fed into it. But right now it's just like whatever. I don't give a shit. I'll joke about it. I'll meme about it all day. What about the pictures of the Hamas command and control center under the cemetery Israel defaced? What? Fetterman divorce arc. Okay, stop sending me Schizarella videos. Our posts. They're all fake. Even though you were giving analysis from the circumstantial evidence that you had, you were spot on and the same as many analysts at the time, but there's a double standard for you because motherfuckers have to maintain their viewership. Yeah, exactly. But who cares? Notice how like if someone's, let me tell you something. If someone's only opinion on Gaza was like what some YouTuber said or what some Twitcher said about Gaza one time and nothing else, okay, then they don't give a fuck about anything. They only give a fuck about making content and driving clicks. If you are confused by this, or if you think that that person is being genuine and they're making a real fucking statement about like ethics in like Twitch journalism or some shit, you are exactly the type of clown ass that fed into the Gamergate stuff back in the day, because Gamergate was actually about like ethics in video game journalism and not about like harassing women in the space or something, even though some of them were fucking annoying, right? Saying like the some of the content creators in that space. Nowhere near as annoying as, of course, the Gamergate Andes themselves. So, you know. They should check out the CNN video showing the entrance of that tunnel wasn't even under the cemetery. Yeah, I don't. Bad example, Gamers Gators made the same woman-hating video hundreds of times. Yeah, obviously there is misogyny is like significantly more popular of a vein to exploit than fucking saying, I hate this one random Twitch streamer. Dummy. Yes, I cannot invoke enough hatred that like I create a Gamergate that is like the fuck Hasan Gate as a standalone concept. Now, there are certain aspects that, you know, are fresh. Islamophobia, for example. And that is definitely one angle that a lot of people are using, or anti-socialist, anti-communist sentiment. That's another angle that, like, keeps it alive, but how the fuck do you not know about the cemetery being dug up and IDF barring the reporters from entering to confirm if it was actually hiding a tunnel? No, I saw it. I didn't understand why that chatter was so, why that chatter was talking about that definitely had a command center under the cemetery. Because the only thing I saw from it was that there was like reporters and they just refused to let the reporters in. Anyway, let's continue.
This is why the power of incumbency is strong and beneficial in some respects. In other respects, it's not.
Let's dig into the pressure points that he is feeling, not just politically, but also obviously militarily. And you're right, John Kirby was very intent on saying that we're going to focus on what's important geopolitically and not what's happening here in his reelection. Mikey Sherrill, she's a Democrat from New Jersey. She was a Navy helicopter pilot. She graduated from Annapolis. Listen to what she said on CNN this morning.
You know, sure, it feels good. It feels macho to say that we are going to destroy our enemies. But at this time, what the United States often does best is not simply go in half-cocked. What we are trying to do here is to prevent a full-scale war. We are trying to deter this aggression.
Right. That's sort of the message that the White House is trying to send. But when you were talking about just the pressures that are on President Biden right now in an election year with this growing conflict in the Middle East, I'm just struck by where all the different political pressure points are coming from, because you do have a very vocal contingent of Republicans saying you have to strike Iran, hit them hard, Lindsey Graham being one of them. And obviously his likely general election opponent, Donald Trump, already deriding him as weak on Iran. But then you have a growing number of his progressive base who are really upset and protesting him everywhere he goes because of the war in Gaza. And this is what they warn of over and over, that we don't want a broader conflict in the Middle East. And then you have another groups, who would otherwise could be supportive of the president's actions, but they're really worried and increasingly concerned about the unilateral actions that he's taking. He's saying that he needs congressional authorizations for the moves that he's taking.
All right, let's talk about the cemetery thing. Israeli military, we have to raise the cemetery because of a tunnel. CNN says, can we see the hole to prove that? Let's watch the whole thing.
The shaft. We're asking the general if we can actually see the shaft to the tunnel.
But the answer is no.
So?
There's all kinds of machinery which I don't want you to take pictures of.
Yeah, don't do it. You can't take pictures. You fall in. You fucking fall in. Mate, you fucking fall in. Down.
Security my force.
But what about if we don't film it? We just...
It's security. He's a fucking security. He's an apartheid alumnus? Yeah. What is that accent? He's South African. He's an Afrikaner, mate. I'm not doing a good job. The tunnel likely ran under the cemetery, but the entrance to it was literally hundreds of meters away. See the first video? Yeah, there are miles and miles and miles of tunnels under all of Gaza. The notion that you're like arriving at the tunnel by like desecrating a cemetery is ridiculous. The reason why they raise parts of Gaza specifically to find entrances to the tunnel, not to like, so if there's no entrance there, you're just basically digging up a tunnel for no, not a tunnel. You're digging up a cemetery for no reason. Yeah. They claimed to deface the cemetery to look at hostages first. Yeah. Also, they literally lied about the fucking situation too. They originally said that they were defacing cemeteries because they had to find hostages. They did not deface the Jewish cemetery though. Maybe they hid the hostages in the Jewish cemetery. They didn't deface that one though. They only deface the Christian and Muslim cemeteries. Interesting. From World War I, brother, it's fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit. My point is like they are, it's just, Norman disagrees that there are 400 miles of tunnels. All the evidence are Israeli officials. No, I believe that. Like, I believe that. Bro, there are tunnels that cars can go through. Come on. Dude. Like, I don't believe that there are 400 miles of tunnels because what Israel is saying. I believe it because I've seen the tunnels. And some of those are like genuinely well built. That would be bigger than the New York City metro system. It's just not possible. Dude, I don't know, man. There are basically large enough tunnels that cars can go through. It's pretty solid. He doesn't disagree that there are tunnels. He disagrees with 400 miles of it. Yeah. Anyway, marvels of human engineering for sure. Oh, 400 kilometers, not miles. So it would be like 200 miles for the record. Not 400 miles. It's 400 kilometers of tunnels. I'm butchering the quotes here. Bro, dude, come on. In northern Gaza, in southern Gaza, Hamas has a presence everywhere, okay? Like, there's a reason why those red triangle videos are so nutty. And it is not because Al-Qassam brigades are not like walking around with a fucking rocket-propelled grenade launcher on their arms, chilling, okay, and like coming up to the ass cheeks of the Israeli occupying force casually. They're popping in and out. It's not 400 miles of tunnels, sorry. It's 400 kilometers of tunnels, which would be like around 200 miles of tunnels. Yeah, they're popping up from tunnels everywhere and shooting them and running back into those tunnels. Yeah. People also think like those tunnels are long. No, those tunnels are long like your intestines are long, okay? It's not like the tunnel system is just like a straight shot. It's probably a grid and also looping too. So like that's why it's around 200 plus miles. So no, I do believe that. Yeah. Anyway.
Just look with our eyes.
And then you might fall in, the whole thing can collapse. Or you have to walk to the edge is not secured, it can collapse, there's machinery, so on. It's not something I'm going to take a risk on.
Yeah, dude, you can't, dude. If I show you the tunnel, you'll die. If I show you the entrance of the tunnel that definitely is there, you'll die. Okay, please step away from the entrance of the tunnel. This is like, unironically, I mean, this is decent journalism. Maybe there is an entrance of the tunnel. Why the fuck aren't you showing it to the journalists?
Sorry.
The Israeli military later provided this drone footage, showing the tunnel shaft we entered and another one nearby. CNN geolocated the footage using this satellite image. This outline shows where the cemetery once stood, and these are the two tunnel entrances clearly outside the graveyard.
Huh. Why did they send that footage in as though they found the entrance inside the cemetery though? This is almost certainly bullshit, but they dropped this footage. The Embassy of Israel in the USA, Hamas headquarters under a cemetery under the Bani Suhaila Cemetery in Han Yunis. Hamas like a terror tunnel uses a command center. Okay, I don't believe. Dude, come on, dude. Come on. Bro, they got a command center everywhere, okay? Everywhere. You don't understand. Command center under every hospital, command center under every target. Terror tunnels. These guys have so many commanders. They have so many commanders that it's starting to look like the IDF with the rank inflation. And that's why they need so many command centers, okay? command and control Tiberian Sun. The IDF says it discovered a tunnel that ran underneath the Bani Soila cemetery that contained a hideout for senior Hamas officials. The tunnel contained an operations room, a command and control center, and living quarters for Hamas officials. The tunnel was also used by Han Yunus battalion commander to manage the October 7 attack. Dude, oh my God. Oh.
As for the tunnel they say they found here, where the cemetery once stood, the military never provided any evidence.
I found a Hamas commander in my cereal box today. Yeah. That's because in Hamas they do horizontalism. So through are all commanders. Yeah. Yeah, everyone is a commander, dude. Dude, all things considered, it is genuinely impressive that they've been able to build so many goddamn tunnels underneath while like directly being under siege. Okay. That part is wild. Wild rank inflation in Hamas. Yeah, there is. I don't think there's any rank inflation in Hamas, but it is shocking. To me, at least. But I think it's yet another testament to like, it is yet another testament to the way that man operates, okay? Under the most gruesome conditions, they always end up finding a way to survive. This is a important part of this process that I try to describe to people, and why I say Hamas or Palestinians are not actually a problem that you can solve militarily. You have to fucking deal with this politically. You know what I mean? This is yeah. Elon has a good take here. I think the tunnels footage is probably real. What's really important is that none of this matters. I mean, I'm laughing at the idea that it's a command center underneath the underneath there as well. Just like the command center that they showed for Al-Shifa was ridiculous. They openly admitted that the command center that they had under the Al-Shifa hospital was just a bunch of fucking empty rooms, and the other side of it was directly sealed. As in, people had not been there before October 7 and not since, okay? They openly showed that the supposed command center that required them to siege the largest hospital in Gaza and kill a shit ton of people, okay, was a dud. And then they said the headquarters moved to another hospital. No, I know. I'm saying first they said it was a command center. And then they said, oh, just kidding. The headquarters, it wasn't even a command center. Sorry. They said it was a headquarters. And then they said, oh, just kidding. They actually moved the headquarters to another hospital. And it was just it was a command node. Anyway. Maybe Hamas are reporting these command centers to the IDF as counterintelligence. The IDF chooses to report it anyway. No, dude. I think they just don't give a shit. They're just behaving like monsters and then looking for any kind of rationalization that they can. And that's why you always see, look, that's why you always hear suspiciously about like whichever target is getting like media attention. CNN does a coverage a week ago about 16 cemeteries that the Israeli occupying force has desecrated, which is a war crime. Okay? So then what do? 16 cemeteries are desecrated. They go, oh, well, guess what? There was a tunnel and a command structure underneath underneath the cemetery. It's like, okay, there is no reason to ever blow up the cemetery on top of it. Okay? To arrive at the kitchen
and the munitions building place over the fucking over the cemetery. The entire point is you go to where the fucking entry point is. That's how you deal with the tunnels, supposedly. Which they did. They already found the entry points and the exit points. So they don't have to fucking literally go and raise the cemetery above it. They don't have to do that. Just like Elite News also correctly pointed to, you can't blow up a hospital, and you must not blow up a hospital under any fucking circumstance whatsoever, and then claim that there's there's tunnels underneath it. Ridiculous. Do you guys not understand my point? This is not ample justification for desecrating a cemetery. Your point reminds me of a Rashid Khalidi point from 1985 where he said that the PLO would never hide among civilian populations because they know for a fact that Israel doesn't care and will target civilians, so it's of no strategic advantage to them, so they will to do so, they will get targeted anyways. Yes, and that point remains true to this day, which is why everyone goes, oh, dude, Hamas uses human shields. Human shields only work as a shield if the other party that is doing the devastation has like a sense of humanity, okay? And goes, oops, better think twice before blowing up this school. It doesn't fucking matter to Israel. They've shown time and time again that they don't give a fuck. They don't see the humans in Gaza as humans, okay? That's not how human shields work. Anyway, my point is this. These tunnels have been built many, many years ago and have been likely utilized. The whole point is that the IOS barely cares about Israelis, let alone Palestinians. Exactly. The reason why they show this footage is for justification, post hoc rationalizations and justifications. What do I mean by this? 16 cemeteries are desecrated. CNN writes a report on it. 2 weeks later, they're like, up. This is why we had to do it to them. Okay? This is why we had to do it to them, because guess what? There's stuff underneath those cemeteries. Do you understand? That's it. There's back and forth about Israel would never blow up a hospital. Up. Week later, they're like, well, guess what? Here's the evidence that there is a Hamas command and control, a base of operations, a headquarters underneath the hospital. Well, we don't have the evidence yet, but here is a 3D imagery that we created. Or they have like a Zoom call room in a pool hall, right? That's it. The major reason as to why they're doing this is not to like access these tunnels, because you access tunnels with the entry points, which are not underneath or inside of the graveyard at all, cemeteries at all. Yeah, they're like, oh, look at the Hamas terror tunnels with the gaming and the podcast room. You know what I mean? And it's still bullshit. There has literally been more fucking evidence of Bigfoot at this point than any single fucking claim that Israel has made have provided literally no material evidence of any claim they've made. Yes. So it's that's the reason why originally they didn't even say like there are headquarters underneath the fucking cemetery. So what is the actual reason they're desecrating cemeteries? What do you mean? Complete erasure of all Palestinian existence. That's it. This is a common technique in ethnic cleansing campaigns. That's it. It's genocide. Erasure of all Palestinian existence. You take the manuscripts, you take like all historic evidence,
You steal it, you take it back to Israel like they did, you parade it, you delete it. That's it. That's the goal. The purpose of this desecration of graveyards, which is ironic, as you would think, like, what is the tactical reason for it? What is the tactical reason for it? And it's like, no, this is done only in this is only done in circumstances where the goal is to basically erase all record keeping and all matter of existence of Palestinians. Even given the most absolute charitable interpretation, a disregard for the sanctity of Palestinian life even after death, you don't really have to believe it's intentional genocidal, though the evidence points in that direction. Yeah. Knesset voted to relegate Cassif today. Shit. Typical Nazi shit. U.S. did the same to Native Americans. Soon Israel used Palestinian imagery as sports mascots. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll do that. They just don't want to even agree that there is such a thing as Palestinians. All of this goes in that direction. Megay62, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, just always remember the contrast between the way that the Israeli occupying forces treated Palestinian cemeteries versus the Jewish cemeteries that have been there since World War I. That obviously Hamas and all of the other Palestinian leadership before then have actually treated with the utmost care and respect. That's why when the IOF came in and razed 16 cemeteries, desecrated 16 cemeteries, the one cemetery that was left untouched by the IOF was the Jewish cemetery. But that also should show you that Palestinians treat it with more care and more respect. Far left Knesset member Ofer Cassif has been impeached by the Knesset Home Committee. The impeachment will now be put to a vote in the Knesset plenum, where a minimum of 90 Knesset members must vote in favor of it. This just in. Friend of the show, HasanAbi head, Dr. Ofer Cassif, is being impeached. Anyway. Pure fascism, by the way. So, terrible stuff. Anyway, so that was the other thing that we were going to talk about. There's a U.S. Air Force, a January U.S. Air Force personnel memo I obtained describes the military orders to be on standby to forward deploy to support troops in case of on-ground U.S. involvement in the Israel-Hamas war. According to friend of the show, HasanAbi head Ken Klippenstein's reporting. But we kind of knew this already when they were when the aircraft carriers were deployed into the region. But yeah. While the documents do not suggest that U.S. military ground involvement in the war is forthcoming, the January memo is the latest intimation of the Pentagon's preparations to support Israel in the wake of Hamas's October 7 attack. Days after the attack, the U.S. military reportedly put 2,000 troops on prepare to deploy orders for potential support for Israel, though from neighboring countries, orders that were confirmed by a procurement document obtained by The Intercept. And then, where were we? There was another thing that I wanted to talk about with respect to Israel. Oh, here. We are going to move on to the attack on the hospital in Jenin, which is, of course, in the West Bank. It is illegally occupied territory that Israel has no business being in. Okay? And what Israel did there. But before we do that, here is a fun moment from Joanne Reed.
He's ready to take action if Congress is serious about solving the border issue.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly. And Congress needs to get it done.
Starting another fucking war.
Joanne Reed was caught on a hot mic saying, and starting another fucking war when she threw to the video, not realizing that she was on a hot mic. Awesome. Joanne Reed has actually done a decent job with her coverage over Gaza since the beginning of Israel's latest iteration of the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian lives. Yeah, she was a massive anti-Bernie person. And I have developed a distaste for her commentary due to that reality. But she has, and I will be honest here, she's done a decent job with her coverage at MSNBC as it pertains to Gaza.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly. And Congress needs to get it done.
Starting another fucking war.
Yeah, and then they cut it. You could tell. Let's not go overboard. She fucked Bernie and she's pretty damn homophobic. Well, at least now she has a good reason to be anti-Bernie. I think the nation that has repeatedly made laws and decisions that harm its own people, America, should probably stick a thumb in its ass and calm down before helping out another genocide. Yeah. So, not really. I'm joking. Why is Brandon LARPing about border control? Because liberals are pathetic little worms and cowards and always capitulate to the absolute worst, most fascistic right-wing reactionary sentiment. It's great. They do not have a fraction of the motherfucking smoke against the Republican Party that they are supposedly against, as they do for anyone that is like marginally more left than they are. Democrats have all of the smoke. Democrats have all the smoke for the left and none of the smoke for the right, unfortunately. All right, let's get to it. The main news story of today. They need to capitulate the razor wire 55-gallon drums in the Rio Grande. They are truly feckless. Yeah. I'm failing to understand how trying to solve the immigration issues at the border is a bad idea. Wait, you think trying to solve the immigration issues at the border is by capitulating to the white nativist anti-immigration sentiment that's just like inherently racist? What? If anything, not addressing it gives them talking points. Yeah, hold up. Solving the immigration issues at the border, how? Because there is a way to solve it. Okay, the Democrats are not trying to solve the immigration issue at the border. They are agreeing with the right-wing framing that there is a major problem, that like immigrants are invading this country. He called a timeout. Respect his timeout. Okay, I'll stop talking. Yeah. Anyway. All right.
Or UN ambassador.
This is really funny. Nikki Haley's pushing for strikes against Iran following the death of 3 U.S. troops. Absolute psycho. I don't think it's a major problem like they're saying. It's not an invasion. I'm Mexican. I understand the plight of immigrants. Okay. Continue. All right, anyway. Let's cover the Israeli soldiers in disguise raid at West Bank Hospital. Last night before I went to bed, I think it was last night, or maybe it was this morning. Time blends a little bit. Okay. There was footage on the timeline of a bunch of dudes dressed up like doctors and civilians, like wearing a hijab, for example. Caught on CCTV footage inside of a hospital. I was shocked to find out that this was the Israeli occupying force that had gone into a dozen Israeli soldiers dressed up as doctors, nurses, patients, and veiled women went in to the hospital in Jenin. With guns. Okay. And executed point blank 3 Palestinians. I believe, according to the immediate reports that came after, I believe that the 3 Palestinians they executed were affiliated with the Jenin brigades. Okay. Now, this is basically a litany of war crimes. This dude, by the way, this dude straight up was in a wheelchair, took the wheelchair with him. I don't know why he's still carrying the motherfucking wheelchair. Now, couple things I have to mention here. One, disguising yourself as a medical professional is a war crime. Okay? If you're a military person, well, let me just dial it back actually. Israel's occupation of Jenin in the West Bank is illegal. There is no legal analysis that makes that correct. So that's number one. And the opposite end of this, the Jenin brigades, which is Palestinian militancy in the West Bank, remember, in Jenin, is perfectly valid and perfectly legal. So Israel's actions against the spontaneous militia force that is, I guess, for your Western understanding, like the standing military, okay, is doubly illegal. Okay? So, right off the jump, Israel's occupation in Jenin, illegal. Breaking and entering into a hospital, also illegal, with the intent to kill someone. And also dressing up as a civilian, or rather medical professionals, triply illegal. Okay? So that's 3 things. Last but not least, the targets that they had, okay, the targets that they had were 3 militia members. I believe 1 Hamas, 2 Jenin Brigade guys, okay? They were, well, 2 of them I think were visiting the one guy who had already had a spinal injury. That
also is illegal. That is also a war crime. These are not enemy combatants that are actively in combat. This is the absolute legal standard of being outside of combat. Okay? It's like they demonstrated a textbook what not to do. Here is all of the war crimes that we have here. Like it feels like they literally tried to hit the war crime bingo, like all of the war crimes at once. Yeah, it's like looking at the war crimes convention and being like, well, that's my playbook. Like, I'm going to follow that to a T. Horrors the combat. Ors the combat is the designation. Okay. This is the stacks of compound interest Ben was talking about. Yeah. This is treating the Geneva Convention, or the Geneva Suggestion, if you will, as a bucket list. I believe you need to preemptively explain in the chat why they are war crimes to prevent, let's say, Russia from invading any hospital. What do you mean? Yeah, it's like they're trying to get 5 stars in GTA, but for all of the war crimes. Okay? No fucking way. These what? No fucking way. These guys are saying generally knows the Geneva Convention applies only to sovereign states with the exception. Oh shit, dude. Never mind. I guess you can do a genocide then. Like, what do you mean? That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit way to try and justify this. All right, let's continue. Yeah, by that definition, we can genocide indigenous people here. Yeah, the loophole, guys. I think one of the funniest parts about this is like American military guys doing this like incredibly Reddit thing of trying to defend the Israeli military's actions. And it's like, don't worry, brother. You guys are both pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Like, what you're doing is also fucked up. So yeah. There it is. You know they would agree for indigenous peoples where they live and then trot out indigenous people in Russia as their tokens? Yes. So this has got to be a real, are we the baddies wake-up call moment for some people? Absolutely not. I think people are probably jerking off to this and saying it's fire because it looks cool like in the movies. I'm going to tell you something. Some people are going to look at this and go, oh, this is so sick. It's just like Metal Gear Solid or, you know, Mission Impossible or something. That's number one. Number two, other people are going to look at this and try to justify it, as many liberals are doing, and as some were trying to do in my chat earlier today. Okay? One of those examples is, of course, the friend of the show, Brianna Wu, who has just been like, I don't know what the fuck happened. She's just like, she literally went from like knowing absolutely nothing about Israel to just repeating, copy pasting Hasbara, like unimaginable amounts. Yeah, Brianna Poo. I don't know what the fuck went. I don't know what happened. Friend of the show is a joke. Okay. Anyway, she's actually gone insane. Like went off the deep end, Fetterman style. Houthinis. The Houthinis broker. Apparently she was a Bush supporter, so really this is just perfectly in line for her, just the races. Yeah, I know. And it comes from a rich family, whatever. Who gives a shit? I don't give a fuck about that.
Did you hear about the phone call between paramedics and the 15-year-old that was gunned down by the Israeli occupying force? No. I read about it, but where the fuck is it? I'm trying to find. Someone link me the Brianna Poo take on the matter, because I want to show you how fucking deranged liberals are in defending this. But now that I described this to you, okay, now that you understand why it is like absolutely ridiculous. Here, this is what she said. Mehdi Hasan said about 10 members of the Israeli Special Forces dressed in civilian clothes went to the 3rd floor of the hospital where they killed the men using weapons fitted with silencers. In any other country, we call this a government death squad. Sheesh. Okay. Brianna Poo's response was, I really respect you and your work. I'm not going to even say, we shouldn't say Brianna Poo, because then people are going to be like, you're being racist to her. You're like making fun of her last name or something. Like, liberals will literally grab onto anything when they're defending the most indefensible shit. So we shouldn't do that. I read that from the chat, and we shouldn't do that. She's white. It doesn't matter. 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 People do that anyway. We shouldn't say it because it's so dumb. Well, I was saying it because it's dumb, because it's kind of funny. It's like Eve Fartlow. All right, whatever. I really respect you and your work, but I don't see what is wrong about this. They are special forces, and the entire thing they train for is an unfair fight. They are targeting people who are 100% valid, is what she said. And then she followed that up with... Wait, what? She said, keep it up, y'all. You're reaching historic 8chan levels of wishing death on me and my family. This is definitely the way to win. Winning what? Like random accounts with a hammer and sickle in their bio on Twitter telling you that you should kill yourself is not politics, okay? It's just random accounts on Twitter telling you that your take is really stupid and you should kill yourself for it. It feels bad. I get it all the fucking time. Sometimes from hammer and sickle accounts on Twitter, okay? But I've never been like, wow, this is why we're losing elections. Like, half of those motherfuckers are not from America. The other half that are from America are under the age of 18. And then the last remaining faction have never voted anyway, or are like voting for some fucking Trotskyite party or some shit that I have never even heard of, okay? So, like, none of that is about elections or winning what battles, some of y'all are confused, so please stay tuned for some more expert foreign policy analysis. Hamas back. I know this is controversial and hard to grasp. I believe in you. Oh my God. She's just trying to, I think, capture the attention of all of the thread I'm looking for is not around. I can't find it. Oh, here's the other Zionist position I wanted to show you. Bethany S. Mandel. If Hamas stormed the hospitals, they would kill everyone indiscriminately. When the IDF stormed a hospital, they went to a specific room to kill 3 particularly bad guys. Thank you for the opportunity to draw a comparison, which is hilarious because it's basically admitting that it's a war crime. Israel's real war crimes are good because if Hamas hypothetically did the exact same war crimes, they would be so much more violent. Is not an argument a sane person should make, but it's a fundamental part of Hasbara for some fucking reason, is what I said. Okay? And it is very odd. It's very odd to be like, listen, oh, a Highlander one or this one, I think, yeah. Haven't you heard about the comments, Drew? Terrorists get Highlander. Oh, she deleted the original post because it was dumb as fuck. I read the original post. That's what I was trying to find. Her original post was incredibly stupid, and everybody was dunking on it. So I think that's why she ended up deleting it. One of the targets was a spokesperson for Hamas military wing, and Hamas ultimately claimed all 3 of them as members. They can't just plot terror attacks with total impunity. Oh my God. You cannot go into an area that you are illegally occupying and go into the hospital dressed up as a motherfucking doctor and execute these dudes that are not in combat. That is not how this works. That is not legal. You can't do that.
if the comparison that you're making is like the police, for example, well, you're not a police force in Jenin. You are illegally in Jenin. If someone went into that hospital while they were doing that and domed every single one of those special forces units, they would be well within their rights to do so. Just so we're making everything clear here. If the Jenin brigades were outside of the hospital waiting with weapons drawn and just fucking lined them up and lit them up, they would be well within their legal responsibility to do so, because Israel is a foreign occupier, a belligerent occupier on land that it does not belong to it by any international standard. Okay? This is in the fucking West Bank. That is so stupid. What are we doing? What the fuck is this argument that they're like, well, they were Hamas members or Hamas claimed them? It's like, oh, okay, suck my dick. Doesn't their argument justify the Hamas attack? Most Israeli citizens were combatants at what point? Yeah, I mean, literally, yes. Americans don't like this. It's a reminder every U.S. property owner is an occupier on stolen land. Doing it in a hospital like this to non-combatants is special protections, extrajudicial killing, to be specific. Exactly. There are straight up direct laws written for the specific war crimes that Israel did today. Okay? You cannot go into a hospital dressed up as a doctor to assassinate people who are part of militia forces that are not in combat, including one that is literally in the hospital bed getting treatment. That's insane. That's like walking into a VA hospital dressed as a nurse and shooting every vet saying he's a soldier. Total insanity. Not even a veteran hospital. Like a regular hospital where a veteran is, okay? No, not even a veterans hospital. Like not in a VA hospital. Going into like Cedars-Sinai, okay? Dressed up as a fucking doctor. It's like unimaginable. You can never make this comparison. Americans will never fucking understand this, okay? They just can't, because that would never happen in America. Israel's Dov Devon unit led an assault on Ibn Sina Hospital in Jenin today, killing 3 Palestinians. Israeli commentators have defended the action, saying they belong to militant groups. This does not preclude Israel committing a list of war crimes from start to end. First, the IDF Shin Bet says these Palestinians were planning an attack. Validating the claim is near impossible given the credibility of both the IDF and Shin Bet. In any event, all 3 enjoyed protected person civilian status at the time of their killing. Do you understand? Do you understand? These guys are protected person civilian status because they are not enemy combatants in that moment. The specific point that I jokingly mentioned earlier, calling it hors d'oeuvres, is hors de combat, right? That's the designation for it. It means you were an enemy combatant. You could have been an enemy combatant at some point, but you are no longer an enemy combatant in that instance because you are a civilian person, okay? That's why you can't, as we've mentioned, go in to a civilian hospital and start murking motherfuckers who used to be active duty, okay? That are like on the process of getting medically discharged, okay? You just can't do that. Yes. Perfidy is the word for impersonation as noted in the Geneva Convention Protocol 1. You know, portraying yourself as a medical professional to carry out an assassination. It doesn't matter. They're killing Jenin troopers who are not Hamas, which is a war crime, especially dressed like patients. Yes.
So there it is. Here is the official designation. In armed conflicts of international character, however, it must be kept in mind that civilians shall be protected from any acts of violence. And in the case of doubt, whether a person is a civilian or a combatant, he or she shall be treated as a civilian. References to suspected terrorists are often based on missing reliable and public evidence of the commission or preparation of terrorist acts, making it impossible to challenge the validity of the presumption in a court of law. This categorization also indicates that those persons are civilians, or that at least there are doubts about their status. Therefore, they are entitled to be treated as civilians. Okay? That's number one. So, hospital war crime 1. Israel's attack wasn't only distinct disrespect to the hospital's sanctity, but brazen disregard for the very restricted prohibitions not being an object of an attack. One Palestinian was even being treated. Thus, Ibn Sina hadn't lost protected status. Article 18, wounded and sick. 3, protection of hospitals, which is civilian hospitals organized to give care to the wounded and sick, the infirm, and maternity cases may in no circumstances be the object of attack. But of course, as we've said before, the Israeli occupying force looks at these conventions and basically uses as a checklist of what to do and not what not to do instead of what not to do. They look at it and they go, this is our to-do list. This is our bucket list. Okay? All right, there's blood here, so I'm not going to show you, but it's basically a hospital bed or an impromptu hospital bed and another like seating arrangement where these guys were executed on top of. Extrajudicial killing, war crime 2. 2 of the Palestinians were said to have been unarmed and sleeping at the time of their execution. Article 27, Geneva Convention 4 provides that protected persons shall be protected, especially against all acts of violence. War crime number 3 is hors de combat, or to combat. The most egregious due to its insidious nature, killing wounded or incapacitated persons. Okay? Note, Sergeant Blackman, a Brit Marine, was convicted of murdering an Afghan under this crime in 2013, the first Brit since World War II. It's that level of egregious. The laws and customs of international law regarding hors de combat were grossly violated when the Dov Devon unit charged in the Ibn Sina hospital. Basil Ghawazi was killed today in his hospital bed, who at the time was paralyzed after being injured by Israeli forces in October 2023. This dude, and this is not him like dead. This is not a photo of him dead. This is a photo of him from the hospital bed to show you the conditions, okay? That dude was paralyzed. He was getting treatment. The targeted killing of all 3 compounds and appreciating additional rights afford them, namely the right to life, Article 6 ICCPR, which Israel is signatory. The right to fair trial, Article 14 ICCPR. Israel deprived all 3 of both while committing war crimes. Okay? The targeted killing of persons suspected of performing terrorist activities is not compatible with the right to life and to a due process. Neither in peacetime nor within the context of armed conflicts may they be of an international character or of a non-international character. If you feel you have the time and energy today, submit a complaint to the International Criminal Court using this link and contents here. Additionally, the rule of perfidy and customary international law, using deceptions by acting in good faith, dressing as Muslims and Arabs and doctors with the intent to kill. Yes. Perfidy is the other part of this process that we mentioned originally. Okay? And that is when you dress up as a fucking doctor or like a hijabi woman or whatever. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, here is the Israeli minister, member of Knesset, Ben Gvir, celebrating the special Israeli execution troops, which disguises Palestinians when they commit their crimes. Here he is. Not trying to defend them, but don't war crimes happen literally in every conflict? Not that that justifies it, but this is just the status quo. Brother, what are you talking about? I mean, technically, all war is a crime from where I'm standing, but that doesn't mean that, like, I'm going to sit there and act like this is normal and good. The entire purpose of why we have such designations is so that when people do it and when people violate it, we fucking punish them. Anyway. Do you think maybe they're trying to up their game and commit as many war crimes as possible in a single operation? I mean, this is pretty much like if on the way out they like killed a baby and like tortured a person, they would literally hit every war crime possible, I think. Like, you know, children are under no circumstance considered like enemy combatants. And then obviously, you know, torture is another one. Maybe like shot a journalist on the way out. You know what I mean? Like directly marked as a member of the press with a chemical weapon. It's crazy because like they do all of that shit too, using chemical weapons on a civilian population, even chemical weapons in general that are not allowed. And also killing journalists all the time. So like they already are doing all that. I'm saying that like specifically within the confines of this operation, you know, they should have done that too. Beyond the obvious moral trespassing, these rules exist to protect hospital workers and ensure they can provide service in times when they're literally the most needed. Yes. Anyway, but why wouldn't they flex? And why wouldn't they keep doing these war crimes? Fuck the dumbass liberals on Twitter. They're irrelevant. They don't matter, right? I just showed you, you know, Brianna Wu's take or whatever, or that other fucking freak, Drew Pavlovian or whatever the fuck he is. He's an Australian dipshit that's like constantly like salivating at the prospect of like America and their allies doing genocidal acts so we can justify them. Jesus Christ. He's Greek as well. Yeah, Cypriot, actually. Anyway, beyond that, they're just like, they're sick in the fucking head, and it's funny to look at that, but they're irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's not politics, okay? It's not politics at all. It's just, it's not real politics. It's nothing. It's just simply, like people chirping on Twitter. But here is some real politics. It's real politics in the sense that like cutting funding to UNRWA is real politics, okay? Like actual material harm to an entire population. Another version of like actual real world politics is this. Being asked about the operation. Here's State Department spokesperson Matt Miller.
Okay, and then my second thing, which is related but not UNRWA, which has to do with this operation that the Israelis.
You're totally out of line, bro. Dude, the line cannot be that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and I'm going to get you by pissing you off, okay? You're out of line. Get back in line and subscribe at the top of the fucking hour. Yeah, that's right, dude. Every time someone tries to debate me now, every time someone says some like unhinged shit in the chat, I immediately look down at the time and I realize that it's the top of the hour and you guys are not slick anymore, okay? You ain't slick, motherfucker. I know what's happening. And before you know it, the top of the hour has come and a 3-minute ad break is taking place. And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe, baby, for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, there's a 3-minute ad break now.
Launched in Jenin, a hospital today. What do you have any comment on that? Is this something that you think is problematic, or is it something that you look at with envy? Like this is some kind of great Mission Impossible mission that we wish that we could also do?
So I'd say that we strongly urge caution whenever operations have the potential to impact civilians and civilian installations. That, of course, includes hospitals. We do recognize the very real security challenges Israel faces. and its legitimate right to defend its people and its territory from terrorism. Israel, of course, has the right to carry out operations to bring terrorists to justice, but those operations need to be conducted in full compliance with international humanitarian law.
Well, do those operations include going into hospitals and murdering people in their beds, regardless of whether they're they are suspected or even known terrorists?
So,
is that okay with you guys?
So there was a lot in the premise of that question. Obviously, we did know that they went into.
Well, you don't think that they went in and killed complete people who were completely innocent?
So let me say that
if you did think that, then you would be condemning it, right?
We certainly would, but I would say that Israel has said that these were Hamas operatives. They have said that one of them was carrying a gun at the time of the operation. So I'm not able to speak to the facts of the operation. You'd have to pass some kind of legal judgment. Know all of the
guys, this is the West Bank. There's no world in which this is like allowed. What Israel did is completely not allowed. Okay? That's it.
Facts of the operation. But as a general matter, they do have the right to carry out operations to bring terrorists to justice, but they need to be conducted
including in a hospital.
So we want them to conduct their operations in compliance with international humanitarian law. We would generally say that we don't want them to carry out operations in hospitals, but under international humanitarian law,
No, he's not saying he had a gun. They were in fear for their lives. He's not doing the cop argument. He's saying one of them had a gun to offer it additional justification because this is an enemy combatant that had a weapon on him. So technically they're not out of combat is what he's trying to say, which is fucking bullshit. Okay? Bullshit.
Hospitals do lose some of their protections if they are being used to for the planning of terrorist operations, for the execution of terrorist operations.
The actual hospital building does, but I mean, going in disguised as women and doctors and whatever is something different, and then going in and picking out people in particular rooms and particular beds and killing them seems.
This is one of the bigger escalations since October 7th. No, Israel has been fucking doing this kind of disgusting shit since day one, since before October 7th. This is Jenin. They do this all the time.
Be something
like not like going into the hospital disguised or whatever, but killing a shit ton of people in Jenin is like a commonplace. That's literally not true. A hospital losing its protection by post hoc magic. USA 100% says Israel has a right to maintain its occupation. Unreal, yeah.
So again, not able to offer an assessment without knowing all these facts. I said some of the facts that have been presented by Israel are that one of them was carrying a gun and that they were planning to carry out or to launch terrorist operations. So you would have to look at all of those facts to make a specific assessment about this operation. But in general, we do want to see hospitals protected. It is important that no civilians were harmed in this operation. And as I said, we do believe Israel.
How do you know that?
There have been no reports of civilians who have been harmed in this operation.
No, they were technically civilians, in that from the standpoint.
And then
from the standpoint of not being combatants, enemy combatants in that situation, they are civilians. Someone brought up Osama bin Laden. Yeah, Osama bin Laden's raid is also not appropriate either. He should have been fucking apprehended and tried and then rotted in fucking prison, or I guess given the death penalty afterwards. What do you mean? The fuck? I love that American Answers to war crimes is literally like, well, here's another thing that we did that is extrajudicial. The fuck? Anyway.
My second thing, which is related but not UNRWA.
Yeah, by the way, once again, I cannot stress this part enough. This happened in the West Bank. Israel has no right to be operating in the West Bank. The Jenin brigades have every right to operate in the West Bank because it is Palestinian territory that Israel illegally occupies.
Which has to do with this operation that the Israelis launched in Jenin, the hospital today. What do you have any comment on that? Is this something that you think is problematic, or is it something that you look at with envy, like this is some kind of great? Okay, and then my second.
I know it'll never happen, but it'd be so sweet if we actually applied these principles to these fucking animals. And they, like, actually got punished.
For a hospital raid happening early this morning, Israeli special forces disguised as medical staff took down a member of Hamas and 2 others.
What? The raid itself, though, was within the rules of war because they were clearly identified as American combatants. Of course, they shouldn't have shot them. It's different if you aren't clearly marked as your country. Wait, what? 100% it does not fall under the exemption of active threats in a hospital during a war time of war. This is the pure bullshit. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. You're going nutty with it. Two batches. Oh, you were talking about the Bin Laden raid. Oh, yeah. Bin Laden raid. As far as like raiding to apprehend Bin Laden, yeah, that part is perfectly valid. I just don't think that they were raiding to apprehend him. I think they were raiding to kill him. That's part of the reason why I didn't show the body. Isn't it because they like literally raided, killed him, and then canoed him? His face. Bin Laden raid. The Israeli raid was against the law. Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, they were obviously the American SEAL Team 6 was directly identified as enemy, like American combatants. You're right about that. Yeah.
Zionism means Jews.
Okay, dude, you've been wanting me to watch this fucking video for nonstop. Arguing to give Bin Laden a trial is a wild take if you think it would end in his sentencing to death anyways. I don't care. Do we care about the rule-based international order or not? What's happening here? Thank you, 34 MKD 50 for the 50 get the subs. The fuck? Like, what? I don't get it. Like, there are certain parts of like our actual criminal justice system that I do like. Okay, I'm not like saying we just rip it apart and destroy it and build nothing in return. Okay, habeas corpus is great. Due process is great. 100% a fan of that. Okay, love that. Every single person having the right to an attorney and a fair trial, great. Okay. These are like some of the foundational principles of like our liberal society that I agree with. Okay, entirely. Democracy, another thing that I like. Okay. Anyway.
Jews definitely welcome.
We are live with America's favorite game show, Google is Free. What the Fuck is Going On edition, starring me, Peyton, not Chet, Peyton. You guys may have noticed I haven't posted much until recently, and I don't know what the fuck happened when I left, but everything just became pure insanity and lunacy. So I'm gonna use the video that I just stitched to help you guys see through the smoke and make things pretty fucking clear for you. So everybody buckle up, pay attention, let's begin.
Zionism means Jews definitely welcome.
Okay, so off the bat, we've already got some fuck shit. So here's lesson number 1. Zionism isn't an open-ended book. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is you don't get to just say that this thing that's currently causing a mass genocide, your interpretation of it is that it's just all love and sunshine and rainbows. It doesn't work that way. Let me give you an example. If a white supremacist walked up to you on the street and started talking to you about what white supremacy actually meant to them and how it was all okay, you wouldn't let them finish their sentence. You would be as far away from them as possible because you know what white supremacy is. You don't need to hear somebody else's interpretation of it because you've seen its effect in the world and what it actually.
This guy is like Ludwig and Hasan combined. Yeah, no, literally. It's like if I became whiter. Also, nothing whiter than having a woman's name as a man. Like, I guess Peyton is like, it could go either way. I like this guy a lot so far.
Is in practice. So no, we're not going to listen to your bullshit interpretation of what you feel Zionism is in your heart because it's moot. In the real world, we know exactly what it is. The genociding of the Palestinian people. Point blank, period.
You're a successful actor. And
I mean, if you were a successful actor, you probably wouldn't have to whore yourself out supporting a genocide on the off chance that you might have a couple juicy roles in the future. I'm just saying.
I am a liberal. I've spoken out for the Muslim ban, for ag clubs getting shut down in red state.
Remember that clip? We'll circle back to it at the end. Because before we do that, I need to give you guys some key information as it pertains to this genocide since October 7th. I'm not even going to touch the last 70 years of atrocities that Zionist forces and the IDF have committed against the Palestinian people. I'm just going to focus on since October 7th of last year because that's all you need to know. So since October 7th, the IDF and Zionist forces have killed over 25,000 innocent Palestinian civilians. They have killed 3 or more Israeli hostages. I say or more because they've actually started digging up bodies in mass to make sure the people they just destroyed weren't those hostages they were there to save. And you'll see there's question marks next to Hamas, and that's because we don't know how many members of Hamas they've killed, and why would we know? We've just established they don't even know how many of their own citizens they've killed. And since October 7th, the IDF and Zionist forces have destroyed over 2/3 of all structures in northern Gaza. They have destroyed over 1/4 of all buildings in southern Khan Yunis. They have destroyed over 70% of all school buildings in Gaza, and they have destroyed 110 mosques and 3 churches. So after all of that, I'm sure you guys are starting to get the picture, but there's still one more aspect that I need to educate you guys on because it will probably get brought up to you at some point in time, or for some reason, maybe you're thinking it right now. What about the hostages? Israel only cares about the hostages in Hamas. They don't want to have to do this. What about the... Even if the way that Israel was going about obtaining their hostages, which is the only time in history that these methods have been used to obtain hostages because they're more in line with destroying fucking everything in their path. If you'd like to learn more about it, here's my Google is free. Even if that was the case, and this is how every country went about obtaining their citizens who have been taken captive, we now have unequivocal proof from Israel that they do not give a fuck about their hostages.
Bro. This guy's a threat. Okay? I don't like it. This motherfucker is like a whiter me with a mustache. I don't like it.
They only care about
coming for my job, dude.
Continuing this genocide against the Palestinian people. Don't believe me? Well, let me break it down for you. Mere weeks ago, Hamas presented a permanent ceasefire agreement to the Israeli government, and these were the conditions. A, the withdrawing of all Israeli forces from Gaza while leaving Hamas intact. B, the releasing of all Palestinian hostages. Thousands of Palestinian hostages dating much further back than October 7th, who were doing nothing more than just living their lives as Palestinian people and have been held captive ever since by the IDF. And C, the ending of the violence against the Palestinian people. All they had to do was agree to these terms. They said no. The Israeli government said no, that these conditions were too steep. Are you kidding me? Well, you guys trying to fucking kill us? Like, what do you mean? This is insane. If they cared about the hostages, this is a pretty slam dunk case to get your hostages back. No harm, no foul. Everything ends. But I'll do you one better. Because Israel then came back with their own ceasefire agreement. And these are the terms of that. The returning of all Israeli hostages, the remaining ones. We're going to keep your Palestinian hostages, but you go ahead and give us back ours, right? Because you like us so much. A 2-month ceasefire. Not a permanent ceasefire. We'll go ahead and stop genociding the fuck out of you guys for about 2 months. Just to kind of give you guys a break. And then 3, the pulling of some soldiers from certain areas of Gaza. We still want to keep most of our soldiers in your guys' area, but we'll pull some of them and probably put them back eventually. Who fucking cares? People who care about hostages agree to a permanent ceasefire. They don't want to have a 2-month ceasefire before they continue genociding the fuck out of you. People who care about hostages don't care about having certain soldiers in certain areas of your home. They don't want to be there. They're just there for the hostages. People who care about hostages.
I'm making a Nicki Minaj style diss track, dude. This guy's got big ass feet. Okay. I can tell. Big old feet, bitch. That's right. Fuck this guy. I'm pulling a Nicki Minaj, dude. This guy, fuck this guy. I'm mad.
Would care about returning the thousands that they are currently keeping hostage. So now that you guys have all the information you should need, let's close it out by revisiting that clip from earlier.
I am a liberal. I've spoken out for the Muslim ban, for ag clubs getting shut down in red states.
See, I'm disappointed because while I was gone, I heard a lot of you guys, including friends of mine on this app who have since been educated, sounding a lot like Brett there. So just to make things abundantly clear for you guys, let's go over your final lesson. All or nothing. The rest of this is going to be a tough pill for you guys to swallow, and I'm sorry, but it's important for you guys to know so we can all move forward on the same page. When it comes to your allyship, and I'm sorry if I haven't gotten this across to you guys in the past, it is all or nothing. Allyship, as it stands, should be all or nothing. You are not a situational ally. If you are, you can fuck off and die forever. And why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of you guys are a little bit weary about not voting for a certain Joseph Biden that could be coming into office because what about Trump? What about all of these other things that affect me? I understand that it can be scary. I understand that it can be tough. I understand that the unknown is terrifying. But for the Palestinian people, there is no unknown. There is just one known, that they are getting systematically eradicated on our dime. For them, there is no dark future. There is only a dark present. And much more than we do on social media. The biggest contributing factor that you have to showing your support for these people is to not vote for the people who have been actively funding their genocide. So if you call yourself an ally, but then you decide to vote for one of the genocidal maniacs that we would have on the ballot, instead of the other because of the possible future that it might entail for you, that's not like you. That sounds cowardly. And if it is you, you can fuck off and die. I don't care about you. I'm not being nice. I am being fair. I have presented all of the evidence that you could possibly need to make it.
All right, the end part is like maybe a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say it's a, he didn't nail the landing that well, but and everybody, especially because it takes away from the message, because everyone is going to focus on not voting for Joe Biden. I don't think that you should have to talk. You should not talk about it at all. See, everyone is now saying, should we vote for Trump then? You're taking away from the message. Everyone is going to only fucking hyper focus on that part. But really good video overall. You hyper-focused on it? It was chill letting it slide? No, I hyper-focused on it because I saw literally the comments, and every single one of the comments is talking about Genocide Joe and voting for him.
Our foreign correspondent, James Longman, has the details from Israel. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. This was an extraordinary operation. The IDF carrying out a raid on a hospital in the occupied West.
I think voting doesn't matter either way. It just doesn't, especially when it comes to foreign policy. If you want to do a call to action, never do a call to action to not vote. And do a call to action for organizing and protesting. You know what I mean? Like, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump as it pertains to Palestine and Palestinians has literally been almost identical. That's the whole point. That's why he's Jim Crow Joe. That's why he's Genocide Joe. I won't tell you. I will never do a call to action to not vote. At most, I'll tell you, do a call to action to pressure the government and say that you should threaten to not vote, withhold your votes until they respond or whatever. It's just, that's it. That's my take on it. I don't think it matters in either direction, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. But it is perfectly valid, perfectly legal, perfectly cool to threaten to withhold your vote, though. I can't vote for someone committing genocide because his opponents may also commit genocide. That's really funny. First of all, Joe Brandon's genocidal ideation is not unique to him. Donald Trump was president before him. Joe Brandon's major role in this conflict has been to follow through to a T the Trump administration's policies in Israel. Let's be, What happens when a threat is not heeded, because that's what's happening? I think people should vote against Biden to set a precedent. All right, good luck. It don't matter. Don't vote for Biden. Vote for Biden. Say that you're not going to vote for Biden. Vote for Donald Trump. None of it matters. What do I mean by this? The Democrats, if they lose the election, are still going to blame you nonetheless. That's it. They're still going to blame you. They're going to say, you're the reason why we lost. Why do I know this? 2016. I was there. I was a reluctant Hillary Clinton voter. I urged people to go out and vote for Hillary Clinton, even though she sucked ass, because I knew that Donald Trump was going to be significantly worse, and it was true. And yet people still ran along with the narrative that Bernie bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost, and not the real reasons why Hillary Clinton lost. So it doesn't really matter. No matter what happens, they will say the left is the reason why the Democrats lost. But also we should do nothing to try and win them over. So for people being like, we're going to punish them this time. Okay, 2016. Did they get punished? Is that why we have a socialist in power right now? Socialist President Joe Biden? Because the Democrats were so punished by their 2016 defeat? Is that what happened? Do you think we should vote blue no matter who? Genuine question. It don't matter. Do whatever you want. Definitely vote, though. Especially down ballot. And especially for your local elections, participate in the democratic process. That is very meaningful. Definitely always vote down ballot for sure. and on ballot measures. These are important things. It matters to trans people who you vote for, to be honest. Yeah, totally. No, definitely. Yeah. No, absolutely. Without a doubt. That's why we're transing our youth right now under the Brandon administration, under the Brandon regime. Every home has one trans person in it now. It's so sick. Yep, Joe Brandon has got our backs. I was being sarcastic. I don't know if you know that. One trans child policy? Yeah. Like, it's the funny thing about this, obviously, is that like Republicans don't care about the powers of the federal government or like the normal way that things are supposed to work. They actively undermine the legislative body on a daily basis, right? And relegate all the responsibility of lawmaking to the state legislatures and then, of course, the Supreme Court, which they've already slammed the gills with psychopathic Federalist Society judges and justices. So that's part of the reason why you've seen a worsening of conditions for trans people in most of the country under the Brandon regime. This is why I'm saying, like, it kind of doesn't matter. Trump will absolutely make things worse than Joe Biden. If that's the assessment that you care about, Trump will absolutely make organizing harder than Biden. He will accelerate the conditions towards our inevitable demise. That part is 100% true. It already happened in 2016, and between 2016 to 2020, we are living in the ashes of that death and destruction already. But if you think that like voting for Biden is going to save trans people or whatever, and you want to fucking feel happy about it, or, oh, I didn't know you were an accelerationist. Yeah, no, I'm totally an accelerationist. That's why I've advocated to vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016 and advocated to vote for Joe Brandon in 2020. That's the accelerationism that I engage in. I have often told you that accelerationism does not work without an actual reasonable opposition that you could mount, like an actual socialist movement, a vanguard, or if you will. There is no accelerationism in the United States of America towards like magically like a magical spontaneous revolution occurring where Americans just like stop being small business fascists and magically become like woke socialists. Okay, we only accelerate towards fascism. You can you can maybe like just like marginally decrease the speed or push for that accelerationism to be faster. But there's only barbarism at the end of this. We're living in it. That's it. I'm not doom-pilled beyond that. At that point, it's just like you do everything you can. People are just spitballing now. You used to get shit on for being against acceleration and now claiming that you are one. Yeah. Yeah. Not to be a drama, Andy, but another big leftist streamer is encouraging people not to vote for Biden. Thoughts? Not here for drama. Just want your thoughts. I don't care. I'm telling you, I don't care. It literally doesn't matter. And the big streamer is not even the big streamer that's like advocating for it. You also have like Chapo too. Like Will said something along those lines. Like, it does not matter. We literally do not have any power. Okay, I think you're talking about Mike, I suspect. And Mike and I combined times 10 do not have any fucking real way of of moving the margins in any meaningful direction. All we can do is maybe like help local organizations and things of that nature. But Mike, myself, Chapo, Majority Report, which will never advocate for that anyway, but like all of that combined will never, ever, ever in a million fucking years have the fraction of the power that the DNC has, the fraction of the power that mainstream media has. You know what I mean? That's so funny to think that like we are the reason or the responsible party for an election being thwarted. That's just idiots coping, honestly. Like if you think that Central Committee, Michael from Pennsylvania, friend of the show, who's great, by the way, if you think that like he is advocating to not vote for Joe Biden and that is somehow going to, I don't know, change the process, change the outcome, you're out of your fucking mind. You are like a child. You have like horse blinders on. If you also personally think that voting for Joe Biden is somehow going to magically save us, doing it again, it's also ridiculous. It's not. You know? And liberals are still going to yell at us and say that we are responsible anyway. So who gives a fuck?
Bank, the undercover unit used silencers to assassinate a Hamas member in his hospital bed. This, as the possibility for a ceasefire in Gaza, looks like it could be
This is true. You're voting for fascist light and fascist class.
creeping closer.
Israeli special forces launched a dramatic pre-dawn raid in a hospital this morning where, disguised as medical staff, they assassinated a member of Hamas and 2 others. You can see the team, one dressed as a doctor and another as a Palestinian woman, rushing this hospital corridor. All this in the occupied West Bank's Ibn Sina hospital. The target, Basil Ghazawi, a Hamas member who doctors say was paralyzed from a drone attack in October and was being visited by his brothers. This, as for the first time in more than 2 months, Israel, Hamas and their mediators in Qatar are openly acknowledging that there has been progress in ceasefire talks. Secretary of State Blinken has said he's hopeful that a deal can be made soon. And Qatar has said that a ceasefire seems no longer to be a precondition of talks, but now an aim. Hamas says it's received a proposal and is studying it. Israel will send negotiators to Egypt this week.
Do you think it's ridiculous / pointless to advocate not voting for Biden in the same way as if young people aren't coming out for the Dems in 2024 will actually push the Dem party to the left? Last question. Thanks for answering in good faith. I subbed to both you and Mike, by the way. It doesn't matter. I already gave you my answer. It doesn't matter. If you ask me direct questions about like Biden's policies versus Trump's policies, like which is better than the other, I will always give you my truthful, honest answer. Which is why I always talk about like my criticisms of Biden being that like he's following through on the Trump administration's policies. Right? That's my criticism of Biden. So it don't matter. Are you not preemptively annoyed by how predictable this year is going to be? Progressives aren't energized. They don't feel happy with their candidate. Low turnout in 2024 means Orange Man wins. Every liberal outlet blames progressives again. We get another 4 years of absolute cancerous federal policy making. Shouldn't we avoid this? I don't think you're understanding. My point is, we can't avoid it. I could be literally door knocking in the entire country. I could get my entire community to go out and door knock. That's not going to change the outcome because the bigger problem is the Democratic Party. Okay? You cannot outcompete the Democratic Party. If what you're working with is the Democratic Party, no matter how hard you go for the Democratic Party, you're like, dude, please go out and vote. Please, I beg you. It's the most important thing you need to do. Okay? Oh my God, you're going to, permanent genocide is going to happen. J.D. Pond style permanent first world genocide is going to happen if you don't vote for the Democrats. None of it fucking matters. It didn't matter in 2016. It didn't matter in 2020. And it will not matter in the upcoming election. Okay? I laugh when people go, I'm going to vote third party. Okay, go ahead. But regardless, what is this? Which presidential candidate are you voting for this year? Brother, I've already told you. Don't care. Still voting Jank, okay? Jank 2024, Jank 2028, Jank 2032, okay? Jank 2036, Jank 2040. Don't care. Still voting Jank. Thank you. We can't help them win if they don't fucking want to win. They won't change their policies or even fucking messaging. What the fuck can we do? People are like, dude, what's your take on voting for Joe Biden over Donald Trump? It's like, bro, they don't have a fucking issues page on the website. Like, what kind of campaigning has the branding camp done so far? Primaries already started. He ain't done shit. What is he doing? The only campaigning he's doing is like more war in the Middle East. All Trump needs to do is just kick back and be like, look at what's going on. He fucked Afghanistan. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. That's it. That's all he needs to do. What? Bro, I'll be honest. It sucks so much hearing you say this. Do you have any idea how many young socialists are in this chat who look up to you that just heard what you said? Well, there's no hope. Barbarism it is. So many people have been inspired to join local socialist movements thanks to you, and you're so openly killing any hope of that continuing in such large numbers. No, this is not true. I believe that you have to have a stable structure to fight back. I will do everything in my power to keep pushing for that. Okay? That's why I always say that personally, it doesn't matter. Change doesn't happen overnight. Change doesn't come in one day. It's not fast. That's why we work and move in a direction that is positive for future generations. Okay? Planting seeds for trees you will never sit in the shade of. Right? However, having said that, I'm not going to sit here and act like, voting for Brandon is going to somehow stop us from moving in the direction of barbarism. That's it. My take always is use the time until the election to pressure the admin to give you concessions and decide on election day what you want to do. If you feel they gave you enough, then vote for him. If not, don't. Vote as a progressive as you can down ballot. Otherwise, organizing your workplaces. Yes. You don't live in a battleground state, doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff sucks. Voting is not harm reduction process. If you want people to vote for you, listen to the fucking people and stop saying that the other one is more fascist. Yeah. Also, you should vote. You should vote down ballot. Your local elections are very important. Your ballot measures are very important. You should hold your politicians to account. Anyway, But make no mistake. Make no mistake. If you think that voting for Brandon is going to fix everything, well, you're in for a rude awakening, which, I mean, at this point, 4 years of the Brandon regime, and changes have not been for the better. Well, you know, if you still haven't learned that lesson, then you're probably always going to vote reliably Democrat anyway. Who cares?
Pressure has been mounting on Israel for a pause now that Hamas says more than 26,000 Palestinians have been killed.
Anyway, skipping all this shit. House Republicans seek to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas.
Expect some heated arguments on Capitol Hill later today, where House Republicans are going to move forward with a plan to impeach President Biden's Homeland Security Secretary. They argue that he has failed to enforce and follow immigration law. Democrats say Republicans, they're just playing politics. Scott McFarland is on Capitol Hill with more on this story. Scott, good morning to you.
Gail, this is a very rare step. The last time Congress impeached a cabinet secretary was after the Civil War. Critics say it's a dangerous precedent and it achieves little. The House Homeland Security Committee meets this morning to give initial approval to 2 impeachment articles against Alejandro.
What? We don't think it'll fix everything? Why does it have to be that binary? Dems are 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Reps are 20 steps back. It's just one is obviously much worse. No, that's not true. No, the difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party is not that severe. You're out of your mind if you think so, or very young, or at least like young enough not to remember the Obama era or haven't studied the Obama era of Democratic Party supermajorities. Republican Party is 20 steps back. Democratic Party is 19 steps back.
Mayorkas.
No steps forward.
Republicans argue the Homeland Security Secretary has breached the public trust and willfully failed to enforce the law. They say he's been negligent as thousands of migrants crossed the border, including 4,000 on Sunday alone. Mayorkas, in response, released a letter this morning to the committee chairman saying the false accusations do not rattle him. And he says his agency has not only provided testimony, but thousands of documents, hundreds of briefings, and quite clearly.
This is pretty funny to talk about like the Democratic Party being like 20 steps backwards or sorry, 2 steps forward, 10 steps back or whatever. Literally while we're in the process of the Democratic Party trying to pass the most right-wing white nativist immigration package specifically so they can keep funding the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Are you be for fucking real, dude? This bill on its face being pushed by the Trump regime, every liberal outlet would be fucking going nutty mode. They would be screaming from the fucking rooftops about how insanely fascist this bill is. Okay? Bro, fine, I agree. Bad example. Dems are 19 steps back, reps are 20. My point stands, and we need to pick the 19 steps option. No, I think you can pick whatever you want. I mean, I would not. I think voting for Trump is ridiculous, obviously. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Because look at the Democratic Party. Look at what they've done so far. You're getting Berlusconi so fucking hard, my dude. What? The U.S. politics seems to be trying to create a lose-lose situation in which you either pick for the presumed internal progressive policies at the cost of scrambling the whole planet's balance, or maintaining the humanity's precarious well-being by having the likes of Trump as president. Wait, what? That's not... What? We're not maintaining humanity's precarious well-being by having the likes of Trump as president. What the fuck? Guys, vote Trump. Help us sink the ship faster. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, it's still... No. I think it's idiotic to vote for Trump. I will never advocate the vote for Donald Trump. I will never advocate... The major reason why I criticize Biden is because of his proximity, his closeness to Trumpian politics, to reactionary politics. Accelerationism will only bring about the inevitable demise faster. That's it. If you counter to voting for Biden or Trump, I don't see why you wouldn't just vote third party. I mean, go ahead, have fun. No, I do not know any real accelerationist people who would vote for Trump. That would be really funny, though. I guess like Jimmy Dore, but he's not an accelerationist. He's just a right-wing Republican now.
Is enforcing the law. Meanwhile, Democrats have blasted these.
Like, it's funny because, like, as I've said, your vote doesn't matter, but your vote extra doesn't matter if you vote third party. Like, it's like so funny. It's basically like writing a name on the ballot, like a funny name. You know what I mean? Like Dick in my butt or something. But instead of writing a funny name, you like took yourself seriously. And you were like, no, this is good, actually.
Proceedings, calling them an abuse.
On that note, don't care voting for Jank.
Of power and saying they stand little chance of passage in the U.S. Senate. Meanwhile, Mayorkas has been a key negotiator here on Capitol Hill as the Senate tries to pass new border security law, and these impeachment proceedings certainly complicate what are already fragile negotiations. Tony?
Scott, thank you very much.
New tonight, Trump's latest target, the president of the United Auto Workers, the target of 2 verbal assaults within hours of each other from the former president. Trump posting today in part, quote, Sean Fain is a weapon of mass destruction on auto workers and the automobile manufacturing industry in the
He's so mad. That's awesome.
United States. All auto workers should, all caps, vote for Trump. Just hours earlier, Trump bashed Fain by saying this: he's a real, all caps, stiff, who is selling the automobile industry right into the big, powerful hands of China. Get rid of this dope and vote for DJT. Trump admitting his initial attack was because of this interview where Fain did not hold back in explaining why he has chosen to endorse Biden instead of Trump.
Donald Trump has a history of serving himself and standing for the billionaire class, and that's contrary to everything that working class people stand for.
Sean Fain is out front now. So, Sean, Donald Trump says you are a weapon of mass destruction, that you are a stiff, and that you are a dope, said all those things today. What do you even, how do you even respond to that?
Well, thanks for having me, Aaron. You know, first off, the weapon of mass destruction against the automotive industry has been 2 words: corporate greed. This is Trump. Trump always resorts to name calling because the facts are very clear, and he doesn't want to talk about the truth. He talks about what, during his presidency, the phrase came out, alternative facts, or what we all call lies. He wants to make this election about anything but real issues. And, this isn't about me or Donald Trump. I don't care what Donald Trump says about me. I don't care what he thinks about me. I care about facts. And the facts are very clear for the large majority of Americans. The working class people have been left behind by Trump's billionaire class, by the billionaire buddies. and the economy that only works for the wealthy. And you look, 1970. I read this the other day from the Economic Policy Institute.
Yep.
From 1979 to 2022, the top 0.1% of wage earners wages increased 344%. The bottom 90% increased 32%. So this is an economy that Trump dreams of. This is what he wants. He doesn't give a damn about working class people, and that's what this is all about.
All right. So one thing that he is connecting with in some way is a sentiment that at least has grown within unionized households, right? And that is a shift over time politically. You've admitted this yourself, Sean. You said there are rank and file members of the UAW that Trump does appeal to. Our Harry Anton was looking at some numbers, and what I'm referring to is a shift over time in overall union member vote towards the Republican, right? Still plus Democrat, okay? But there's been a shift, right, Sean? So in 1948, it was 62 points, plus 62 Democrat. 1992, that had been cut in half to 31. And by 2020, it was down to 22% advantage for Democrats. Still an advantage, but that's obviously a massive erosion. Why do you think it is that...
I don't get how we can complain about duopoly and simultaneously mock third parties. Is it an American-specific thing? I think that multi-party systems also lend itself to a duopoly, but I don't believe in a duopoly anyway. I think that there is a single, there's one party in America, okay, with marginal differences when it comes to certain social issues. One capitalist party.
Many of your members do not see this the way that you do.
Well, look, I'll say this is it's been a masterful plan by the billionaire class and the corporate class. I mean, they, over the last 40, 50 years of our lives, have played the greatest game they always play, and that's divide and conquer. They divide the masses over single issues, and meanwhile, they run away with all the money, all the profits, and things get worse for us. What we have to do as organized labor, we have to lead the fight, and we have to lead the dialogue with facts. And that's why our contract campaign was so successful with the big three. That's why 75% of Americans sided with us in that fight, because we were focused on the things that matter most to working class people: wages, better wages, retirement security, healthcare, better healthcare for everybody, and getting our time back. It's shameful through all of this. Working class people are working harder and longer than we ever have. They're working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, working multiple jobs, and they're scraping to get by. That's the economy Donald Trump loves. That's the economy that the billionaire class loves, and it doesn't work for working class people. And I think when we focus on the core issues that matter most to working class people, we'll see a difference in how the election goes.
So, Sean, I know that you had ruled out meeting with Trump, but the Teamsters Union is not doing that. They've got 1.3 million members, right? Massive union. Trump is meeting with union members and leaders this week. There's a event he's hosting on Wednesday. Earlier this month, he met with the head of the Teamsters Union at Mar-a-Lago. Do you have any feel for how this is going? Do you know the head of the Teamsters Union? Do you think that he could be getting their endorsement?
Look, I've talked to Sean O'Brien. I respect Sean O'Brien. He's a good leader, and look, they've had good success in that union, done great things, and I'm not going to try to.
No fucking shot. I don't believe Sean O'Brien, no matter how much of a thumb he is, I don't think he's going to turn around and fucking endorse Trump. That would be insane.
Even speak for what their decision is. All I can speak for is from our perspective and what we've seen and the facts we've seen. And it's really clear for us. It's a very clear picture when you put the two candidates.
As a European, there's something I don't understand. Aren't Dems and Reps profoundly different on social/progressive issues, or is that just talking campaigning shit? I mean, look at labor and labor's policies on social. in comparison to the Tories in the UK. It's all talk.
Side by side. I mean, you go back to the economic recession. Joe Biden stood with the American worker. Donald Trump blamed the American worker. He blamed the workers for everything that was wrong with the big three back then. You know, Joe Biden gave us a path forward. You know, you go to when Trump was president in 2019, Lordstown Assembly Plant in Ohio was slated to close. Trump blamed the local president, told people don't sell your houses, and did nothing. In 2019, when GM was on strike, what did Donald Trump, then the president, say? He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. You know, in 2023, Joe Biden, when we were on strike, he came out and stood with the workers. He joined us on the picket line. You know, Belvedere Assembly Plant in Illinois was slated for closure in 2023. That community was written off for dead. Joe Biden worked with us to not just get one plant. We got that plant revived and another plant to be built there and save the community. So there's a stark.
Wait. I mean, none of this is fake. It's 100% true. He's right. No, that was all for show. First of all, even if it was for show, it's still very meaningful. Kaya, come here. No, I'm not going to take that W away from him. That was right. Pulling out of Afghanistan was good too. Little baby, little lady. Hi.
Contrast in these candidates. Joe Biden has spent a lifetime serving others and serving the working class. Donald Trump spent a lifetime serving himself.
I wouldn't go that
far. This breaking news now. Sources.
That part was dick riding. He was dick riding a little bit better. A little bit too much. Why was pulling out of Afghanistan good? Wait, what do you mean? Do you think it's cool to permanently occupy foreign nations? Like, what are we talking about? It's the way he pulled us out. I mean, he pulled out in haphazard manner, but it doesn't matter. He was following the Trump administration's policy failures once again. I don't care that he pulled out. I care about what he did after pulling out. What he did after pulling out was really bad.
Have confirmed to Fox News that far-left Democrat squad member Cori Bush of Missouri is now under federal investigation for misusing federal security money. Bush has spent more than $750,000 on private security since she was elected in 2020. Now, remember, these are the same people who defunded the police, but then had to have private security.
Yeah, because people are trying to kill her. What the fuck?
Watchdog has also demanded that the Federal Election Committee investigate $62,000 of that money that Bush paid to her now husband. He was her boyfriend back then. She hired him to be a security guard from her campaign account. You may remember Congresswoman Bush, one of the big proponents of defunding the police in 2020. I mention it again.
I don't think people understand. Okay. People that advocate to defund the police because the police are not working to defend them in the same way that, like, private security that you hire is. If that was the case, then they would not advocate to defund the police at all. That'd be sick. Yeah, the boyfriend situation is sus.
Because look how much she spent to make sure she certainly didn't defund her protection.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
That's it. Okay. I don't know enough details on the Corey Boy situation. She's great. I like her a lot. If she was like hiring her boyfriend, that's a little sus, right? To like hire her boyfriend to do security, but overall, it is perfectly valid for her to have security. And you are right; it is explicitly legal, if unethical, if she paid him market rate. Yeah. Not really sus. 62K is pennies. No. All right. Where is it? Does anyone have the statement? Oh, here it is. First and foremost, I hold myself in my campaign, my position to high levels of integrity. I always believe in transparency, which I can confirm the Department of Justice is reviewing my campaign spending on security services. We are fully cooperating in this investigation. I would like to take the opportunity to outline the facts and the truth. Since before I was sworn into office, I've endured relentless threats to my physical safety and life. This part is yes. As a rank and file member of Congress, I am not entitled to personal protection by the House, and have instead used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. I've not used any federal tax dollars for my personal security services. Any reporting that I've used federal funds for personal security is simply chill. It's simply false. Aw, why'd you clap the guy? Why do you call for defunding the police while their job is to protect you from criminals out in the streets while you sit in your mansion? You're actually not wrong for some, but not in the way that you think you're right. So, as someone who is rich, okay, especially because of all the top of the hour ad breaks that I've pushed for that make me richer and richer by the moment. Yes, cops will oftentimes respond to my pleas of health, or my pleas for help, not health. Sorry, much faster than they would to probably you. However, the reality is that they're still pretty bad at it. They're just bad. They're really, really bad at their jobs. I think they should be good at their jobs. I hope this helps. There really isn't. Here, I'm going to untime this guy. There isn't any job that I can think of that is as bad as cops overall, that like cries all the fucking time. Oh my God. They're so bad at their fucking jobs. They're so goddamn bad at their fucking job. Oh, were you trying to fucking debate me? I already ran the 3-minute ad break, so. God damn it. That's actually such a solid debate that you got literally clapped by Lake McGroove. Just move on, please. But yeah, my point stands. They're so bad at their fucking jobs, man. They're so goddamn bad. They are so unimaginably bad at their jobs, and they fucking constantly cry. They are the only people in this country that, like, as a sector, as an entire sector.
What are you biting? Are you itchy? Is your back itchy? What are you biting? What? What? She's like, come on, more, please. More, please. Anyway, in recent months, right-wing organizations have lodged baseless complaints against me, peddling notions of misuse campaign funds to pay for personal security services. In particular, the nature of these allegations have been around my husband's role in the campaign. In accordance with all applicable rules, I retain my husband as a part of my security team to provide security services because he has extensive experience in this area and is able to provide the necessary services at or below a fair market rate. These frivolous complaints have resulted in a number of investigations. Oh, okay, so she was like already dating her boyfriend who was like a security person. I think regardless, I think it's just like, it's not a good look, sweaty. I mean, get your money up, not your funny up. And it's a bit of a scam, and I respect it only because I like her, but you know, it's just wild that like, I think this is like on the lighter side of doing something that's unethical, but I do find it funny when it's like Trump's children, being in office, or Stacey Abrams literally hiring her best friend's law firm and like overpaying her by insane numbers, okay? Or Ted Cruz's wife working for Goldman Sachs. Like so much of DC operates this way. And it's like she's doing this in like the lowest budget way possible. So I don't really care, if that makes sense. It is pretty funny to get really mad at this, though. God forbid women get a little bit of money and want to fucking pay for their boyfriend's salary. You know what I mean? It's kind of fucked up. These frivolous complaints have resulted in a number of what? Same shirt? Are you okay? Y'all are matching? Who? I'm so confused. It's not what you know, it's who you know. She knows the security guy. It's psycho. Should ignore it. Anyway. Wait, did she try to lick her? Did she try to lick her titty? Anyway,
like I said, this is like the lowest possible way of doing something unethical. And I don't know. I think it's pretty funny to get like super mad at this in the United States of America.
This morning, Elon Musk announcing that
Let's talk about this shit though.
for the first time, his company Neuralink has implanted a brain chip
You're
in a
being
human.
extra cute right
Musk
now. I'm
saying
gonna
the
lose
person
it.
is recovering well. Initial results show promising neuron spike detection. Neuralink's goal is to help paralysis patients communicate by connecting their brain to a computer.
The device is designed to interpret your neural activity so you can operate a computer or a smartphone by simply thinking.
People paralyzed from stroke, from traumatic brain injury, or a spinal cord injury could see the benefits.
This would be a major game changer if it were to be proven to be safe and effective.
The FDA approved Neuralink.
I can't begin to explain to you how Elon Musk is like possibly the worst person to do this. Like, I wish this was done by literally any other psychopathic billionaire, because Elon Musk is not only a psychopathic billionaire, but he is also a notoriously and hilariously stupid psychopathic billionaire. As in something as like severe as like a chip that you put in your fucking brain should be managed by someone that is more competent, I think. He is so inept. Exactly. He is the most inept. Should Tesla change its state of incorporation to Texas, home of its physical headquarters? Yeah, he's doing that because of Delaware, by the way. This is so funny. Oh my God, dude. Elon Musk's $55 billion pay package at Tesla was struck down by a Delaware judge after a shareholder challenged it as excessive. In response to the Elon news, stock is going down, which is interesting because stocks usually respond positively to reductions in compensation, e.g. layoffs. Speaks to your theory of capital having strong class consciousness. This is awesome. The thing about it, Elon, is I want my brain machine interface to be made by a guy I don't even know who runs a biomedical company I've never heard of. Not this guy. Yeah. You think I missed the top of the hour ad break? No, I didn't. I ran it. All right, let's continue.
For human tests last May after years of testing on animals.
Here's one electrode on one thread that when we stimulate causes a flexion movement of the leg.
The company demonstrated the ability of its implants to stimulate movement.
As you can see, Pager is amazingly good at mind pong.
Allowing a monkey to play a video game.
And what better reward for a monkey than a banana?
Musk says the first human users will be people who've lost the use of their limbs. But speaking about the long term, he said, imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate faster than a speed typist or auctioneer. That is the goal.
I really do think that in my lifetime as a physician, I'll be able to use this type of technology to help my patients, and I cannot wait for that day to come.
Neuralink's engineers aren't the only ones turning science fiction into reality. Researchers elsewhere helped this man, paralyzed in an accident, walk again thanks to implants in his brain and spine. And in August, this woman who had lost her voice to paralysis was able to have a conversation with her husband again thanks to a mind-controlled avatar.
Do not make me laugh.
Experts warn much more testing and research is needed before any kind of widespread use of these devices.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Oh, my God. It's so loud. Yeah. Elon Musk is so bad at running companies. And he's such a charlatan. I'm legitimately shocked that they have anything that they can show for it. I don't know how real this is even. I don't believe him. I don't believe him at all. He is literally the Israeli Defense Force of making massive claims that he has no interest in following through on. Okay? Like, I don't know, in a serial lying competition, like Israel and Elon Musk could go toe to toe. Okay? I don't know who'd win, really. I legitimately don't know who would win in a serial lying competition. let me tell you, is certainly not automatically going to be Israel, though. Okay? I feel like Neuralink to help people who are disabled would be a good idea if it wasn't Elon Musk. No, 100%. Apparently, this is the guy. Probably fake, though. What? No, of course it's fake. The fuck are you talking about? Everyone on Twitter is faking it, dude. What do you mean? The guy wrote Zeeted. Is all memes. Hear me out. This is the guy with biomedical business experience and a success and can get this done better than Elon. I don't know what that is. I'm not clicking on it. I don't think anyone would ever say that it's bad for this sort of tech to be developed, but Elon is maybe one of the most dystopia coded people to do it. Anyway, love that Elon Musk can't get a $55 billion compensation.
The Taylor Swift Super Bowl isn't making everyone happy because right-wing dinguses like Vivek Ramaswamy.
All right, we're skipping the Taylor Swift.
I made a video 3 years ago about how to be a streamer, and it covered a lot of the bases that you will need, and a lot of the stuff here is going to be repetitive information. But I also have something different this time. This time, it's not just me who's going to be telling you how to be a streamer. I've gone ahead and I've asked 100 of my friends, 100 fellow streamers, on advice for somebody who's up and coming or trying to become a streamer. So I have more info for you this time. It's not just me. I literally went out and asked 100.
Yes, I'm in this video. I mean, I answered him
for advice, and I put it all into a PowerPoint presentation, which I'm calling My Ultimate Guide to Streaming 2024 Edition. Let's get into it, class. All you will need is a pen and paper and a positive attitude. Step 1 on becoming a streamer. Stop watching this video if you have not yet gone live. I'm being serious. Go live, you lazy fucker. If you have
Okay, I got it. All right, I'm good. We're here.
Never even attempted to stream before, and you are watching this video on how to be a streamer, you're not serious about it. And this is a problem that's not exclusive to streaming. This is a problem that happens in every single hobby you want to pursue. Do you want to be a runner? Oh, I'm going to look up a bunch of videos on how I should run and how I should train running before I do it. Oh, you want to start working out? I'm going to look up a bunch of videos on how to work out before I start working out. Just do the damn thing. Just do it, because that is the hardest step. Is just
he ain't wrong. Look at me, I'm streaming.
Just doing it, and you'll make a million excuses, and you'll put 100 barriers between you and doing the thing. I don't have the right technology. My equipment's not good enough. I don't have anyone who'd watch me right now. I don't even know what I'd stream. Just fucking do it. If you're not...
Look, I decided I was going to stream. What did I do? I strapped a PlayStation Eye to my PlayStation 4, and I streamed off of that thing, okay? So, you know, that's how I did it. Think about that. Like, people always go, Hasan, you're so fucking rich. You're the most brolic, dude. Hasan, your dick too fat. Hasan, your bitch too bad. You know what I mean? They'll kill you, Hasan. You've always been like this. And like, no, it's not the case at all. I genuinely started my streaming journey. I started my streaming journey when I had absolutely nothing.
Not even going to try one single stream, then you are not serious about this. And I'm going to prove to you that you're not serious, because the biggest streamer in the world right now is a guy named Jynxzi. And for a full year, he streamed on Twitch to an average viewership of 2. 639 hours streamed to an average viewership of 2. 3.5 hours live with a peak viewership of 1. That's Jynxzi, man. So if you're not willing to be Jynxzi, I don't think you're serious about being a streamer. Be Jynxzi, go live, come back to this video after you've learned just a little bit. If you've already gone live, congratulations. All right, congrats. You can continue watching this video. Now, the second question you might be asking, Ludwig, why should I listen to you? Why me? There's a lot of information out there, a lot of people whose entire channels are devoted to how to be a streamer. Why me? Well, I've had some success along the way. I am the second most subscribed to Twitch streamer ever of all time, behind Hasanat. I won Streamer of the Year a year or two ago. You know, some successes along the way. This is not me boasting, by the way. I also have the record for the most Twitch subscribers lost by anyone ever, and I still hold that record. But I've had some success streaming. And I care about imparting that because I know as a fact I will not be a big...
So funny that he's like advocating to get more people to start streaming when it's a devastating... Isn't that nepotism though? What do you mean? Devastating, bad.
Streamer forever. One day I will completely fall off, or I'll quit entirely because I'm scared of falling off. All right, one of them's gonna come. So I might as well get rid of all the information I have because somebody who's watching this video right now will be replacing me as the biggest streamer in the world one day. Or they'll be a top streamer. I've seen people who...
What do you mean replacing you as the biggest streamer of the world one day? Like, that implies that you're the biggest streamer of the world right now.
Who've made it big, who I would argue are doing shit that I'm not doing, that are very good, who have mentioned me. And I'm very flattered by that fact. So I might as well impart the wisdom while I have it. Extra Emily, I think, is a streamer who I think's fucking killing it right now. And she's mentioned me as someone who inspired her. And I'm flattered by that because she's doing shit that I'm not doing. Every damn stream, she's doing something crazy. She makes crack cocaine on the streets of Austin.
Yes?
This is a family establishment. You're not allowed to...
It does seem like most people who get big quickly are people who already have connections to other streamers. No, that's just copium. I think once you get to a certain point and people recognize you, though, they will elevate you. That's it. It's just networking.
Oh, I'm cooking steak. What? I'm cooking steak.
So anyway, let me just give you the wisdom I have. And if you don't trust my opinion, well, good news for you.
I just stream in the face of declining streaming revenue and market saturation.
Also asked 100 streamers how to stream. This is real. I made a Google form. I asked all the questions that I would want to know if I just started streaming. And I asked the biggest streamers you could possibly think of. And this is true. I did ask.
It's like saying... it's like saying, like Sean the Black is... Okay, Will Neff is not a good example of... Will Neff is not a good example of someone knowing a big streamer, okay? But Sean the Black is a good example of this. Okay. Hidden Gem nominee. I mean, he, I remember as a HasanAbi head, he had a TikTok presence, I believe, that was like, it was all right. It wasn't like super big or anything, but, he had a TikTok presence, but overall, he was, first covered by Vice, okay, for building like a, I don't know what it's called. What would it be? He like built code that basically created a spam bot that would populate like the abortion rapid response shit. Yeah, he built a script. Vice interviewed him. He was a HasanAbi head. And I talked about it and stuff. He eventually moved on to YouTube and now streams on Twitch as well. So it's not like he had an immediate connection. You know what I mean? He didn't know anybody, but he is well on his way and he's growing up and he's blowing up. You know what I mean? Oh, let's continue.
100 streamers. That's going to be the title of this YouTube video. I did ask 100 streamers. Disclaimer, 100 people didn't answer me. Okay? I did ask 100 people. It just turns out that only 30% of them actually answered. Not a horrible percentage, by the way. If you're in the MLB and you're batting 30%, that's not bad. That's pretty good, you know? So a lot of dono walls there, a lot of egos hurting along the way. But I did ask for you guys. I mean, these are the names of the people who replied to me. And if you just took a quick look there are a lot of big fucking streamers here. And let's start with the very basic question. What are the perks of being a streamer? Now, this one might seem simple. You guys could probably list a few off the top. And the biggest one that most people will think of is money. That is the biggest perk that most people would think of, is when you think of a streamer, you think of money. Yep, everyone's spamming it in chat right now. That's true. And I'm going to reveal something here that I think I'm illegally allowed to reveal because I'm no longer a Twitch exclusive streamer. I wasn't able to reveal this last time. Here's how much money I made my last year on Twitch. Again, this is not a flex. I'm just trying to show you. This is why people like to start streaming, because they think of the money aspect. There it is. That was my last year on Twitch. 2021, I made $2.5 million. Now, bear in mind that money does include the subathon. So kind of does inflate it a little bit. Yeah, that's a big chunk of it. I would argue like half of it, but it's a lot of money.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, that's so funny.
People, you know, they like the idea of streaming because the amount of money you can make. You also...
Bro made half of his, that's more than half, first of all. He's like, yeah, guys, look how much money I made streaming. And then it's literally like 90% subathon, 10% rest of the year.
So have a pretty cool job. You get to game for a living. I mean, that is the core of what streaming is. It is gaming. Literally, for my job, last week, I got to play Stick RPG and gamble in a fake cartoon universe where I was trying to sell cocaine to Girl Scouts who robbed me. That's what I did for my job. That's what I did. It was pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. I had a lot of fun doing it. That's what I got to do. You also get to be like a D-list, F-list celebrity. You're not famous. Don't fucking delude yourself if you're a streamer. But if you walk into a GameStop and you're a big streamer, holy shit, they're gonna recognize you. Macy's, Banana Republic, not so much. But Best Buy, you know, those are our places. That's where the people know us. And you get to even meet some cool people. A lot of the people that I liked watching, I got to meet, I got to hang out with, and now I also get to work with. These are the cool things about streaming, but everybody knows this. Everybody knows all the cool shit that comes with streaming. People don't think about some of the negatives, so I'm going to bring up a couple here. One, being a micro celebrity isn't always great, because sometimes you have haters. And I brought an example of a hater here for you today.
Where do people recognize you? Everywhere. But I'm in a different situation than Ludwig. This is something that I've mentioned. This is something that I mentioned before. Best Buy is a definite, though. XQC is super famous, dude. He don't know what he's talking about. No, XQC is actually a great example of this. Massively successful streamer for many, many years at this point. Literally just almost entirely trapped in the Twitch ecosystem, though. Okay? Kai Cenat, very different. Why? Because Kai Cenat has outside appeal in Twitch. XQC, predominantly inside appeal on Twitch. Very successful on Twitch. Okay? But normies don't know XQC. No, normies don't know who the fuck XQC is at all. You're wrong on that. Maybe now a little bit with the $100 million kick deal. Okay? But you have to remember, this is what is very important. Mainstream media still has a stranglehold on like the normie audience. Okay? Kai is obviously very mainstream, mostly because you know, he collaborates with a lot of mainstream artists, has a massive TikTok presence. Yeah, XU has inside appeal, meaning that he has appeal to those people who only stay inside and not go outside. Fair, that part is also true. Okay? Like, same goes for myself. Okay? While I'm, you know, a relatively sizable streamer, not as much so in recent years, but definitely throughout my career, the only reason why I am known with a mainstream appeal is because of the content that I create. The type of content that I create, the type of content that I create has a lot of normie appeal. This is why when I go outside, I get recognized probably more frequently than my more successful friends, even as far as like analytics goes. That's it. You think so? Yes. I have a ton of friends that watch my friends of mine that watch your clips on YouTube and TikTok. They see me watching Twitch and it scares them. Yeah. The thing is, like, yeah. The thing is, because of the content that I create, it has like a much more broader appeal to a much broader subsect of society. I have a much higher likelihood of your parents knowing who I am, for example, especially if you have millennial parents, than a like random Twitch streamer. Here's a good example of Twitch analytics not translating to popularity in the mainstream. For example, Pokimane. Pokimane is mainstream famous, even though her analytics on Twitch do not translate to how massively famous she is in the real world. Ninja, current state of Ninja's analytics do not translate to how massively popular he is in the real world. Normies know who Pokimane is. Normies know who Ninja is. A lot of those same normies that know who Pokimane and Ninja are don't know who XQC is. Okay? Valkyrie is another good example of this. A lot of normies, I would say, a lot of normies know who Valkyrie is as well. Okay? Why? Normie appeal. As in working with mainstream media, like working in movies, working in marketing campaigns, things of that nature. You know what I mean?
My biggest hater that I've had for about 3 years now, a guy who will DM me almost every week some mean shit. March 7th, 2022, ain't no way your ass drive a Vespa. I got COVID a few days ago. It's because of your stupid Vespa. Stop driving the Vespa. Still at it. Just got Dolly, LMFAO. Okay, this picture does make me laugh. It does make me laugh, but still, what is that about? What is that? I'm just minding my own business. It's 1:10 a.m. Holy shit, you did it. I'm so proud. Sometimes it does come full circle. Doesn't mean the hating stops. God, I hope I find your name on Epstein's Island. Okay, you get the idea. Obviously, this is more of a funny hater, but there are very real haters. There are very real consequences to even being a micro celebrity, and there are a lot of people whose lives are worse because of the attention they get, and they don't really like it. Okay, that's one thing. Another thing, big streamers tend to work a lot, right? These are my 30 surveyed streamers. I asked them how often they work in a week. And the blue is 0 to 20 hours. You might notice there is no blue. In fact, an equal amount of people work 20 to 39 hours a week, as do 80 plus hours. And I don't think they're bullshitting when they're putting these replies in, because you can literally track the hours of some of these streamers. There are people who are average live 10 hours a day for the entire year, 365 days a year. It's easy enough to go, work, Lamau, this isn't even a real job, whatever, that's fine. The reality is, though, if you were to do that, it would.
That's how you know Jerma and Clint Stevens did not reply to this questionnaire, okay? No 0 to 19 a week.
Drain you. And you would basically lose everything else in your life along the way. And I have seen streamers do this. They lose everything else on the way because all they do is stream. It is their life. They're not gaining new life experiences. They're just sharing all their life experiences online. And as opposed to a job where you are told how often you are supposed to come in by somebody, you make your own hours. And the more hours you work, the more money you make. But you only make money while you're live, so might as well be live as often as you can. Still, those negatives aren't that bad. Like, all things considered, this is still better than working at a call center, Ludwig. It's really not that bad. So why doesn't everybody stream? You make a lot of money, play video game, hang out with Germa985? But yes, me. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. Well, let's do a little experiment. I want you to think of a streamer. In fact, type one in chat. Think of a streamer. It can be anyone in the world. Think of a streamer. There's a bunch of huge streamers that you guys are listening right now. Maybe you thought of one of these names. Sorry, Ninja, for using this picture. Go Lions. These are the streamers you think of. But I think that's a bit of a mistake. Because if all you are thinking about when you think of the title of streamer is the people who have not only made it, but made it to such a high degree that they are the top of the top of the top 1,111%, then you're not really envisioning what your life will be like if you try streaming. So I'm going to show you someone. I'm going to show you this guy right here. Does anyone recognize this streamer? I don't see a single person in chat who's instantly recognizing this streamer. I did some research yesterday. I wanted to look up the 10,000th biggest streamer in the world. So that's what I did. And right now you are looking at Mr. 10,000, Omni Kevka. If you go to Twitch Tracker and you go to the very last page possible, technically it's number.
Damn, bro, this kind of dunking on this guy. I mean, at least it's like giving him a lot of clout as well.
9,995, but I rounded up. You will find Mr. 10,000, a guy who averages 268 viewers, who streams really intense gaming sessions that can last 24 hours of playing games like Ark and more recently Power World. And let's just go through a few stats here. Mr. 10,000 averages 262 viewers, streams an average of 7.5 hours every single day for the course of 2023, and has 388 sub points on Twitch. Here's him explaining what he does in his own words.
I've got my own style. You know what I mean? I'm a fat dude with long hair, gotten fatter as I streamed, but I'm grinding. I'm grinding. The way that I stream is by gaming hard. Multiple 24-hour streams in the last couple of days, casually, all the time. One, I'm a video gamer that streams. There's a lot of streamers that play video games, you know what I mean? But I wanted my story to be, I play hardcore.
Now this dude's fucking dope. And I got to hang out in his stream for a couple hours yesterday. He has a great community, and yes, he does game hardcore. And he's been gaming hardcore for a long time. This guy's been streaming longer than Twitch Tracker tracks stats. Longer than I have been streaming myself. And is what you should be thinking of when you think of being a streamer, because Omni Kevka is a very successful streamer. He is in the top 0.08% of streamers in the world. And last month, 7.3 million people went live. He was more successful than 7.29 million people. So don't delude yourself into thinking streaming is being Kai, streaming is being Valkyrie, streaming is being Ninja, streaming is being Omni Kevka. And it is possible to be the biggest, but for the most part, people like Omni Kevka are what makes up the streaming world. And they don't get the same attention and critical acclaim that the big people who get the millions of dollars do. Because all the eyes go to those people, but the reality is if you were to start streaming, your life would be a lot more similar to a streamer like Omni Kevka, who's grinding. And in his own words said he was in the mines of Twitch. And he still gets to play video games for a living, and it still gets to pay his bills, and he still gets to hang out with cool people in his chat. But don't delude yourself. Don't think that starting the go live button means you will end up being Valkyrie, means you will end up being Kai. Because that's not what streaming is. It is a grind, okay? It is a grind. Now, before we start the actual session on how to be a streamer, we're gonna do a task. And I did this last time, we're gonna do it again, because this is one of the few.
Does that pays bills though? 260 average viewers, probably. Yeah. Depending on where you live. Thank you to the anonymous gifter who just gifted 75 subs. What the fuck? $388 sub points is said. That's like 1K a month. No, I think those sub points are not correct. And plus, it's not just off of subs. Remember, these guys are running ads. They might even get sponsorships. You have to remember, there's ad revenue. There's ad revenue that you have to factor in. There's probably a little bit of YouTube money too, and sponsorships too. Not to say that like this guy is probably caked up, but bits, donations, sub points don't also show the actual full story either. I know a gambling streamer with average 1K who makes 2 million USD a year. Yeah, because he's a gambling streamer. Gambling contracts are insane. Very similar to people who want to be actors. You envision yourself to be celebrities while most working actors you never heard of but make a living. Yeah. Y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's just sub points. Doesn't count any donos, ad rev, or anything else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Straight up. The old days, watching Hoffa get a random 3K dono. Wait, really? Did you ever think you were going to be become as big as you did when you started streaming? Fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely not. How much did you make during your Facebook days? 0. I made no money off Facebook streaming. What do you mean? I did it for free. No, I had absolutely zero idea that I would even be like, I didn't even think I would be a 5K average streamer. Like, that's crazy. And then when I got there, I was like, damn, this is wild. And then I didn't think I would be a 10K average streamer. And when I got there, I was like, that's crazier. Oh my God, I'm talking about politics all the fucking time. Come on, you had a huge YouTube presence? No, I didn't. You're so wrong. My YouTube was like, my YouTube at the time didn't even have, it was like 20K. I had 20K subs. I didn't have a YouTube presence before 2020. Y'all are nuts, dude. Y'all are nuts. Okay? But yeah, Ludwig and I had a major conversation on stream where he literally fixed my YouTube, turned on monetization on my YouTube. My monetization wasn't on my YouTube. It wasn't even on. Some of your old videos on TYT didn't crack 1K. Yeah, that part is like, I think due to the algo though, but no, 20,000. Okay. 20,000 subscribers on YouTube is not big. You're out of your mind if you think that it's like a real thing. No, 20,000 YouTube subscriptions is nothing. You're crazy.
Hippie things that I believe in, which is manifesting your goals. And the way to do that is by writing them down. And I want this on pen and paper, okay? I want this on pen and paper. I did this when I first started streaming over 6 years ago. I'm gonna have you guys do this today, all right? And in fact, I write all of my goals on something I can easily access on my desk. And it's on this little picture of me. On the back of it, I have all my goals. Now you're gonna write 3 things on this piece of paper. Section 1, I want you to write your goals with streaming. Now the goal can be different. It can be broad, it can be bold, it can be simple, but it should be honest. If you're gonna say that your goal—
How many followers on Facebook did you have when you started streaming? 500,000. And guess what, dude? I streamed to 14 people. So none of that shit matters, okay? How many fucking TikTokers have like 3 million followers on TikTok and get like 3 concurrent viewers on Twitch? Come on. You still skip the most difficult viewership barrier? Yes, I wasn't a complete unknown entity. This part is true. Here, I'll tell you guys what I did. 1, I leveraged the existing audience that TYT had to build an audience for myself because I always wanted to inevitably have my own thing because like no matter what I did with TYT, they would just kind of take it and make it their own, right? Because I was under the banner of TYT. So I had no ownership over whatever the fuck I was doing, and I hated that. The second reason why I did it was because I wanted to manage exactly how many real eyeballs or real conversions I had. So I would always like promote my Instagram on the Facebook videos. Facebook videos would actually get like 30 million views in a week. And then there would be like real-time conversions. 2016, my Facebook videos genuinely had a lot of real eyeballs on them. Obviously, of course, it was like juice to the goddamn gills. But having said that, there were some very real people watching. Okay? Now, here's what I did though. When I started on Twitch, I had like 14 people watching me on my first ever stream. I had like around 14 people, which is a major barrier. Most people don't break it out to the 0 to 1 viewer, and then most people don't make it from 1 viewer to 10 viewers. But what I did was leverage my pre-existing clout outside of Twitch to network with people at Twitch that had an audience and prominence at Twitch. A lot of collaborations occurred, both with, ironically, now no longer a friend of the show, Destiny, and more importantly than that, Austin and Trainwrecks. Okay? Those were, Trainwrecks used to have a podcast. Austin used to have many different shows that he used to host like twice a week, right? And I appeared on those shows all the time. I would stream nonstop, and then I would go on their shows, and I would go on their shows nonstop as well. That introduced me to the broader Twitch audience, the broader Twitch community. Those shows were very impactful in, I think, like setting the stage for that wave of Twitch, like Twitch's top content creators. The Ludwig, myself, Cutie Cinderella, XQC, we are all of that graduation class, I guess. Okay? So, you and your politics broke up my Black Ops 4 clan on Facebook. I started content from the breakdown and already had Twitch because of soda popping. Remember the VR trip with soda shit will live rent-free forever. How quickly did viewership increase? I mean, we can look at it. We can look at my Twitch journey. And I will tell you. Where is it? Here it is. Hold on. Here. Look at this. 17 viewers, Friday, March 23rd, probably like 2018 at that point, right? Like, or, around, 2019, 2018. I don't remember. Barely really streaming. Then start streaming a lot more. Gradually increases by, how do you expand this? Hold on. Oh, here. I clicked on expand. That's how you expand it. Clearly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It goes from, I'm doing everything I can here. I start doing collaborations. I start doing more collabs. Average viewership increases by December 2019 or 2018, or is it December 2019? By the end of 2018, I'm averaging like around 500, but it's inconsistent. Okay. And then it starts growing, and I'm at like 1K to 2K by February 2019. It keeps growing. Okay. And then America Deserved 9/11 happens. Okay. America Deserved 9/11 happens. There's a little blip there. Blip. And then I keep growing. Slowly but surely. And then I leave TYT in the beginning of 2020 to go full-time on Twitch. Then COVID happens, and it's the election season, and all of a sudden, I'm seeing major peaks, 10K, going back to 5K, but still like seeing peaks on debates, hitting 20K, right? Debate nights, all the stuff. growing. And by the time the election comes around, you see major growth, obviously. That is not... that's not like, that's a one-off for the election cycle, for the month of the election. But after the election, there's still a lot of interest. January 6th. And the growth continues, 40K, 20K, 30K, 40K, 20K, 30K. And there's still like dips in that process. Obviously, some days I'm getting like 20K, other days I'm getting 30K. And, you know, I think this is the invasion of Ukraine. It's another big peak. And then after that, it's still like 20K, 30K, growing, growing, growing. And then this last year, this January, like January till now, or no, sorry, this is 2023. That number starts finally decreasing. 2023, it starts finally decreasing, and it has still been decreasing ever since. With some blips and some blips in between, with like some jumps in between, but that's where we're at. Damn, falling off in real time. I know, big time fall off. Notice how I showed you guys that like this is where I was at 2020, 4 years ago when I first started in the month of August. You know. This was probably one of the better times as far as my... How come none of the haters ever point out the overall Twitch viewership, which shows a similar trend? Yeah, but overall, I've been able to beat the overall Twitch viewership fairly consistently. The issue is that, I mean, here, there's also like obviously valleys here in 2021 as well. The real issue is rather, August 2021. Okay, Soda Poppin is one of the truest OGs, said the cardinal rule of streaming is to never talk about view count. He's right. Because people care about view count. Users care about view count. They think that like Twitch viewers are like moths that fly towards the light. And if you start talking about your view count, or if they start noticing that your view count is going down, your loyal fan base will stay, okay? Will stay consistently and watch you. But a lot of the extra pool of like the viewers that put you at the top of the line in the top 10 content creators on the platform, all of those guys, I like to call it like the Twitch pool of viewers. They always go to whoever has the most amount of viewers. They don't really care. Right? It is very interesting that there's a lot of those viewers that come in because you're popping off on a particular day and they stick around. Okay? And they stick around because they become like, fans, long-term fans. Just call us product reviews. Why are you reducing us to moss? Lol, we just buy what other people are buying. No, it's just, I don't know how else to describe it. Not every single person is like this, but there are plenty of people in the pool. And by the way, is there anything wrong with that? No, of course not. I wasn't even saying that it's like a bad thing. Okay? But what I'm simply mentioning is that while Twitch viewership is down in general across the board, there are obviously still people at the top. Like, I mean, yesterday I had 25K and I was at literally one of the most watched, and still am one of the most watched Twitch channels on the entire website. But when you have like 50K, for example, let's say you're normally like a 20K Andy and you're at 50K, people go, oh, that's really weird. What's happening there? Let me go check it out. And they stick around. Okay? That's just how it works. And the same goes in the opposite direction as well. You never took your view count for granted at any point, though, which I feel like a lot of streamers did passively during the 2020 boom. So few people can take considerate amounts of time off and come back to a somewhat normal community. You are not one of those, but you also don't try to do that because you're a current events guy. Yeah. And the inverse of that also happens where, like, if people start seeing your view count diminished, they also leave. They're like, oh, this guy's fallen off. I don't want to watch this guy. He's fallen off. Those guys are not in it specifically to like see the content in and of itself. It's more like a mindless consumption where it's like, oh, things are happening here. I want to know what's happening here. It's kind of like that. Okay. One of the major things that happened in my career, though, that is like bad is that August 2021, my house got doxxed that I had purchased. When that happened, there was a lot of controversy surrounding it, like almost as much as the America Deserved 9/11 moment. But this time, it was like, oh, socialists with a house? Fuck that. After that, over and over again, it just turned into like, rich socialist meta. And since then it's just been like endless pile-ons by whoever the fuck wants to do the fuck Hasan. Whoever wants to rip the fuck Hasan ripcord. That has certainly taken somewhat of a toll as well. I think that, controversial subject matters that are even in controversial in progressive circles like Palestine has certainly taken a toll as well. The React Gate has taken a toll as well. At this point, the fuck Hasan ripcord is kind of broken. Like, it doesn't work as well as it once did. Like, it doesn't have the same juice. But now I would say that the new meta, like the new graduate class in this time frame, was basically like the Kai Cenats and the AMPs of the world. But now there's an even, I would factor in Kai Cenat with this next wave. I would say the new graduating class are going to be the TikTok streamers. What I mean by that is streamers that come with an audience predominantly from TikTok. Jynxzi, Casio, Kai Cenat, and what are the other ones? The other YouTube Shorts guy, Pirate, or who's the? There's a bunch of guys like that are absolutely they're blowing the fuck up. You don't know any of these people, but most normies watch them on TikTok, and then they want to see the actual content. They see the TikTok and they're like, oh, where is this TikTok being filmed from? Oh, the Twitch stream. Right? Same with Kai, though. Kai's not just TikTok. Yesterday at 21 Savage, Nicki Minaj, consistently bringing on actual celebrities. You just need to do that more. Yeah, let me just call up Nicki Minaj or 21 Savage. I don't know any famous people that I can like call up in the same way that Kai can. That's ridiculous. You think I have the opportunity or you think I could do that and I'm just simply choosing not to? No, I can't do that. That's just the truth. So yeah, that's like that's what's going on right now. That's the new meta, I would say. Try and talk to JPEG Mafia. I mean, JPEG Mafia is not the same as like Nicki Minaj, dude. Are you crazy? The Kai Nicki TikTok reach normies I work with, people who will still never become aware of Twitch. Exactly. And now I think the new wave is 100%. Now I think the new wave on Twitch is 100% people who are popping off on TikTok. But you can uniquely call the best lefty political people and journalists, which many can't do, though it's less numbers. It's still a massive value to everyone. Yeah, I do that already, though. Yeah, and also, all political media is down in views. It's difficult to gauge your success with respect to the rest of Twitch, even though site-wise Twitch is down. Yes. What examples are there of TikTokers on Twitch, though? There's plenty of TikTokers that are on Twitch that don't break like the 10K marker, but the top content creators The top graduating class of content creators now on Twitch are TikTok content creators. I'm talking about in the English-speaking TikTok, or in the English-speaking Twitch. Okay? Jynxzi being one of them, even though he's like a ride or die Twitch streamer who basically streamed on Twitch to 2 viewers for years, he still is, right now, as we speak, he's about to crack the 100K, and he is like, and that is not because he's collabing with XQC. Like, that is him helping XQC out. You see what I'm saying? Like, XQC is getting a boost from Jynxzi now, which is like kind of unheard of when you think about it. Let's continue.
Is to have an altruistic community that you just like making laugh? Is that real? Be genuine with yourself. Nobody's in the room with you. Do you actually just want to be fucking rich and a big streamer and famous? That's fine. Let's just be honest with ourselves today, okay? So let's write our goals down. And I'm going to say one more thing. Goals can be bad, right? I think goals are valuable.
It's anecdotal, but there were a lot of leftists in Wake's chat that said they stopped watching you as often because of the constant Middle East coverage. Too depressing. Brother, the sad state of affairs is that a lot of Americans don't want to fucking talk about how disgusting America's actions are, okay? They might be like, I want socialism for me, but when it comes to foreign policy, for me in particular, my foreign policy absolutely is considered divisive amongst American leftists, supposed leftists, people that call themselves leftists. That is not going to cause me to stop talking about it. It's not just the fatigue. Fatigue is a factor as well. But if fatigue was the major factor, then when I'm not talking about American foreign policy or the Middle East, which, I don't as much right now, they would come back. The reason why they leave is because they think that I have abandoned their understanding of the world. We have a major disagreement, okay? We have a massive disagreement on this issue, and I can't change their minds on that.
Because they hold you accountable. But just because you achieve your goal does not mean you're done. And just because you don't hit your goal doesn't mean you failed. It's just something to hold you accountable along the way. And it can be as simple as my goal is to go live 3-4 times a week, whatever it is. So write your goal down, whatever it is. Second thing I want you to write some inspiration. I think this is really valuable to do because when you first start out, you're forming some sort of identity. And anytime you watch a streamer in their early career, even very successful streamers like Liam, for example, the speedrunner, you can tell they've pulled some inspiration from other people. Liam had some similarities to Clint Stevens. So I want you to list 3 streamers that you like and how you would like to stream like, right? So don't just list 3 streamers that you like that do something you would never do. For example, like don't list, Tarek Kaide 10s and then you're like, oh, I don't play Valorant. List 3 streamers that you like that do something you would like to do. And then the final thing I would like you to list is why. Why do you want to do this? And this is the part where I want you to be honest. This is the part where I want you to actually answer the question very, very vulnerably. Why do you want to...
All of your massive political controversies have been on foreign policy? Yeah, of course.
Have 300 concurrent viewers. Why do you want streaming to be a supplementary income? Why do you want streaming to be a full-time job? Why do you want to be the biggest in the world? I don't care how altruistic it is. I don't care how selfish it is. I just care that you know it and that you are honest to yourself, and I think that is valuable. Now, you might have thought if I saw you not write this down, I'd tell you to quit. All right, this is what I did in the last video. Last time I did this, all right, I had this entire spiel, and then I said, if you didn't write it down, then you should quit. What you should actually do is if you are writing this down and you have not yet gone live, go live, you lazy fucker. Okay? Stop doing all the auxiliary work without actually doing the thing that you were trying to do. Just go live. You're the only one who can motivate.
Go live and serve 3-minute breaks at the top of the hour.
Yourself to do the things that you want to do in life. If you're trying to be a streamer, you just got to go live. You can do all the other shit like looking up what gear you want to get and writing down all your goals after.
For the record, people saying, oh, it's fatigue. Oh, genocide is too depressing or too boring. Or saying that it's a lack of moral character. No, that's not the case, guys. This is why I'm saying it's disagreement. I'm a political content creator by nature. All I fucking talk about is depressing shit. It's disagreement. That's it. You guys are wrong for thinking it's just fatigue. Okay? You're wrong. Everything I talk about is depressing. I talk about police brutality. I talk about economic destitute. or awful economic conditions that people are subjected to. No, it's just people don't want to think about what America is doing is wrong, because no matter how much people value themselves as like progressive people, they don't want to fucking get outflanked. They don't want to even feel like they're being outflanked. And many people don't want to think about a world where America is not the dominant power. Deep down inside, they're getting fed a steady diet of information from NPR, New York Times, and all these other places where I try to describe to you like the greatest lesson I can instill upon you is media literacy. Those outlets are feeding you information objectively under the auspices of objectivity that is like incredibly slanted in the pro-American direction. Okay? That's it.
Just go live one time for me. Just one fucking time. Okay? And if you've done it, please go back to writing down your goals, inspirations, and your whys. But make sure you've gone live at least once. Just fucking try it, man. Even
you used to only do 4 to 5 hours of politics, then fun stuff, but now it's 6 to 8 hours. That's definitely the reason. I think that's part of it. I've definitely greatly increased the amount of like political content coverage that I do. That definitely is part of it. Almost the entirety of my 8 to 10 hour streams now is all wall-to-wall politics. No, it's not about gaming. Shut the fuck up, chat. There's never been a massive community of gaming frogs in this community. It's the core fan base that will sit through gaming. Come on, dude. I professionally look at this stuff, okay? No, it's that I used to watch fun reacts. I used to do fun reacts and have fun. Half of the stream was politics, straight up politics and news. The other half was fun reacts and shit like that. Okay? That's it. No, and it's not because I don't game with any regularity. I'm sure that if I gamed with regularity, I would grow more of a gaming audience, but it would go from like a 14K gaming audience to a 15K gaming audience over the course of a year. If, on the other hand, if I had... Bro, do you not care about us core people? That's not what I'm saying. Oh, you want to die. I hate talking about this shit. It's so depressing because I get so upset trying to describe things to people, and then the reaction is so parasocial and so silly. Okay? The core fan base just watches whatever. It doesn't matter. They like the politics as well as the gaming. Okay? But I've never been known for gaming because I don't have a lot of content out there that promotes me gaming. That's the other part of it. If I had like entire TikTok channels dedicated to like my gaming highlights, gaming moments and things of that nature, and people got to see them outside of Twitch and came in here specifically for gaming content because they saw that, then yes, my gaming audience would grow. Gaming audiences don't grow organically on Twitch. Nothing grows organically on Twitch. Okay? So that's how it works. It sucks because your gaming is literal peak, especially when you're collabing. Yeah, I agree. You got to do more fun stuff because politics is extremely pushed down on TikTok. I think so too, for sure. I'm going to make a TikTok of all your best Donnie 3.0 RP clips to force him to bring him back. Are you seriously trying to be a variety streamer? We know what you are really here for. Okay. Dudes who have only been following since 2023 on their alt account because they got banned on their main account should probably shut the fuck up for the duration of this conversation. Dumbass. I've been a variety streamer. I've literally done more variety in my peak and throughout my streaming career than I've done straightforward news coverage. You silly bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I used to watch house tours, MasterChef, fun. One of the things that we used to do always was fun reacts, like finding TV shows and unearthing them and going through them and watching them. And those metas have died out. Like they don't slap as hard anymore. But yeah, Forged in the Fire, Pawn Stars, 90 Day Fiance, Joe Schmo, Beauty and the Geek, the recent stuff. Horny Mormons. It depends on the news cycle based on how much politics you do. That's my take. You have waves of so much politics. The cycle is very long because of Gaza. Yes. The thing is, the issue of Palestinians is very near and dear to me. It's very close to me. I feel like it's very, it's such an impossible to ignore severe crime against humanity. So I definitely do cover it way more. And it's like continued. My coverage is continued across the board. Feels like streams this year have been more fun and I've been watching more. Feels like the haters kind of took over near the end of last year and it made content a little more fatiguing. Yeah, 100%. The way I got into Lud was his damn TikTok time reacts. Yeah, I should do more stuff like that, honestly. Like I need to do more this year. This year I need to do more a variety, like get back to more variety. And I need to work my way up to it because I am very stubborn. I can't stop myself from doing the things that I want to do. Like variety's fun, but it's just, it feels silly to do when, like, you know, Palestinians are being slaughtered. And that's part of the reason. Anyway, let's continue.
An hour, I don't care. Just try it. Here are mine. This is actually just a picture directly from my goals list. I have a few goals. My goals have changed. My goals are much more broad. I don't have goals based off objective metrics anymore. I don't care about my subscriber number as much.
His inspiration is Jynxzi. God, he is such a fucking... Oh, he is such a algo demon, dude.
I don't care about my viewership as much. I just care about being better about what I'm doing. And so they're honestly more like reminders. Be ambitious, be creative, be kind, be patient. Because I think if I am those things and I remind myself to be those things, then I will be better at everything else in my life. So a goal doesn't have to be get 100 viewers or whatever the fuck. It can be this. It's just a little bit harder to hold yourself accountable when your goal is be ambitious versus an objective number you can look at. Inspiration. Komet Zero, because I think in esports, he is doing stuff that I would like to be doing with Moist Sex Shopify. Jynxzi, because with very limited tools, Rainbow Six, he has amassed the largest average concurrent viewer base on Twitch, which I find massively impressive. And then Germa985, because his creativity, his ambition to do whatever idea he thinks of and then make it come to life, I still find inspirational. And then why? Why do I stream? Why do I do what I do? Simply put, that's also changed a lot. For a while, it was because I wanted to be a big streamer. Then it was because I had daily YouTube uploads and I wanted to keep uploading daily. And to keep uploading daily, I had to keep going live. After that, it was to be the biggest. I wanted to be the biggest streamer in the world. And then after I did that, I realized, well, actually what I really care about and gives me the most value is making the lives of those around me better. And also making cool shit. So those are the two things that I care about. Making people's lives around me better. Friends, family, whatever. Making cool shit. So those are my two whys. Where should you stream? Answer. Twitch. Now, this might sound a little bit ironic, seeing as we are live streaming this on YouTube right now, but Twitch is simply the best platform to stream on. It just is. And then a couple more questions that go along with this. To be successful as a streamer, you need to be consistent. This is just simple advice, okay? Another tip that's helped me along the way, you should be as entertaining for 10 viewers as you would for 10,000 viewers. If you were to have 10,000 people raid onto your stream, would you stream differently than with a group of people that are currently watching you? If the answer is yes, that means you are not giving your all. You are waiting for something to get.
He's right about that. That's why, for me, this part is actually very smart. For me, I've always talked about it. Like, there is virtually no difference between my coverage when I have, you know, this many viewers in the 7th hour of my stream versus 100,000 viewers. I have basically, I mean, I've definitely upgraded my setup going from a PlayStation Eye camera when I had like 14 concurrent viewers playing Fortnite. But since I made that jump to a PC and the way that I started streaming with a PC, I have basically said the exact same thing, obviously. My commentary and my ideology has not changed. But beyond that, you and Lud blew up around the same time. Yes. My style has not changed. And also, my commentary has not changed, and like the way I cover has not. The way I make content doesn't change. So there's actually no difference between me at like 100 people, okay, me at 10K people, me at 18K people, or me at 100K people. Nothing is different.
Give your all. You should be giving your all for 10, as you would for 10,000, because then that 10 is how you grow to 10,000. And the ideal length for a stream is just under 6 hours. Anywhere under 6 hours. Where am I getting this information from? Well, I asked the biggest streamers in the world what the best streaming platform is. 28 out of 30 said Twitch. One person said YouTube. One person said multi-streaming. I am not sold on multi-streaming. I think multi-streaming fractures communities. There are times where it makes sense. For example, Doug when he does his YouTube versus Twitch, or an event to get the maximum amount of viewers. It works for some people like Charlie because he has a huge YouTube presence. I think it's better to not multi-stream. This is where I'm currently at. You could multi-stream till you find the platform that you like and then go from there. But I think sticking to one is generally better. Nobody said Kick. Now, that could be just because the group I asked. Kick could work for you if you like the 95-5 split. But of the group I asked, everybody said Twitch. And a quick tidbit about Twitch versus YouTube versus Kick versus whatever. Twitch is better for chatters and for streamers. Everything is way more streamlined. There's way more information for streamers on Twitch. YouTube is better for lurkers, worse for people who chat, and worse for people who stream. And Kick, it's Kick. Now this has changed a little bit. This is what the past 3 years have done. Because 3 years ago, I talked about how you have to stream for the video. When you go live, you're basically trying to farm a YouTube video from it. It's changed. Now, most live streams are for the clip. We've condensed it a bit. If you live stream 4, 5, 6 hours, what you really care about getting...
Yeah. Oh, he said the exact same thing. Kai, Speed, KCO, and Jynxzi and Pyro Software all exploded from clips. Yep. It literally it has turned into queso. Sorry. Fuck. Queso, not KCO. Queso. 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 Fuck. I'm gonna still fuck it up. I'm too old. I'm old. I'm an old man. Okay. Anyway, my point is, yes, originally it was like, oh, you'll blow up on TikTok and then you can like manage that and turn your audience into Twitch viewers. Now, when you're streaming on Twitch, you're doing it for TikTok.
Getting in that time is a good clip. One great fucking moment is all that matters. Because if you think about it, most of the people in the world who know you will know you from your clip, not your streams. Even people...
You gotta hire a team of people to shit out so many clips is unavoidable? No, dude, it doesn't work that way. No, you're wrong on that front. No, I already have a shit ton of people that are trying to pump out clips on my TikTok. No, it has to be organic. It's like the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. Okay? The HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex has an organic presence on YouTube, even though YouTube has like combated it. TikTok is the same. Like, people that are posting on Twitter, if they were to post in the same way on TikTok, Hasan is not a clippable streamer, chatter. As a matter of fact, most of his problems come from assholes clipping him. That's not true. I am a very clippable streamer. It's just that a lot of those clips oftentimes go on, unfortunately, oftentimes just go on Twitter and just like die there. There's no way to do it. There's no way to do it. It's actually better for TikTok, in my opinion, than it is for Twitter. A lot of those clips are, but yeah. Thirst edits are great for TikTok. Funny moments are great for TikTok. Clipped out of context is great for TikTok. And short, condensed political takes are also great for TikTok. So there's a lot of stuff that I do that could be clipped and posted on TikTok. It's just that No. It's just my own personal TikTok gets clapped too much.
On this list, all right? Kai, Speed, Queso, Jynxzi, Pirate Software. You guys might have seen these streamers before. You've probably seen them from a clip. It might have been Speed getting sucked off in Minecraft, right? It might have been Kai breaking the record for the most subs ever of all time. It might have been Pirate Software talking about the YouTube algorithm. It could have been Jynxzi hitting his desk with his feet and then falling backwards in his chair because he saw someone in Fortnite with a fat ass. Could have been Queso being called fat again. But you've probably seen the clip. The clip is king. So all you need is one great moment. And then if you throw that moment on YouTube Shorts or TikTok and it blows up, it's a self-feeding system. More people will go to your stream. They want to see the funny moment. The funny moment happens. You get a new funny moment. And every new big streamer that's exploded from the past couple of years has exploded from clips, right? All these people I just listed, they've all been exploding because of the clips. Sometimes they're not even posting the clips themselves. It's just other people posting clips on their behalf. But it's all about the fucking clip. And you can be contrived about this. You can be natural about this. You can be an over-the-top person to get a clip. You can just be a godlike gamer and happen to get a good clip. But I promise you, if you live stream long enough, shit happens. I mean, that's the fucking beauty of live. Shit happens. Sometimes because you planned it, sometimes because you didn't plan it, and that's just what life is. But you will get a funny-ass clip, and when you do...
Farming clips can make a toxic audience in the long run, though? Not really. I don't think so. It just depends on what kind of clips are being farmed.
You just got to keep rolling with it. You got to keep trying to recreate that magic. Asking the 30 biggest streamers, I said, do you think YouTube Shorts, TikTok are important for your growth? Because I wanted to know from their perspective. Right? Some of these people are established creators. 66.7 still said yes. And bear in mind, almost everybody I asked has been a successful creator since.
Chat doesn't get that the best way to introduce someone to your content, the best way is a short clip and not an 8-hour stream. Yes, the short clip is how you introduce the content, and then they're like, wow, I like this guy's ideas a lot. Let me find out more. And then they go and they watch the fucking stream. Maybe they don't watch the 8-hour stream at first because that's obviously intimidating, but slowly but surely they watch more and more of the stream. That's how it works. Okay? That's how it works. That's how it works. Did he ask you?
Before
Yes.
YouTube Shorts are really a thing. And they still believe, 2/3 of which, that YouTube Shorts and TikTok are important for their growth. So if they believe it en masse, huge majority, then you should also probably believe this. Now, there's an issue with clips. They don't make any fucking money. So it's still important to stream to make a YouTube video. And I've repeated this for my last session, but I think it's still valuable information. When you do a live stream, it is still valuable to have a goal going into the stream of getting a YouTube video out of it. You go live with a premise.
Yeah, I came from TikTok to YouTube, and now I watch you on Twitch. Oh shit, nice.
You know, maybe you are going to give your chat your credit card. The bones of the stream is you buying things with your credit card that chat has picked out, and the conclusion is the final list of how much money you've spent and everything you've bought. Your premise, your bones, your conclusion. It doesn't have to be every stream, mind you, but if you are going live without really thinking about it, just playing a video game and then going offline a couple hours later, I don't think you're really giving it your all. You should be putting damn near an equal amount of time thinking about what you're going to do as you are doing what you are supposed to do. If the entire fucking time you spend working on live streaming, you are live and you are not growing at all, you're making a mistake. Let's use our time more valuably and let's think about what we're going to do so it is more successful long term. Here's an example. Which YouTube video do you think will be better from these two live streams? Do you think it is Jynxzi versus 20 girls? Or do you think it is the live stream called Wednesday? Let's just take a stab in the dark here. most people would argue it's the first option, and they would be right. 20 Women vs. Jynxzi ended up being Jynxzi's most viewed video within a week. And I don't think the Wednesday video that came from it did very well. Now, Wednesday streams are still important. You will occasionally have to go live with nothing to do, but putting Wednesday in your title and playing the game that people like when you play, or talking about the thing people like that you talk about, because consistency is key. But if you are not interspersing well thought out premises with good bones and good conclusion, I don't think you're doing a good enough job.
It also doesn't help that you have very toxic and large group of haters. Comments under videos about you are nuts and usually highly uninformed. The power of an out of context clip. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's just what matters is you just keep making. Guys, let me explain something to you. Okay? Nothing matters. Please understand this. You could be a fucking murderer. Okay, you could go and murder somebody. But if you turn around and you make banger music, people are going to listen to it. Okay? It hurts your credibility, though? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have to become someone that is impossible to avoid. You have to become someone that, like, even if someone is a hater, is still like, man, shit. I need to see what this guy is saying. Okay? Stop giving credibility to haters. They come from TikTok during a 1 hour hater talk session, get turned off and never come back. Yeah. It's the I could murk someone on Fifth Avenue mentality. Well, that's a little bit different, I would say. But a better example is Kanye West. If Kanye West is making phenomenal music, okay, it don't matter what he has said. Does that make sense? It's about how many buckets you can deliver in a basketball game. It's about how many yards you can run. It's about how well you can dance. It's about how well you can sing. When the thing that you are known for, okay, when the thing that you are known for is no longer as like popping, if you are no longer entertaining as a streamer, that's when you actually die. Okay? That's it.
At streaming. How do you find ideas? How do you know what to stream, man? That's the hardest question. What the fuck do you do when you go live? The answer, you gotta watch a lot of live streams to know what to live stream. I'll tell you a story. I wanted to be a talk show host when I was in high school. Jay Leno even spoke at my sister's graduation from Emerson. And I saw him as he walked out and I said, Jay, I want to be a talk show host when I grow up. And he said, hey kid, what's your name? And I said, it's Ludwig. And he said, I'll see you there. I filmed all of this. This really happened. I'm not a talk show host today. I thought talk shows were dumb as shit and boring as hell. I never watched them. I just didn't watch them. I thought they were lame. I thought they were lame as shit. The reality is that I actually didn't want to be a talk show host. I think I just wanted to be a rich, famous person who was on TV.
I don't watch anybody on Twitch. How could I have time to watch Twitch? I'm on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch 8 hours every day, minimum.
TV who got to interview celebrities. Are you guys watching a shit ton of live streams? Because these 30 big fucking streamers who are very busy, some of which are streaming 80 plus hours a week, are watching streams daily. The majority of them are watching streams daily. Over 80% are watching streams a few times a week. I watch streams every single day. I'm not even shitting you. My Twitch Wrapped. I watched Twitch 365 out of 365 days last year. How do I know about people like Jynxzi even though I'm 28 fucking years old? Because I watch people like Jynxzi. Because I need to know what's going on. Because how else am I supposed to keep up, adapt, and come up with ideas? It can't all come from thin air. It can't all come from past experience. I've made two...
Watching this almost counts, to be fair. No, it doesn't. I do not watch Twitch at all. I was never a Twitch watcher before I became a Twitch streamer. And I have, like, the thing is, like, I actually, that's not even true. I don't think there's a lot of good ideas on Twitch. Like, I think, I sometimes literally will force myself to watch TikTok to get a better understanding of like what's popping. Even though that algorithm is like so, specific that you often can't get a good analysis, good assessment of like what normie algos look like. But Hasan on depression arc? Wait, what? No, what depression? Nothing I said is depressive. What the fuck? What do you mean? No, I've never been a Twitch watcher at all, mostly because I'm straight up streaming almost always. The problem is, yes, there isn't really a lot of people I can look to with respect to what I do, because there's not exactly a lot of comparable content creators in general. But that's, I think, what makes me a little bit more unique, because I like to blend in shit that people are doing outside of the political sphere. And I used to do that a lot more. And I think I need to keep doing more of that as well, because that is how you bring in normies for the most part.
1,000 goddamn videos. I gotta be watching shit. I gotta get inspired. If you're not watching Twitch, you can't become a Twitch streamer. It's also important, though, to think of ideas that work for you. Because, yeah, you can watch somebody, but you can't necessarily do what they do. For example, if you watch me, you can't do, I let my chat spend $10,000, the results are cursed live stream. Because you can't spend $10,000 fucking dollars on a live stream. That would be insane. It'd be absurd of you to do. It'd be crazy. You shouldn't do that. You also probably can't fly to Japan and drift the J-Schlatt, because you probably don't know J-Schlatt like that. So if you can't do those things, do not think of ideas that include those things. I think this is a mistake I see all the time. People thinking of ideas that don't actually work for them. Oh man, if only I had 10.
What is this? It is a strange phenomenon that viewers of these unsocial losers who are generally despised by their streamers. I love my viewers. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You think I would put up with your fucking psychotic nonsense all day, every day if I didn't love my community? What are you, out of your fucking mind? The most insane shit I've ever heard.
10K, I could do this. Oh man, if only I was friends with J-Schlatt, I could collab with him. I would get big quick. What do you actually have around you?
What do I always say? Literally, what I always stress is that I put up with a shit ton of haters. I put up with a shit ton of haters specifically because this community makes it worthwhile.
You got a funny fucking friend? Do you have a love and passion for mobile gaming? With the tools you have, what would you make? And you can still find inspiration. For example, last week I ranked every single Flash game. Anybody who's watching this could do that. It was fucking $0. I literally looked up Flash games and then played the Flash games. It was like 12 of them. It wasn't even every Flash game. Anyone could do that. So make sure the ideas you are thinking of work for you. Now, I asked these 30 streamers, how much planning actually goes into your stream? Because it's an interesting question, you know? Like, how much do they actually plan it out? And for the most part, people are kind of making it up the day of. 43% of people, the plurality of people, kind of just make up what they do the same exact day. And I'm not excluded from that camp, by the way. Most of the time, I kind of make up what I do that same day, maybe the day before.
I don't know how I answered it. I probably said mix. But like, I have to make it day of because the news is happening that day.
26% of people plan their streams ahead of time. 73% are making up day of or sometimes making it up day of. So don't stress out, man. That's the key. Don't freak out about what you gotta do, but spend 30 minutes every morning thinking of a couple ideas, writing them down. Maybe pitching it to a friend who's also trying to become a live streamer. Throw your ideas back and forth. This idea sucks. This idea rocks. And just fucking run with it. The more shit you throw at the wall, the higher chance you have of something sticking. So better to think of an idea, rip it day of, it not work, try something new the next day, than spend all this time crafting this amazing idea you've thought of only to have it not work. And now we get to my favorite part, the yoink and twists. Now, I've talked about this ad nauseum, so I'll be brief, but this is still the #1 best strategy on how to come up with a great video idea that is still exclusive to you and your personality, that has a high chance of being successful. And it starts with finding an idea that has worked. For example, Michael Reeves made a video a few years ago called Your Robot Ideas Are Stupid. Many people have followed his formula. Michael Reeves is a fucking phenomenal YouTuber. Phenomenal. In fact, one of them was Fundy, who made a video 3 years ago based off it called I Made Your Dumb Ideas in Minecraft. It became his most viewed video ever. I saw this, and I was kind of into chess at that time. So I was like, hey, there's a bunch of dumbass ways to play chess. What if I just try doing all of those ideas that chat gives me? And you can tell I was inspired by Fundy for the thumbnail and Michael Reeves for the initial idea. And the video did great for me. I was pumped. 1.3 million views. It was me and Stans playing chess for 4 hours. Lock it in. The yoink and twist is a tried and true method. And don't feel bad about the yoink and twist because it's how it fucking works. Don't take my word.
Why are big streamers always looking to grow instead of just chilling like Movement or Airs? They have strong viewers. I mean, they have a strong community. I have a strong community as well.
For it, listen to Bomber Guy.
My goal,
It's completely fine.
I can't speak for other people, but like for me personally, I always want to reach as many people as possible because like my entire goal is to change people's minds. I need charitability for that, and I need a broad audience for that. Because if I'm only talking to the same 17,000, 18,000, 20,000, 30,000 people that are all like-minded, then my impact is softened. You know what I mean? So you're just like Christianity? Yes. Just like Christianity. Yeah. Yeah, my goal is to get you to see a unique way of thinking that you are never really exposed to. And then you are, and something clicks. Yeah. You don't have to fully agree. Hasan explains every week in Chess the Last. Yeah. My job, my goal, my overarching goal is to reach as many transphobic people, racist people, homophobic people as possible. And then have them change their attitudes, or at least like become more charitable to this way of thinking.
To be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it. Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the capsule hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
I do. This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas.
And if you don't take Bomber Guy's word for it, or my word for it, 29 of the 30 streamers that I surveyed said they take stream ideas from other creators. 29 out of 30! So if you haven't already started looking at other creators and trying to take some elements of it, twisting it to making it your own, then you were just simply not doing it right. By the way, the only person who said they don't take ideas from other creators, Tarek. And that's fair. He does just go live and play Valorant every day. I guess he doesn't need to steal too many ideas. Tarek also gave a quote that I thought was poignant here. Because I asked everybody, I said, do you have a piece of advice for someone if they were to go live and stream? And he said, streaming, full luck, small skill. All right, that's what Tarek said. For some context, Tarek was the 3rd biggest streamer in the world last year. He says it's full luck, little skill. What does that mean for you? How can you even fathom becoming a streamer if the 3rd biggest in the world says it's full luck? You have to be delusional. And I mean this very genuinely, because there is someone who is watching this, or maybe isn't watching this, or maybe isn't born yet, who will be the biggest streamer in the fucking world. It will happen.
Wait, what was that? Number 5? Where? Oh. Wait, who are these people? Where is this from? Oh, this year.
Little skill. What does that mean for you? How can you even delusional? And I mean this very...
No, that's not the people that he's watched. It's just like top
very
watched in general.
Because there is someone who is watching this, or maybe isn't watching this, or maybe isn't born yet.
Hot take, there is no luck in streaming. You either have it or you don't. If you or your stream sucks, people won't watch. Yeah, that is a hot take because having it is literally luck. So you're wrong. You just described luck while saying it's not luck. Of course it's luck. There's a shit ton of luck. Even the fact that you said having it is what is required, that is luck. You've described luck, my friend. Chatter, if you saw Hasan's first stream, you wouldn't have watched. 100%. Dude, I was so bad. You're saying tons of people who are super interesting just don't have it? No, the problem is, I think hard work is really important. I've always been a hard worker. My whole point is I outwork my competition always and forever. I can't speak for shit though. I mean, look, this was my one of my first streams. Uh-oh.
Damn.
Oh fuck, I got him.
You killed him? How did you get him, bro? I hit the last shot.
I mean, come on. Nick Merck's angle, fuck yeah. He means streamer talent, but there's a lot of talented people that never get the luck. No, the thing is, algorithm is luck for sure. Like something banging is luck. I mean, dude, look. There is no 100% success rate. This video with me and Winnie the Moo, 700,000 views. This video with
All right,
me
Hasan is holding Georgie.
and Georgie only 11. Okay, that just came out apparently. So never mind. Maybe that'll also go viral too. Okay, that's not a good point. I mean, look, there ain't no way. What the fuck is this? Sensitive content. Oh god, I always get clapped. This video saying the quiet part out loud, 4.3 million views. The next video after that, New Hampshire primaries, 64,000 views. People do not give a shit about American politics. It's not even funny. Oh my god. Did you believe that it is a learnable skill? Guys, Will Neff is a phenomenal, once-in-a-lifetime natural talent. A born entertainer. He has been incredible on camera since day one, since the moment I've met him. Okay? He has been incredible on camera. I, on the other hand, was dog shit on camera. Okay? Absolutely awful. Could not talk. Would basically just stop dead in my tracks. I could yap off camera, but I could never, ever yap on camera. Okay? I could not do it. The reason why I got to the point I got to is because I worked my fucking ass off. Luck played a significant role in this, but I networked my fucking ass off and I worked my fucking ass off. Okay? Do you understand? When I first started and I was on camera, I was so bad. When I first started, when I was on camera, I was so bad I had to write. I had to write my content ahead of time, you know, and green screen myself in. And read a teleprompter. Then, damn, so it's a chair stream, but Hasan is there? Yes, always. Yeah, my success is actually because I just run YouTube videos and let the chair do the talking. I could never articulate my points. I can never, ever articulate my points. Okay? Now, I can't shut the fuck up. I love yapping. I'm speaking Japanese left and right every single goddamn day. And I'm doing it while I'm also simultaneously scanning the chat. It's definitely a skill that you learn. Okay? I mean, what is the cliche? It's like success is opportunity meets hard work or something. Well, it's kind of true. It's a cliche, but it's kind of true. Okay? Yeah, one of the major reasons why I started streaming on this platform was literally because you looked older at 22 than you do now. It's funny. One of the major reasons why I started on Twitch, other than like, converting gamers into being lefties, was also because I wanted to get better off the cuff. Okay? And it's worked. Now I can just go on a podcast, no preparation, fucking yap for 2 hours, have the podcast host, if I'm like appearing on a podcast, have the podcast host go, "Oh my God, that was an incredible episode."
Who will be the biggest streamer in the fucking world. It will happen. It won't be the people who are currently at the top, still at the top in 10 years. It's gonna be someone new. And that someone is gonna be fucking delusional. They're gonna be out of their mind because they're gonna see that 7+ million people go live and they're gonna think, "Oh, I'm gonna do it." And then they're gonna become the biggest to ever do it. That's delusional. But you need to be delusional. Because if you're not delusional, and if all you look at are the statistics and the numbers, you're not even going to be able to try. You're just going to get stuck in reality hell, okay? It's okay to dream big. It's okay to be a bit delusional, and it's okay to fucking go all in on a absolute Hail Mary dream. And the only way I promise you will ever be the biggest to ever do it is if you are delusional. If you have that brazen confidence to believe that you hitting go live and switching the relationship that currently exists where you are the viewer to now you are the streamer and people get to watch you now and they have to watch you now. And not only do they have to watch you, they're going to watch you over the existing people who have all the resources and money and experience. They're going to watch you instead. Only someone that delusional will ever end up being a huge
I agree with this
streamer.
100% as well. It's like narcissistic delusion that is in the heart of every successful content creator, I would say. It's just like,
now, it's not to say you fucking throw your life away. You quit your job tomorrow. You start streaming full time until you're the biggest. Don't do that, right? You can still be risk averse. You can still be smart, but be smart and be delusional. Now, I asked these 30 streamers, what is the most important statistic? What should you worry about? If you're going to go live, what actually matters, right? And the answer is average view count. Streamers are obsessed with average view count. They are obsessed with it. All right. And even the streamers who prioritize things like enjoyment or maybe some other statistics like girth, at one point, they cared massively about average view count. They obsessed over the number. All right. For many big streamers, it is their whole self-worth. I know streamers who were at 40,000 viewers who go down to 30,000 viewers. They're at 15,000 viewers, they go to 10,000 viewers. They're at 8,000 viewers, they go down to 6,000 viewers, and they're sad about it because that's how much value they put in to that average view count number. But if you're going to be one of the biggest streamers in the world,
the 40 to 30 is a direct quote of a direct conversation that him and I had, which is ironic because like there is a little bit more liberation in the position that I'm in now because like you just get used to it. Like as much as it's like sad or whatever, but you literally do get used to it. Stop saying it's because you don't game. Oh my God. I'm going to literally video game myself. It is one of the most annoying aspects of the streamer chat dynamic. Okay. Oh my God. I'm going to bludgeon myself with a video game in the head. Oh my God, dude. Okay. Let's continue.
You do need to care about that number. There's a lot of things you can do to impact that number. There's a lot of things out of your control. It's not a healthy relationship you will ever fucking have with it, but it is also at the end of the day, the most important statistic that determines whether or not you'll be the biggest to ever do it. Now, I thought this one was interesting. I asked them, do they look at their view count while streaming? I do. I've been Hawkeyeing it this whole stream. It's been going up the whole time. That means I'm generally doing a good job. 2/3 say yes, 1/3 says no. And
that's how I feel too.
I think it's a preference thing, right? I wouldn't put too much stock into this. And probably the people who said yes to looking at the view count while streaming are the same people who said average view count is the most important metric. But I just want to put some gravity onto the average view count number. Don't become obsessed with it. Don't become psycho. You know, don't let it ruin your life, I guess is what I should say. But be aware. You don't have to know it while you're live. You can look at it after. You can even look at it after a week or a month and look at the charts and see how it does for games. But know it. Know your stream. Know what people like, know what people don't like. I talk about this a lot. Everyone falls off. Now, it's a little funny to talk about how everyone falls off in a video about how to be a streamer. You haven't even made it yet, and I'm talking about how you're about to fall off. But it's true. And in these videos, I talk a lot about the how to make the sausage, the how to be a big streamer, the what happens if you do become a big streamer. But the reality is you're going to fall off. You're going to quit. Even if you fucking make it. Even if you watch this video and in 5 years you're like, let me watch your video. I'm the biggest streamer in the fucking world. In 10 years, 20 years, you're going to be like, I watched your video. I was the biggest streamer in the world and now I fell off. So while you're here, while you're making shit, you might as well make something you care about. And in the past, I haven't focused on this enough. But it is truly all that matters. It is literally all that matters, is making something you care about. If you're making shit that is an antithesis to your being and what you like and what matters or what you think is cool, like what's the fucking point in that? You know? Leave a mark. Be someone who makes shit they're proud of. I promise you.
He's 100% right. He is so right. Listen, he's right. Like, something I stress over and over again is that in spite of everything, Asmongold says the opposite. Wait, you can stay on top forever? No, I don't think that's the case. I think it is absolutely way more important in the grand scheme of things when you're talking about like being a content creator to like make things that matter to you. Okay? To make things that matter to you. Since when does he do PowerPoints as a meta? This is new, I think. This, of course, isn't your opportunity. Why is everybody being so fucking annoying about like gaming and Grand Theft Auto RP? Oh. It's for me, that's why I will never abandon political commentary no matter what happens. It's because that's what I am passionate about. That's always what I've been passionate about. That's what I will continue to be passionate about. So RP frogs are back. You fed them just a crumb and they're feeding again? Yeah, not really. This is so funny. What if you have 3 viewers? That's how I started. What do you mean?
I promise you. I
thought it was you watching YouTube videos others made while sitting in a gamer chair. Yeah, that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I do, famously. Thank you. We are 7 hours and 39 minutes in, my friend. You're in here 7 hours and 39 minutes into a stream. Dropping this take is kind of sad. I wish you well, though.
I have seen the heights that some streamers have hit, and then they start to fall off a bit, and then they're fucking depressed. But you wouldn't be depressed if you were proud of what you made. If the only thing that matters is the success, then you will guaranteed be sad in the long term. If the only thing that matters is making something you care about, then truly, the only way you fail is if you don't make something you care about. And so with that thought, I got some final steps. If you've already gone through the process, you've gone live at least once, you just tried it out. You wrote down your goals, your inspiration, all that. If you're at this point, congratulations. I got one more thing I need you to do. In the thought of making something you're proud of, if you really want to graduate and become a if you really want to graduate and become a big streamer, I want you to show off your work. If you are not willing to show friends and family the shit that you make, you are not serious about what you're making. And this is a very scary thing to do. This is a fucking terrifying thing to do. A lot of people try to keep their stream life separate from the regular life, so people at school don't know or their family doesn't know. But if you're not proud enough of the shit you're making that you won't sit on the couch and watch a video with your mom or sister or brother or whoever, or you won't Discord message a friend that you've talked to for years who fucking loves you, the shit that you're making, it is disrespectful in my mind to post that publicly expecting other people to watch. If you expect other people who don't give a shit about you to watch the thing that you won't even show the people who love you to watch, I find that disrespectful. And it's scary.
Bro, I think it's very similar to money conversations. Like, of course, if you don't have any, then it's everything. But after you reach a certain amount, it matters more to how you're making than how much you're making. No, this is not similar to the money conversation at all. That's ridiculous. No, it's like, it's 100% about like maintaining a healthy relationship. Maintaining a healthy relationship with the content that you're creating. That's it. It's like, yeah, if you hyper focus on like staying on top, you're fucking cooked.
But if you're willing to do that step and you take that leap, you'll be in such a better place. You'll be in such a better place, man. Because you'll be at the point where you're already making stuff that you're proud of. And if you're not, and they're like, hey, this fucking sucks, then you know. And you can get to that point quicker. That'd be amazing. How amazing would that be if someone who loves you could just tell you like, hey man, this thing actually isn't good. You know, you could work on it, change it, do it better. That's great to know. It's going to shatter your fucking ego, or it can lift you up. It's scary. Do it. Show off your work. I do this to this day. If I make a video that I think's really fucking cool, I send it to my family in France. They don't speak English, but I think if it's really cool, it will cross the language barrier. So when I did my story time when I went to France, I sent it to them. But also when I made the video learning an opera in Italian, I sent it to them because I wanted to share it with them. I thought they would fucking love it. And they did. It was cool. I'm proud of that video. And that, in conclusion, is my ultimate streaming guide 2.0. Thank you very much for watching. A couple things, if you're still here, you want.
Good video overall. So is Cutie's boyfriend like a YouTuber? This is pretty good. That's funny. It's a good video. I like it. I'm a fan of the genre of. This is a TED Talk, lol. I mean, it's fine. I like PowerPoint YouTubers. I mean, I like PowerPoint YouTube. Oh, here. Oh, fuck, I want to watch this. On a Tuesday, my fucking favorite director, former favorite director, dropped a fucking banger. With a phenomenal. I have to pee. With a phenomenal artiste. Henry Cavill. Hold on.
Gus March Phillips, I have a mission I want you to lead. Thank you, Sergeant.
What's the plan?
To neutralize the German U-boats in the North Atlantic.
We're losing the war. Hitler is not playing by the rules, so neither are we.
We both know that I'm not very popular with the administration. The reason they find you unattractive is the very reason I find you attractive.
If I'm to do this, I'll need my own team. You won't like them. They're all... mad.
They'll need to be.
This is an unsanctioned, unauthorized mission. If we fail, England will be condemned to a lifetime under the German boot.
And so I said, that is not a dog. That is my wife!
It's very good.
All right, we're gonna run that back.
Thank you, Sergeant.
What's the plan?
To neutralize the German U-boats in the North Atlantic.
We're losing the war. Hitler is not playing by the rules, so neither are we.
We both know that I'm not very popular with the administration. The reason they find you unattractive is the very reason I find you attractive. If I'm to do this, I'll need my own team. You won't like...
Dude, killing Nazis? It's gonna be good.
They're all... mad. They'll need to be. This
is literally Troy, but good God, how do you nerf as cool of a true story as this one? Wait, is it gonna suck?
is an unsanctioned, unauthorized mission. If we fail, England will be condemned to a lifetime under the German boot.
And so I said, that is not a dog. That is my wife.
It's very good.
Why is this his own thing? That's weird. Guy Ritchie movies are so fucking cheese done at this point. I mean, we'll see. Probably. Reckless. Guy Ritchie hasn't made a banger in years. I am the first to admit that. As someone who is a major Guy Ritchie head, his earlier work, I guess, he hasn't made a good one in years, okay?
Abort this mission now.
No, even The Gentleman doesn't come close to like his worst early work is Rock and Rolla, okay? Like Lock, Stock, and Snatch are peak. Rock and Rolla is like okay? It's still pretty good. And honestly, The Gentleman doesn't even come near Rock and Rolla. You don't even watch movies, lol? Oh my God. Yes, I do. I do watch movies. I just watch movies. I don't call them film.
Hello? Can't hear you. Please do off.
I see you trying to be a Kino guy. No, I'm trying to maintain the position that I am definitely not a Kino guy.
This is the most humbled I've ever felt in my life. I'm literally holding resumes, a stack of them, so that I can go in person to places and say, are you guys hiring? It's honestly a little bit embarrassing because I'm literally applying for like minimum wage jobs. And some of them are being like, we're not hiring. And it's like, what? This is not what I expected. I graduated college with 2 degrees in communications and acting. I speak 3 languages. Oh, this sucks. Like, I just want to be a TikToker if I'm being so for real with you. But I can't be delusional anymore. Like, I literally need to make money. So...
Hey, HasanAbi, I'm one of the 5 only Israeli leftists. I wanted to say that despite the fact that you're not exactly the one that radicalized me, your streams and coverage of Palestine, not specifically the recent war, has helped me decide to go into law school so I can join and help Palestinian aid organizations. Thank you for your passion and your ceaseless coverage and addiction to streaming. Hell yeah, chatter.
I'm just gonna keep trying.
I feel like all 5 of the Israeli leftists get together and watch the streams. It's amazing. Real talk, she has a communication degree, but she doesn't know the proper way to communicate to get a job online. I mean, I don't know how you try to look for jobs like physically, but I feel like you're supposed to not do it physically, right? You're supposed to do it online, I assume. I mean, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. I haven't fucking looked for a job in 10, 20, fucking 40 years, okay? Last time I looked for jobs was like when I was at the Young Turks and I hated it, okay? So it's been multiple decades of me looking for jobs, and I'm not the best person to speak on this.
Shops, gave my resume, and now I'm waiting to stop crying so I can go to another coffee shop and ask if they're hiring. Thank you for the support. Love you guys. Cheers.
I'm an immigrant here, graduated with my master's, got rejected for around 50 jobs. 50. I mean, I was looking for way more than 50. Restaurants physically, online too, of course. Everything else online pretty much. They'll just instruct you to go online 99% of the time.
So
Most places specifically tell you not to call or come in when you apply. Online job searching is for corporate work. If you're applying to places ran by Jan and Frank and is named after their dog, you take your resume in. Yo, she's in New York. What do you mean? You're describing like a job in a small town or something, in a coffee shop. This is New York City. Walk in with a firm handshake, brother. These kids don't want to work. True. True. Hold on. I got 5 responses out of 300. I only got 1 acceptance, and I'm working there now, but I'm afraid of losing my job because I know as a video editor, it would be hard to find somewhere else. Going around handing out resumes is advice your uncle gives you about how you go up to a place and a guy in a place in his business and say nice cock. And when he says, and then he says, I like the cut of your jib, and then you work there for 40 years and retire a multimillionaire.
Let me tell y'all why I don't accept rides from people anymore. When I was 20, I worked at Walsh.
Hey Diva, we're calling you down into the station for the transvestigation led by Detective Fierce.
So you really want to learn how to mob? Many people think it starts with look maxing, starve maxing, jelk maxing, goon maxing, but actually you'd be surprised where you should actually start.
It's so much more than that. Try recycle maxing, volunteering at an animal shelter maxing, grab a scrub daddy, help your parents with the dishes maxing.
Jynx maxing.
Love maxing. Hug maxing. Your friend's moving away for university, helping him move maxing.
Helping him say goodbye to his parents is very hard. Getting good grades in college.
Maxing.
Getting his friends, meeting new people, joining clubs in college. Maxing, I know, maxing.
Add it so they know. Giving him a welcome home gift.
Maxing. How does that feel?
Okay.
I got some more tattoos, so I thought I'd show them. There's probably gonna be blood, but that's fine because I don't know.
TikTok sucks, not gonna lie. It's
So Coco did the impossible.
TikTok on the desktop sucks.
And she convinced me to get my ears pierced. Can you show?
Who are these people? Someone said Coco is stacked. Jesus Christ.
So cute. I love it. Happy.
Your algo sucks. This is not my algo. This is literally just like This is desktop. Desktop sucks. Oh my god, this has 7.7 million likes.
Hi, Anthony. Are you unaware that your principals also have social media? You know what? I'm not even going to blame you because you're not the one who posted this. Your best friend did. And guess where it ended up? On my For You page. First of all, pull your pants up. I tell you every day, no one wants to see your underwear. Secondly, when you ask to go to the restroom, you need to go straight there and head
Now I know why the fuck this popped off.
right on
Holy
back to
shit.
class. You went and you used someone else's lunch number. Yeah, you didn't think I would notice. You used someone else's lunch number in order to get 2 lunches, and that student didn't get to have lunch that day. That is completely unacceptable. And lastly, I saw that Omar and Brandon were also on their phones, so guess what? All 3 of you will receive a pass to my office tomorrow. And one more thing, Mr. Cook, how did you not notice that your student was out of class for 30 minutes? You too will receive a pass to my office tomorrow.
Jesus Christ.
Comes to my attention that a lot of you guys don't know how to dress. So I
True
think
story. Come on, let's see this tutorial. Come on, put them on.
You guys, number one thing we're gonna learn today is gonna be
You got a stain on your sweater, gang.
the proportions of your body. For example, I have really long arms and really long legs, so I want to wear something that'll complement that. Like, notice how this hoodie is getting cropped
Aight,
right
bro.
above my waistline. That makes me look
That
a lot
stain is
taller.
disturbing
I'm
me, for real,
6'1",
for real.
But this, I just look taller. The second thing we're gonna learn.
Bro, that is not. I don't think that's a good. I don't know. Are your neighbors as cool as this guy?
Ian. Hey, what's going on? I'm your neighbor. Open your door.
This is fake. I feel like this account posts fake shit. There's no way this is real.
Brother. I'm not home. I'll be home in like.
This is literally all these like door cam videos are fake. I've been seeing a lot of these door cam videos like, oh, guy gets like cucked or whatever. What the fuck? Gentle Giant UK Diano's 21st and Nightwalker. Fucking hell. This shit'll cleanse your algo.
Send this to someone who is always been accused of assassinating JFK. You are not alone, and I have created a fashion design for innocent warriors like us. My love language is you believing that I had nothing to do with the JFK assassination.
My gosh, Michael, wow, look.
We're in the home of the enemy, Kathleen.
Michael,
Hey, 1,000 cheers,
just
Kathleen. Look at
enjoy
the
your holiday.
Bro, you've made me watch this TikTok 1,000 times. I know, man. It's the Irish guy. I know. I've seen this so many fucking times. Dude.
Michael,
Cameron and Trace, I'm in.
Michael, there's no need. There's no need for any of this.
I think this is so old that this is not even a TikTok. Like, I think this is literally, this is like unironically not even a TikTok. I think it was a different platform. I think it was a Vine.
Michael, what? Michael!
Here's Jynx rolling XUC if you're interested in law.
I own you, Daddy. Call me Daddy. I'm better than you, kid! I'm better than you! No bullets needed. No bullets needed. Run me my 100 gifted right the fuck now. And apologize. Apologize to all the fucking controller players. I'm your father!
Yeah.
Bro, I was playing inverted controls. Baited idiot. I own you, Daddy. Call me Daddy.
This is what the kids are watching? Yes. That's why all the kids are like rolling their R's and shit. This dude has single-handedly made an entire generation of children start rolling their fucking R's. Like, he's changing language, okay? So much worse than my top of the hour ad break debates that broke all of your brains. Wannabe Tyler 1. He's cooking Tyler 1 right now. What are you talking about? He is the youth.
Yo, who do you think I am? Like Jeff Bezos? I'm not giving you 500.
Let's see, 100,000 subs, you probably stream around 250 hours. Minimum average viewers probably to 30,000 or 45,000 with the 3-minute ad ran every single 8 minutes, approximately 22 minutes and 0.5, which is 30.
What is this? Dude, holy fuck, these thirst edits have popped off.
What's up, everybody? Today we're talking about the International Court of Justice decision.
It's time to cosplay, man. Yeah, it's over. I got to cosplay forever. I'm 32 and I'm admitting that I watch Reels and don't use TikTok. I'm never watching Reels on this stream. Come on. It is the least intuitive platform, especially on fucking... Is the least intuitive platform, especially on the current state of Fortnite.
This is game of the year. This is game of the year forever. It's game of the year forever. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. This is insane. All of the awards, every single one.
And I know you're mine. And that's for all
There we go.
Have you seen the Monkey Man trailer? No, I haven't. What is this?
Do you want to know why he's not texting you right now?
I've been trying to play fetch with this dog, but for some reason he doesn't want to play. Look. Come here, little
Yo.
guy. Come here. Where you going?
Yo, dude. Living your dream. Oh my god, dude. He's vibing. By the way, I'm not even kidding. This is like this guy, okay? Proving my point. Proving my motherfucking point.
For some reason he doesn't want to play. Look.
Proving my fucking point. Bears running away, that's not vibing. It's like the first step to vibing.
I am like a bear magnet or something. I don't know. Bears do not climb ladders. What is with these bears? Hey, psst. Get down. Go. I don't want him to come visit. Get down. No. Down. Down, bear. Down. His legs are swinging. Oh my god, you are funny.
Huh.
Listen. Do we need to have this talk?
Bro, he's just chewing on the ladder. My god.
Who has a job that like ruins their life? Like 60 hours a week? Yeah? What do you do, man? 911 operator. Whoa. Everyone put their hands down. They're like, oop. I was going to say accounting, but 911 operator. It's you on the other side?
That's me, bro.
911, what is your emergency? Hi, yeah, my friend has been shot. Bro is tweaking right now. Bro is literally tweaking. Okay, I need you to lock in. I need you to lock in, bro. 911 operator. Is it just sad all day? Like, how many calls a day you take? I used to work at a call center, so I can actually... 150, that's a fuck ton, my man. Whoa. Do you get commission? I know how the healthcare system works. He's like, yeah, you should go to St. Jude. Mention my name. They're like, Sean, we got 10 gunshot victims today. You're killing it.
Oh, Jesus. All right. I'm done for the night. I'm tired. Chat. I love you all. Tomorrow there will be gaming. Okay? There will be gaming tomorrow. Oh my God, water bottle wars have begun. Oh my God. Hydro Flask taking a fucking shot directly across the bow. Don't lie like my dad. Variety back in a big way. I did some variety today. Excuse me. I did variety today. I actually did variety today. That's not a lie. That's real. I did some more shit. I'll do the streamer awards tomorrow too. Not a lot of variety, but I did it some variety.
30 seconds.
Some variety happened. There was variation. Check out Monkey Man. I'll check it out tomorrow. Gaming wise, I kind of want to play Tekken a little bit. I want to test it out. It just looks so sick. I've seen like videos on the timeline of people like making the coolest characters, and I kind of want to play it a little bit. So that's something to look out for. Potentially, it's hard. Of course, it's hard. I was an Eddie Gordo cheese, capoeira style, all day, every day. Fucking helicopter legs. Back in the day. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.